I still know guys that I work with guys that still flip the hood, completely dark hood, stick welding.
Yeah.
It's a hell of a lot harder to do than it is make welding. Any monkey can make weld.
Oh no, I loved it. That's when I did it in school, and that was like the first time I'd ever done it was when I was in high school. I was like, man, this is awesome, because I'd done stick welding before that. I was like, I love this. So much faster. But stick weld burns a little bit hotter, I think. I don't know. I guess it depends on how you get the welder set. The ones we had at school were huge. The MIG welders, they were pretty big. They
Oh
were
fuck yeah!
like I welded all kinds of stuff with them.
Oh yeah, they're not big doesn't mean they can do better things. They're just older
Yeah,
because you don't get anything that's new in school. They're
that's
usually
true.
donations.
Ours were pretty nice. They were like I think they were Miller. They were blue. I think that's Miller. I think they were Miller,
Yeah, Millers are all blue though.
and they weren't like huge. I mean, they were just decent sized. Like compared to ours, like our MIG welder's like one you can carry around pretty much.
Yeah, TIG's where it's at.
No, I never learned to do that. I wish I would have.
Oh hell yeah, you can do a lot of shit with that.
Yeah, because that's like even more better for like gun applications and stuff too, because it's like a lot smaller, more precise. And we had a setup for it at the school shop, but for the course I was taking, he wasn't required to teach it. Like it wasn't part of the curriculum. I mean, I'm sure he would have taught me if I would have asked, but I was always busy doing something else. I didn't even think about it. I never had really any reason to need it at the time.
Yeah, MIG's wire fed, TIG is a skill
Right.
for sure.
Yeah, it's like holding a paintbrush. I mean, it's like an art.
Pretty much, yeah. I work with a few guys that have TIG welded like monster cans together, whatever, soda cans, whatever.
Oh, that's cool.
Your deal is where
Wow,
super thin, like,
that's insane.
five, 10 thousandths,
Yeah.
no filler. They weld it together. Those those guys have skills. Stick welding is more farmer use. Not there's anything wrong with that. It's just rebuilding up shit.
Mhm. Where is everybody?
They're all scared to come in. Anybody hear any more news about the Charleston shooter guy?
Yeah, not really.
Yeah, I thought he was caught.
Yeah, they caught him. But
Yeah, it's the end of that.
I read a headline earlier that said that he bought his own gun and passed a background check, and his dad didn't buy it for him. And I was looking for the article again.
Well, then, so what? What does that prove? That background checks don't stop first-time offenders. Well, obviously, they don't always
Right.
work.
Right. Well, it kind of renders Obama's whole speech kind of pointless if he was
Mhm.
like, once again, somebody got a gun too easily. He went through all the same legal channels the rest of us do. So is that too easy? All of us?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, us folks.
Us good folk?
Oh, whenever he's gone, somebody better is in office. We'll see.
Hillary, you mean?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, me too. No,
God,
I
no,
think,
it'd be horrible. Do people really think she's gonna get elected? I mean,
no,
don't even the Democrats not want to vote for her?
no.
Yeah, who knows?
I, I would hope not. It's ridiculous how many more people are looking for Tom Brady's Deflategate emails than they are for her, which is fucking ridiculous. What? He cheated in football? That son of a bitch. Hillary? We'll let it slide. She's an elected official. No, I don't think she's going to make it.
Yeah. If Hillary is elected president, that's it. I'm done. I quit. Moving to Canada.
Wrong mindset.
What's that?
Wrong mindset. She won't get elected. It's got to be at least. Come on.
Yeah, I was just making a joke.
I know. Christ, just bail out because she gets elected? No.
Yeah.
She won't get elected. And if she does, God help us.
Well, Obama got elected, and we've been fighting. I mean, we fight everything he does, but we've survived most of it. We almost had another assault weapons ban that was actually pretty close.
Yeah, and that was I guess that's what Moon was saying. Second that happened, there were people in a church, somebody got shot, and he instantly, here we go. And that's why more.
Well, wasn't one of the guys at the church?
What the hell did he say?
I think one of the members of the church, he may have even been a reverend, I don't know, was a senator or something for South Carolina who voted against concealed carry.
Oh, that was just instantly came in there. Well, this is why more civilized people, in quotes, don't have guns. Like, okay, so the people that aren't free are the ones. That's such bullshit. If there was one person that was carrying in that church, it would have been a whole different story.
Oh, yeah.
Granted, you shouldn't have to carry.
And this situation just defeats the whole 10-round argument, all that other bullcrap, restricting the weapons, because he reloaded. I mean, I think from what I saw, one article, a witness who was in the church said that he reloaded like 5 times or something like that. So I'm like, it just goes to show you that.
All right, and before he was there for like an hour and a half.
Really? I didn't know that. Like what, just hanging out?
Yeah, just hanging out, taking in the preaching, all that stuff, from what I heard.
Well, that's creepy.
Been on the road for a little while, but that just obviously he's batshit crazy. Come on.
What's funny is no one stopped him. Like,
Exactly.
I mean,
and one person did have a little snubby 38 or something like that.
well, I'm not talking about yeah, that would have been even better. Obviously, it would have ended pretty quickly, but like, it's a church full of people, and like literally one of the witnesses had time to like beg him to stop. Like, literally said something to him, and he answered back. Like, obviously, if there's like you can get that distracted or something, then obviously it wouldn't be that hard to. But I guess they're not gonna be thinking about that. They're just gonna be thinking about not getting shot. But you would have thought they would have been trying to like overtake him or something. Trying to get his gun from him or something, or tackle him.
Yeah, I don't know. Same thing like 1911.
There was a guy.
1911, 9/11.
Yeah, it's like what? 1911. There was a guy who, yeah, you'll probably heard of it. It's been a while back now. Who was I forget where it was, somewhere in the South, I think. He got kidnapped out of his driveway, like a kidnap/robbery thing. And he was actually going to a USPSA match. He was loading his car up, and he went back inside to get something, came back out, and he didn't have his gun on him because he was going to the match. He had his range gun or whatever, so he was unarmed. And there was like 3 guys, and they eventually stopped, like to kick him out or something, or I forget what it was. But he managed to get one of their guns, and he shot and killed one of them, I think. And injured the other one, and the third one got away, or something like that.
Yep, never heard about that, and you never would.
I'll have to look it up. It was pretty. It was all over. Where was it? I saw it on Facebook. The USPSA Facebook page is what it was. But I can go find it pretty easy. Let's see.
No, I don't know. I listen to talk radio a lot, and then right after that, well, obviously just within the week, you have plenty of people. Well, the church should be a gun-free zone. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Do you not realize that these things don't work?
Yeah, exactly.
A gun-free
Why,
zone?
it's like, why do you think he attacked the church in the first
Right,
place?
because it's a gun-free
Well,
zone.
that because he was a racist, but obviously he knew it was an easy target.
Yeah, he might have been. I
I mean,
guess
that's
I
not
don't
the
know
only
about
that's
that,
not,
but
that's not the only place black people are at. You know.
no, it's just crazy that they think, well, if you label it a gun-free zone, nothing's ever going to happen, because that's never happened in history. Gun-free zone, you put up that sign, nothing ever happens there. Oh, wait a minute, that's where all the shootings happen. Yeah, okay. I'm just surprised the guy didn't put a bullet in his head the second that he was done doing his little mass murder thing.
You're surprised he didn't commit suicide, is that what you said?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm not happy about it at all. I just get more and more pissed off every time I hear it. This is just fucking ridiculous.
I hope he gets a speedy trial and gets to be strung up, or well, obviously, like, still do lethal injection if they decide to execute him. Of course, you know, if they go the death penalty route, it'll be like 2 years before he gets injected and everything.
Oh, it'll be a hell of a lot longer than that.
Yeah, I've seen him like pretty quick, but I guess like sometimes even longer. Like if they keep appealing and stuff like that, it can be like 10 years before they can get to the actual chair or whatever. I don't know what South Carolina does for their death penalty.
I don't know. In a situation like that where you're on video killing people, that should be instant. Well, just get rid of them. Jesus Christ. I don't know.
DO2 in the X-Men, he said, "How about talking about the church shooting?" He said, "How about a Bible to the head?" There you go, smack him over the head with the Bible. Maybe God will smite him. Maybe lightning will come to the Bible and
Just drop a pallet of Bibles on them.
exactly. I don't think most churches have like a pallet Bible. It's just on standby, but you know, all the members would have one probably. You know, they could just like all throw them.
I'll get enough funding. Make that shit happen. I don't know, that was just fucking insane. The hate crime thing always gets me, though. Oh, it was a hate crime because it was a black church and it was a white guy. Well, obviously it was a hate crime because he killed people.
Plus, he was a segregationist, and he wore patches from the apartheid regime in South Africa.
Yeah.
There was a bunch of things that point that he was a obvious racist, but whatever.
Yeah.
That's what extreme racists do, I guess.
Oh, extremists always kill. Like him. No, he was a timid racist.
Kept to himself.
Yeah. He didn't want to kill anybody. It was forced on him. I mean, come on. This guy's obviously a fucking psycho.
So, Caleb, you get a lower yet?
Dude, it's been like 3 days Yeah, you think I get a paycheck every day?
Yeah.
Well, you know, I work the street corner hard, but not that hard.
Boy hooking. Have you figured out what kind of lower you're gonna get?
Oh yeah, I've just decided to save up and get the BCM one.
Oh, the one that comes with the stock, or the?
Yeah, that's the only way they sell them. Unless you can find like an individual selling one. Actually, they don't even sell. Well, yeah, GNR sells them like that. I'm gonna get the blemished one.
That's cool. How much is that?
It's like 320
Oh, yeah.
or somewhere around there. I mean, it'll probably be like 350 when it's all said and done, at least. Where did this post go, Dang it. Oh. There's this guy, holy crap. He's selling his 650 reloading press and like crap ton of components. Like for 2,000. Oh, that's an extremely good deal.
Gonna
Oh.
take out a loan?
Oh, it's tempting. If I didn't have a reloading press, I'd be like, oh heck yeah. But I don't need it. Really, the components, so like it's just a good deal because all the components he's selling with it. 'Cause that's like $1,000 press, and he's selling like 300, He's probably selling. Holy crap! He's probably selling at least like $600, $700 worth of components with it, or more than that. And it's already set up for 40 caliber. Yeah. Oh well.
So I ordered a holster for my HK
Your P30.
P30 SK, yeah. But it's a regular P30 holster.
Oh, so you don't know if it's gonna fit.
It should fit, but I'm gonna have to cut it down. It's a Kydex. It's one of them Concealment Express.
I haven't heard of them.
They're like $35 shipped, free shipping.
Wow, that's cheap.
Yeah. They're just regular taco style in the waistband with a clip.
Mm-hmm.
So that should be fun. Figure out how I pretty much know how I'm gonna cut it down. I just don't know how I'm gonna fold it in like my other ones are at the end.
Mm-hmm.
I guess like dunk the tip of it
The boiling water.
in hot water, yeah, while the gun's in it.
I've never
Kinda
formed
mash it.
Kydex. Yeah, I mean that's probably pretty easy to do. I've never formed Kydex before, but I don't think it'd be that hard.
I reformed this a while back into a Glock.
Into a Glock?
Yeah,
What
didn't
was it
quite.
originally?
It was a Glock, but I heated it up and it went flat. You know what I mean? And I was trying to read.
Oh, so you ruined it?
Yeah, I ruined it. So I'm a dumbass. I was trying to dye it black, and I forgot. I forgot how Kydex worked when I put it in there.
Forgot what's Kydex.
I was like, whoops.
We'll put it back in there.
Because I had it perfect.
Mm.
I dremeled it all up. Because it was a Glock 17 holster, and it was like huge.
Yeah. Really long.
So I made it for a Glock 19. But now I could just throw it back in the microwave or the oven and try to mold it to any gun, really. That's what's fun about this.
Yeah, it's not completely ruined. You can use it for something.
Yeah.
I really want to get one of those double alpha holsters for my competition. They're so freaking expensive. They're like $200 by the time, well, close to it. But they're really nice.
Who makes them?
Double alpha. They're called the Race Master, and they're like all aluminum. All it does is it only locks onto the trigger guard, and so pretty much when you grab the gun, like the whole grip is exposed. Everything's exposed except the trigger guard.
I think I've seen them.
Yeah, I mean a couple other companies make different versions of them. CR Speed makes one that's like it covers a trigger guard and it has like a little arm that goes underneath the gun and comes down and like lets the barrel rest on it.
Yeah.
But the double alpha is like, I think it's just a trigger guard, which is kind of crazy because like when you unlock it, it's just like hanging there pretty much. Like I've never seen someone like unlock it and move with it unlocked. I'm pretty sure if you unlock the holster and you were like just to, like take a fast step forward, that the gun would just completely fall. But when they lock down though, when you lock them, they don't move like at all. Like it's tight. Like you'll pull your pants up trying to get the gun off. I've seen my friend who has one. I've seen him forget to unlock his holster before a stage, and then the timer goes off and he grabs his gun and it doesn't move.
You ever look at the ComTac?
That's what I have.
That's what you have now?
The International. I like it a lot, actually.
Okay, I see it right now. I'm looking at it on the website.
It's really nice. I like it. Yeah, that's what I've been using, and it's good for something like $70, and you can set it with a paddle, with a belt ride, or with the drop offset. That's how I have it. It's belt. Mine's with the belt hook up with the offset on it too. Whoa, this is a really good deal. This guy's on here on this gun trader selling 100 rounds of 45 ammo, Federal 230 grain for $25. Wow.
That's pretty good.
Oh, that's really good. It's like half price.
Is there what are you on Facebook?
Yes. Gun
Is there a bunch
trader.
of comments already?
No, he just posted it 32 minutes ago, so. Not
Usually
yet.
by the time I see a deal like that on Facebook, it's like
Gone.
the post might be 32 minutes old, but there's like 25 comments. I'll take
Yeah.
it. I'll take it. Then people realize they're too far away.
That's what I'm saying. This guy here, he says he's in Deering. I don't even know where that freaking's at. Let's see, it's probably like super far away. In the middle of nowhere, probably. Let's see where it's at. He's like, holy crap, he's way far away. He's like way east of Atlanta. Like 2 hours from me. Not even worth it. Plus, I don't need 45 ammo anyways. I can just load some. Put a new front sight on my 1911. Well, not a new one. It was my factory one. Because I didn't like the one they had on there. And I like it a lot better. It's nice now when it shoots fine left to right, but it shoots so freaking low. So I can't change it unless I get, I guess, a shorter height front sight or a rear sight.
What kind of front sight is it?
It's Heine. See, the reason it's probably doing that is because the rear sight I have on there is not the same. It's a different set from a different set, and it is a little bit higher than the factory one. The factory rear sight sat a lot lower to the gun, The one's on there now, so it's a little bit higher. It's kind of like a Novak cut style to it. And but I like it a lot, so I don't know.
All right, I'm gonna screen share Slick Guns deals for today.
$12 for 50 round box, 22 ammo. Must be something that's competition stuff, isn't it?
It's 22 mag, right?
Oh, there's 22 mag. Never mind, that's why it's expensive. That's a really good deal for 22 Magnum. Holy crap! Isn't that crazy? That 22 Magnum's almost the same price as freaking 223.
It's like almost the same price as 9mm.
It's insane.
50 rounds, 223. That would be nice for $12.
Yeah, it would. It's just a little. Yeah.
I see these like. There's usually like I don't know what kind they got at Walmart, but it's usually like $11.99 or $10.99 or something like that for just the 20 round boxes.
For what? For 223?
Yeah.
Probably it's Tula or either
Tula's like $5.50.
What else do they carry? They carry American Eagle, a couple other names. I don't know. I don't go to Walmart that much.
I haven't been there a while.
LWRC AR upper. Wow. That's a good deal.
Mid length, $2.99. What's the deal with that?
Oh, it doesn't have a BC. It doesn't have a bolt carrier with it.
And this is a piston. Are all LWRC's pistons?
I don't know. I'm not sure. They're supposed to make pretty good stuff though, right? Isn't LWRC like considered one of the upper brands?
I think they are for, yeah, supposed to be high quality stuff. I think they got bought by Colt though.
They did. No, he sold. I guess he sold and he started LaRue, right? No, crap, I don't know. The guy who made LWRC, the owner, sold it and he started another company. Let's see. I want to look it up. Yeah, Richard Bernstein.
And it's just a regular DI.
He bought LWRC in 2008,
Hey,
and then Colt has it now.
yeah, 1-9 twist.
Yeah.
Guess that's not a bad deal.
Is that it? Oh well, there's an 7.62 AR barrel. Wow. I guess you wanted to make it an AR 47.
Name your price.
$5.
Yep, $5. Be like, no. I was looking at one of these cases at Dick's.
$81.
Well, at Dick's they're 130. So
Whoa,
I almost bought one there. Glad I didn't.
that's insane.
Well, then they're really big and heavy, even empty. So shipping. I mean, not heavy like.
Are they made out of metal?
No, it's
Plastic?
like a Pelican case. It's
Yeah,
got
plain
sections of the foam you can take out in little squares.
Yeah,
So you can,
I've never been a big fan
custom
of.
fit.
I've never been a big fan of Plano. I mean, they make okay stuff, but like, I would never consider them the best. Like,
It didn't. When I opened it, it didn't look like it was like watertight. There was no
right.
kind of rubber seal going around the edges. I guess I should be looking at handguns instead of all the crap they have.
I don't know what kind of deals Palmetto State has right now. Let me check their page out. Oh, wow. Palmetto State's doing free shipping. Oh, crap, where'd it go? Free shipping on AR uppers and rifle kits through Father's Day. And they're also doing some deals. Looks like they're selling the upper with the M&P bodyguard. Huh.
Walther.
There we go.
What is that? Oh, it's 22. Walther Arms Colt Government 1911 A122 LR. Canic. What the hell's a TP9 V2? Is that?
I have no idea.
I thought it was the VP9 SA.
I'm not familiar with the mechanics.
Okay.
Oh crap! Why is the FNX so much? 1400? That's ridiculous.
It's the tactical. It has the cutout already for the RMR.
How much is it without that? How much is it
Red
regular?
barrel. I think it's like 1,000.
Oh, that's actually a pretty good
900.
deal. It's actually a pretty good deal than if the gun's 1,000. Because I was about to say, you could, if it was cheaper than that, it'd be cheaper for you to get a slide cut yourself after you bought the gun. But for 1,400, I guess that's not bad.
Oh, it includes the RMR 06. So that's why it's
Oh,
1,400.
okay. That makes sense.
That's pretty cool.
My friend has one of those.
FNX Tactical.
Yep. I'm not sure if it's tactical or not. I can't remember. It's 45. I know that.
I guess the big thing with that when it came out was that it was 15 plus 1 rounds, 45.
Yeah.
But it's huge. So,
I imagine so. But
makes sense.
Tallow exclusive 4-threaded barrel. That's not a good deal.
What's
Oh,
that?
it's not a 2245. It's a Mark III.
Yeah.
I like 2245 is better. I can't stand on the Mark IIIs. How I see in front of the trigger that like big part of the receiver just sticks out.
Yep.
I just can't stand that. I don't know why. It just looks weird.
It's a little goofy looking. SIGs seem to be cheaper than they were a year and a half ago.
I don't like SIGs. I don't like the ones I've shot so far. I mean, I guess they're good guns, but they're just not the most comfortable gun to me.
I only shot like a mag out of my dad's, and I couldn't find the point of impact, so I put it down and picked my Glock back up and started shooting.
Yeah, I feel like the barrel. I feel like the barrel's like sitting like half a foot above your hand whenever you're shooting them. And I shot one in 40 caliber, and it was insanely like flippy. Like, holy crap, this thing does not track well. But maybe because it was my first time shooting 40 caliber too at the time, so I wasn't used to 40. But
Look at the bore, and then look where your finger is. It's like an inch.
yeah, exactly. Man, everybody just died tonight.
Yeah, everybody's scared.
Well, there's 21 people in the chat lobby.
The new VP40, 665, night sights.
It's only 13 rounds.
Yeah, 13 rounds of 40. Get 3 mags with that one, I think. Law enforcement.
Need some extendos. Oh wow, here's a deal for Palmetto State. I'll put my screen share on so I can look at these deals too. They're selling a 308 AR barrel for $150. Mid-length. That's a pretty good deal. And they've got a rope receiver. Boring, boring, boring. Wow, $45 for 500 rounds of CCI 22 ammo. That's, well, still higher. I don't think 22 ammos are going to be as cheap as it used to be, like 2 years ago.
It's slowly coming back, but it was slowly coming back for about 8 months now. So at this rate, 22 should be back to where it was at around 2018.
If nothing happens.
Yeah, if nothing happens.
Yeah.
22 will be back on Walmart shelves.
Yeah, so I think the thing is, other calibers of ammo has to get better for other ammo before 22 can get better.
Yeah.
Because that's not. I mean, they are making a lot more 22. Like CCI said that they're making more 22 than ever. But all the other companies I mean, CCI is not the only 22 company. Think of all the other companies that make other calibers. They're probably not making as much 22 because they make way more money on the bigger caliber. So they probably actually lessened or either kept the production as the same as it has been forever for 22 ammo.
It seems like a company should have stepped in, like a new
company.
Yeah.
I guess nobody had the initiative to do it.
They would have made some money by now. Everybody said it would be too big of a risk because they figured 22 ammo would be back like everything else, and that.
Right. And it wasn't. How much did you pay for your Scorpion?
$825.
Oh, that's not too bad. Palmetto State has one for $800.
Yeah, I saw. I don't know if it'll pop up on.
These things look awesome.
See on Slick Gun 750. That's at.
Oh wow.
Webby, whatever that is. Webby Shops.
Mhm. I've never heard of them before.
Me either. But I saw that on Facebook today.
This thing looks so futuristic. You should get another one just so you can have dual wield.
Is my mic working?
Yeah, I can hear
you. Good.
Awesome.
Oh, I totally had.
In chat.
Oh, sweet. Welcome.
Breaking your chat, Cherry.
Yeah.
It's kind of a dead night to do it, but thanks for coming.
Safest time to do it.
Yeah, when no one's around
Yeah.
to
I would
bag
have
on.
joined earlier, but I've been stuck in a 10-day tournament, and it just ended. So
What, like video games?
yeah, I play a league tournament game of World of Tanks,
Uh-huh.
and I used to actually just be a battle caller and a commander, and I got kind of burned out just because of how much organization it took. So I took a break from it, and a couple weeks back, this guy like dragged me out of retirement after about 6 months. He's like, "Hey, come on, do this thing. It's gonna be great." And I'm like, "Yeah, well, I've got things to do."
That's funny.
He dragged me in there though. If you hear any clinking and clanking noises, I'm reloading some 38s right now.
Oh, nice. The reloader.
Yeah.
Right.
Figured out also be another safe time to talk about it. I see you guys talking about it pretty late at night, so I thought I can get in without boring too many people.
Stick around for the suspicious chats late at night. We talk about reloading. I can do it in incognito.
I think they're actually doing a dedicated reloading chat tomorrow night.
Yeah, we are. I was talking to
Yeah.
Fuse about it earlier.
Sweet.
I want to get in on that.
Yeah, we'll be doing it at probably around 9 or 10 Eastern, I guess I would say. Maybe, I'm not sure exactly. I don't know if he's going to host it or what. I wasn't planning on hosting it. I think he's going to do it. I'm not sure. I'll have to talk to him tomorrow. So what kind of reload press do you have, though?
I've just got a simple Lee single stage, and I went over to, like, I did a bit of research on this about maybe 7 or 8 months ago,
Mhm.
because 454s are pretty darn expensive. So it was the first caliber I reloaded.
Holy
And,
crap.
yeah, I was watching.
Wow.
I think it was Jiu-Jitsu 2000 and Fortune Cookie 45 LC.
Yeah.
And I just kind of took a mix of their two styles on how to do this, and it turned out pretty easy. But I figured, I don't load too many at a time. I think the most I ever sat down and did was about 500 rounds, and
Oh, on a
figured
single stage?
yeah.
Well,
Well, for me, the hardest part is, or the longest part is the powder measuring, because I do
Yes.
it the old-fashioned way with a scoop and a scale, digital, but it
Right,
still
still.
takes forever.
Oh yeah, see that's what I had to do. That's the first thing I upgraded on my single stage press before I got my progressive was I got a Lee. You should get the Lee auto disc.
I'm probably gonna get me one of those Hornady auto loader things, the computerized deal.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
That's really nice. Yeah, RCBS makes one too, the Charge Master. I'm not sure
Yeah,
how
I'm
much.
looking forward to that.
I'm not sure how much the Hornady one is though. Do you know how much is it?
The cheapest I've found it for so far is about 220.
Okay, that's not too bad. The Charge Masters, I know, like it's like 300 or 400, but they're both pretty much isn't the way it works. You just put the amount of grains that you want in,
Yep.
and that's how much it puts out. Yeah, and it'll keep doing it until you just hit the button and it puts that amount out.
Yeah, as soon as it recognizes the bulb back in there and it zeroes out, it just takes off again.
That's what I'm saying. And can't you? I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure on the RCBS you can set different ones. It's like you can have like so many different presets.
Yeah.
Oh man, that'd be awesome. That's like the awesome. That's what I want to get. If I get into loading for rifle like really seriously, that'd be the perfect thing to do because it'd be a lot more precise.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah,
it'd be
so
pretty
far the
quick.
only thing I'm doing is pistol calibers because all I own is wheel guns right now. But I reload, or I'm about to reload 223 for my friend because he's pretty insistent that ammo costs too much locally. And once I showed him, how little the individual parts cost, and once I showed him brass catchers that he can just strap right on the side of his AR, he's like, "Yeah, I think I'll do that."
Yeah, it's
I get a
definitely
free
worth
set
it.
of dies out of it, and he gets free ammo, more or
There you
less.
go. Tell him to get Dylan dies.
Well, first deal is he's gonna give me the 223 5.56 die set and the powder, Sierra bullets, and probably just CCI primers. But I told him, the first go around, go ahead and pick up my 7.5 millimeter Swiss dies too.
Nice. There you go. You get some free dies out of it.
Oh yeah.
You got 2 sets of free dies really because you get to hang on to the 223 dies.
Oh yeah.
That's a pretty sweet deal.
Yeah. So my first reload was 454 Casull, and the first one I boogered up. I didn't line it up in the bullet seating die very well, and I crinkled it. And that sucks. And the second one, for some reason, I had the stem set too deep, so the bullet sat down way too far in, and I didn't have a bullet puller at the time, so that one just sat in a little cup that I keep all my primers in. Then
Right.
after that, I got the next 96 of them right, so I'm like, that's cool. And then I figured, well, since I got the press and I got the dies, 3 days later, I bought the 44 mag set, so I started doing that for my competitor. And then I just recently got the 38 and 357 sets. It's pretty funny. About 2, 3 weeks ago, I didn't have a single 38 or 357, and within the span of 10 days, I bought 3.
3 guns?
Yeah,
Dang.
it was kind of weird. I actually ended up trading off all my semi-automatic pistols for 3 wheel guns. So now I've got 5 total.
You're going old school.
Yeah. Oh, the thing was, is I had a M&P 40 Shield, and I think I gave it a fair shake. I kept it for 16 months, and I just couldn't get over that trigger. You know, I paid like almost 400 for it, and then I got a really sweet deal on a Crimson Trace laser, LG 49, and I got that for almost 50% off practically, and I couldn't hit a damn thing with it. Everyone told me, you know, that articulated trigger is a bit wonky to some people, and maybe just some people can't get used to it. And by then I started getting a little tired of it, so the guy was like, well, you can throw a $160 Apex trigger in it. And I'm like, I'm kind of getting tired of throwing money at this thing. So I ended up reading that, and I had a Ruger SR 1911. I sort of impulse bought that as a Christmas gift for myself, but I really liked it.
I kind of
I
want to
liked
pick one of those up too. You liked it, you said?
Yeah, I liked it so much that I went to Johnny Rollins' website and I ordered the 460 Roland
460.
conversion kit.
Nice.
I was the first person to install it in an SR 1911, and then I sent the pictures to his testimonials page. It came out pretty good. Like, I used one of those Pierce finger grip things that you sandwich the stock grips on, and it gives you like little rubber finger grooves. And
Hey,
then,
grip extensions. They call them Pierce grip extensions. I think. It's
Yeah.
the name.
And then I put the 460 kit on it and a Chip McCormick 10-round magazine in it. Sent him a picture. He was like, "Oh, that's sweet." And I bought some brass and I loaded up some what was it? Lehigh Extreme penetrators.
Mhm.
That was pretty sweet. But a really good deal came along. The first gun I ever wanted was a 327 Night Guard. I thought, you know, scandium frame, XS night sight, 8 rounds of 357. It's pretty hard to go wrong. And I didn't discover it until 3 years after they discontinued it. And I went on like Bud's Gun Site or Bud's Gun Shop website, and I saw what the used ones were selling for, like $500. I'm like, oh, why did I miss out on that? Now they're selling for $1,200 and $1,300. And
That's a 357, right?
yeah. So what was really funny was I bought a Ruger LCR in 357. I got a really good deal off a local.
I wanted to shoot one of those for a while. They look pretty nice.
They hurt.
Yeah, they're pretty lightweight, aren't they?
Well, it hurts the palm of my hand more than my 454 Casull does,
Wow.
because it's such a light frame and it's such a small grip. Even though it's got a tamer, the shape of it's completely different than, say, the X-frame tamer or even the tamer on the Alaskan. So it's got like this knurled top that just really smacks the inside of the web of your hand. I tell people it's not like petting puppies when they ask how hard it hurts.
Right.
It's pretty painful. But I bought that and thinking that I would never find a night guard in my area. Not that that was very specific to the 327. And there was a lot of 396s, but I didn't want 7 shots. So I think it was 6 or 7 days after I bought the LCR, my local had a 327 night guard for sale. And I'm sitting there looking at my bills, and I'm like, I really can't swing this. And I started looking at my 1911. I started looking at my shield, and I thought, I'm never going to find another night guard like this for another 2 or 3 years in my area. I can always buy another 1911. I never liked you, and I pointed at the shield. So I boxed him up, took him up there, traded it. I think I paid $100 difference.
Did you
He
keep
gave
your
me a great
conversion
trade-in on it.
Did you keep your conversion for the 1911?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I would have kept that for sure.
Yeah, my next 1911 is probably going to be. I'll get another SR 1911, but I think I'll get the Night Watchman next time. I really like that blacked out effect, as long as I can get a good deal on it.
I haven't seen that one.
I got the. I had the stainless one,
It's called the
and it
Night
had
Watchman.
those Cocobolo grips on it. Really, really nice. But the Night Watchman one looks hot. I mean, it's all blacked out, and it's got night sights on it. It's got black grips on it.
Are they aluminum grips?
I don't think they are.
Or just the plastic Ruger ones?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like the stainless one better. I like stainless guns. They just don't rust as bad. But I like
Yeah, I had no
but I
complaints
like
about
the
it. I
look
mean, I
of
loved it.
old blue one. I mean, an old blue gun looks really nice too. Like nothing better than like an old blue revolver.
Mhm.
But they're just stainless is just easier to keep up, I guess. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, after I got the Night Guard, then I went to my local range, and once a year they have a sale on all their range rental guns. They keep them for about a year to 18 months, and they had a 686, and the guy wanted like $500 for it. So I looked at it and it looked clean. I mean, the finish was all dirty on it and whatnot, but I sat there and I looked at the only semi-automatic pistol I had left, and I'm like, what if I were to trade you a Walther PPK for this? And the kid behind the counter just lit up like a Christmas tree, and he goes, "It's not the S, is it?" I'm like, "No, it's a regular PPK, the little short one." And he says, "I'll trade you even for it."
Wow.
I had it for close to 3 years. I mean, I didn't not like it. It's just,
Never
you know,
used it really.
yeah. And I really liked that 686, so I thought,
Yeah, they're nice.
yeah. So I call it my poor man's Rick Grimes, because someone at work, looked at it and he was like, "Oh, you're trying to be Rick Grimes now, aren't you?" Like, yeah, for like 1/3 the price.
Were you were you carrying it at work or?
I brought it to work the day I got it.
Yeah.
One of my coworkers, he's ex-military and he's pretty into handguns. So when he saw my Alaskan, he's like, "Oh, you like wheel guns?" I'm like, "Yeah." And then I brought the 686, and he was like, "Didn't the guy from The Walking Dead carry this?" And I'm like, "It's the right size and it's the right shape, but it's not the right make." He's like, "So this is the poor man's version." I'm like, "Yeah, but the trigger's really nice on it."
Yeah, I like Smith Wesson revolvers. They're nice. That's a 686 is definitely something I like to have. Like, I want a 357 wheel gun. I think that'll probably be the first wheel gun I get. Whenever I get one. I mean, I have some, 22 now, but like the first centerfire one I get will be a 686. Although I do want to buy my grandpa. He has a Ruger Red Hawk, which is 44 Magnum. And I have it right now. And I shoot it every now and then, and I might buy it from him one day. I don't know. But it's just so heavy and big. It'd be like a hunting handgun.
Yeah, when I was growing up, my dad had what I thought was a Colt, 6-inch or 5-inch, like a detective special or something. And for years and years, I didn't see it. And then one day, I just, he found out that I started shooting. So I said, "Whatever happened to your pistol?" And he says, "Oh, I still got it." And I was like, "Can I take a look at it?" And he brought it out, and what it turned out to be was a Ruger Police Service 6, and it was in really rough shape when he brought it to me, and I stripped it down in like 30 seconds because I got used to taking apart my Alaskan. And he's like, "What are you doing to my gun?" I'm like, No, relax, I'm gonna clean this out. And by the time I was finished with it, I found out it was 3 years older than I was. Front sight was shaking loose, and the cylinder had a little bit of play in it or whatnot. But I mean, it cleaned up real nice. I put a picture up here on Gun Channels, but I gave it a mirror finish job and handed it back to him. And he's like, "What'd you do with my gun?" I'm like, "This is your gun."
Oh wow, that's awesome. I bet he was happy.
He was. I took him out with it, and at 3 yards, he can, pretty much hit what he needs to. At 7 yards, that front sight wiggling around everywhere, it's hopeless.
Yeah, I've had that happen to me at a competition. That's not fun. Of course,
I got a gun you would love to take to a competition. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like Island is just dying to get his hands on it, but he's got something I wouldn't mind having either. I have a Smith & Wesson 629 Competitor 44 mag. It's got the Weaver rail at the top and little bolt-in weights on the bottom.
The only thing wrong with it is that it's in 44 Magnum, but it's okay. You could shoot 44 Special for a competition.
Ooh.
That'd be the way to do it.
Yeah, I actually sold a car for that gun.
Nice.
Like when I
Does
saw
it
you guys
have the VComp
browsing
on it?
through listings for guns, I was like, I used to do that with cars pretty often until I sold them for guns.
It's not a VComp, is it?
No, 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 no. It's a performance setter, and they call it the competitor. I'm not sure if they make this anymore. I know they made two versions. They made this one and they made the 686, and I almost bought the 686 at the place where I got my 686-6, but they had a 686 competitor, and I like mentally prepared myself for about 3 days to buy it. I'm like, all right, the credit card's gonna take a hit, but at least I'll get to complete the set. And I left work 2 hours early, and I just went straight there, and I walked in the door, and the guy's like, "Can I help you?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sell me your competitor." And he goes, "You just missed it by an hour."
Uh,
And then there's this dude at the other end of the counter just kind of smirking at me. I'm like, "Did you buy it?" And he goes, "No, but I sold it."
that's funny. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
the,
if you've got caliber restrictions, look into a 686 version. They're sweet, same size, same weight, much softer shooting, obviously, but
they're the same as the 929, same frame.
uh, similar in size.
Okay.
It's very different looking compared to anything else that you've probably seen from Smith. I mean, it's got this huge underlug weight system. It's got five steel, uh, well, they look like little cylinders, and then there's a gigantic Allen bolt that goes through the middle of them, and then you can tune the weight. Like I like them heavy, so I put all five weights in it. But I mean, you could take out, say, the back or the innermost three, put these little polymer ones in that weigh next to nothing, and just put the weight at the very end of the barrel. But I like it pretty heavy, so I mean, I stuck all
That's
five in.
that's in the 629.
Mine is.
What's the name of like the model of it that has the weights with it?
Uh, well, one's called the 629 competitor, the other one's called the 686 competitor.
Okay, so it's the competitor. I haven't seen that yet. That's the weights. Okay, yeah, now I'm looking at it. I haven't seen that yet. Wow.
I think it's beast.
How long has that been out?
I want to say at least maybe 5, 6 years.
Okay. Yeah, that's nice.
Before that one came out, they had one almost identical. It was called like the Magnum Hunter or something, but it was pretty similar.
So yeah, it has like a rod that goes through that weight
Mhm.
portion, and you just slide the weights on there.
Yeah.
That's so cool. Yeah, but there's
Yeah.
like no recoil to that thing.
It's ridiculously controllable. The only thing
Especially
I've
with the
done
44
to it
special
since I
on it.
got it was I took the grip off and I got the X frame tamer grip. That way it covered this back strap.
Hmm.
Made it infinitely softer shooting. I mean, it was just so much more comfortable.
Nice. So what do you like to do for shooting? I know this is the first time in the chat. So do you just shoot like at the range and stuff and carry?
Yeah.
And
Strangely enough, in the summer I usually, well, now I'm carrying my night guard in the daytime, but in the winter months, as overkill as it sounds, I carry my Alaskan in a shoulder rig under my coat.
hmm.
But I usually only put 45 Colts in it, when I carry it. But it's nice peace of mind having a big 4-pound chunk of steel on your side.
Yeah. Because yeah, the last what you said it's 454, and
Yeah.
any 454 usually it'll shoot 44 and 45 long Colt, right? Or
This
not?
one here will do 454 Casull and 45 Long Colt. They do make a 44 Magnum version, and I almost bought one, but I kind of chickened out at the last second.
Yeah. I think there's one of them. I think they shoot three different calibers. They short. I think you can put moon clips in them and shoot 45 ACP or something. I
Yeah,
forget.
they'll fit. They'll
Yeah.
fit. I was actually going to do that not too long ago, but then I found out you actually have to file the moon clips down to about half as thick, but it'll work. It's just you lose a lot of velocity because it doesn't. It's got a little bit of wiggle room since
Mhm.
the cylinder is so much longer, but it'll
And
work.
how long's the barrel on yours?
2.5 inches.
Holy crap!
It's my personal flamethrower. Usually when I go to the range, it's hilarious because I'll take I used to take just the PPK and the Shield, and then like the Alaskan, or sometimes I would take my 686 and my Alaskan. And people are popping off 40s and 9 millimeters. Every once in a while, you get a guy with like a AR pistol or something. That's pretty loud.
Yeah.
And after a while, I'll sit there and I'll be like, "That's enough of this," and I'll just take out these 370 grain hard cast flat nose 454s, and I run like 35 grains of powder behind it. So, fire ring, and you see the whole target at like 10 yards blow completely horizontal. And then I turn around, and there's always, every single time I go, there's always some Asian guy standing behind me with this, "Oh my God, it's Godzilla!" look on his face. And I'm like, "Would you like to shoot it?" Everybody at my range, every range officer has shot it. Every one of them takes 2 shots and just hands it back to me, and they're like, "Thanks, but I can't." No.
Oh, yeah, I would shoot the whole cylinder.
I always offer it to them. They always just pop two.
That's like my rule of etiquette, I guess, for any guy. Someone hands me a gun, like, if you hand it to me, I'm gonna shoot all the ammo that's in there.
By all means. Yeah. Like, I remember the last time I went with my dad, I think it was Sunday, and range officer that usually comes over and visits with me, he's a pretty big guy. I'm like 6'1", about 180. This guy's like 6'6", 260. And he was like, "Excuse me, sir, what caliber are we shooting today?" And I looked at him like, "I think you know what caliber we're shooting today." And he's like, "You mind if I have a go?" And I'm like, "Nope, by all means." And I put the 370s in there.
Like,
He
we'll
took
load up
2
something special
shots.
for you.
He just took 2 shots. He goes, "Thank you for the opportunity." I was like, "You can finish it out." He's like, "No, thanks." He's like, "I don't want to burn $40 worth of rounds on you." I'm like, "No, those are my hand loads. Go for it." He's like, "No, I can't take it."
At that point, I'd be like, "Oh crap, those are hand loads. I'm scared."
Well, that's the other cool thing. My local range usually says, A, you can't pick up your brass. B, no hand loads allowed. They don't give a shit about either rule for me.
I don't know. I'd be like, "I'm picking my brass up, fool."
Well, that's another nice thing about wheel guns. You don't have to worry about picking it up.
I think most ranges have that rule probably because they don't want people like out coming just to pick up brass and crap like that.
Yeah, I mean, they're sticklers for don't cross the line, don't lean over the table or whatnot. I mean, it's all about safety over there, which is cool. But, if you have a brass catcher or whatever, they don't usually say anything. And then since I usually come up there with my wheel guns, they never say anything. They're just like, "It's cool, man."
Yeah, what do they expect you to do? Empty the brass out on the ground? No, I'm not gonna do that.
Before I
I
started
property.
reloading, I let go of 5 boxes of 44 mag, 2 boxes of
Oh.
Casull,
Oh my
about 4
gosh.
boxes of 45 Colts, and I'm like, I threw away all that brass for
All
nothing.
all three of those are like kind of hard to find too.
Yeah. Yeah, I live right by Freedom Munitions,
Oh,
and
nice.
for the longest time, they said, "Oh, we don't have any 44, we don't have any 45. There's a powder shortage." I'm like, man, I've been hearing that for months, and now they've got it. Now that I've got my own setup, they have everything available, and I don't need it.
That's funny. Yeah, I'm always looking for brass. Like, I always pick it up when I go to a match. If I have time afterwards, I'll pick it up.
Oh, I scored big time about 2 weeks ago. There's some dude, he was definitely annoyed by my Magnum, and I let him shoot it. He thanked me. He was so polite, but I could tell he was annoyed beforehand. And then right before he left, he tapped me on the shoulder, and he was like, "By the way, if you need some brass, I left some on the table for you as a thank you." I was like, "Oh, cool." And we saw when he pulled up, dude drove like a freaking Audi R8. And I'm like, okay, this guy's got money. And then when he left an entire pile of Cellier and below 357 Magnum brass. Like, there was about 90 of them in a pile.
Nice. Wow, already
And-
there for you.
And my dad, I was like, "I thought he was shooting in 1911." And my dad says, "Yeah, he was. I thought it was. It said Koonin on the side of it, though." I'm like,
Oh.
oh my God.
That's why. Yeah, he doesn't need to reload anyways.
Yeah.
He's got money to buy ammo.
Oh yeah.
That's funny. Sorry, I'm eating some candy.
What you got there?
What kind of candy?
Oh,
I got
yeah.
good stuff. Can't just find this anywhere, kiddos. Sweet Tarts, mini chewy, for $1 too. They were on clearance.
They're
Yeah,
good.
Fistful of Polymer was talking about the Roland in chat. He's right. Mr. Guns and Gear converted one of his Glocks to it, and I liked the brake that they put on the Glock model. It's pretty nice, but I can't imagine how hard that must kick because it's so much lighter than 1911.
That would suck.
And I saw this other guy on YouTube. He's got this tiny like Springfield 3.3, and I think he converted his too.
Oh
Every
my
time he
gosh.
fires it, it looks like he's about to break his wrist.
Yeah, but it flips in the barrel. So it's like at that point, it's like pointing back at you almost by the time
Yeah.
it goes to the recoil.
Yeah, when he claims it's 44 Magnum power, 45 ACP size. So um, I was interested immediately. You know, I'm shooting 240 grainers, 300 grainers, 370 grainers. I'm like, yeah, let's go for it. You know, so when I got those Lehigh Extreme penetrators, everyone told me like, why? It's such a fast and heavy round. You're just gonna go clean through like three guys behind him. I said, well, you know, I do go hunting occasionally, so I can just use it for that.
Well, that's what you put in your 460 is Lehigh Defense bullets.
When I had it all together, yeah, I used the Extreme penetrators, and I just put it in the bag with me when there's this place about an hour north of here you can go hog hunting,
Hmm.
and I borrowed a friend's Taurus Raging Bull in 454, but I brought the 460 with me just in case, and sat in a blind for like an hour and a half. It was boring, and just about when I was getting ready to leave, there was like this small group of hogs, like little ones and big ones, and there was just this one that stood out. It just kept staring right at me. I don't know if he saw me or not, but he just kept staring at me.
Probably knew the blind was there, and
Yeah,
usually they'll look and see. Deer and hogs will do that. If they know a blind somewhere, they'll look at the blind and they'll try to see if there's someone in there.
like scope it out, right? So I
Hmm.
mean, this thing obviously, must have been used to the area or whatever. But the guy I was with, he goes, "Well, you gonna do something about it? Or you just gonna let him size you up like that?" I'm like, "Well then." I'm like, "Well, I've never really done this before." And he goes, "Just point it, and fire it." I'm like, okay. So one shot, one bang, one puff on the forehead, and one drop 210-pound hog. I mean, it
Nice.
was incredible. I mean, he was
And that
standing
was your
there and he was just
460, right?
laying there, and it was all in an instant. It was crazy.
And that was your 460.
That was the Raging Bull with the
Oh,
Casull.
okay.
I put a 370 grainer in it, and it just
So
dropped him.
is your friend's gun you using your reloads?
Yeah, I
Nice.
gave him a box as a thank you for lending it to me.
Oh wow, that's a really big thank you. Just for lending it for one day.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, the brass is cheap. I went to Starline, picked up, I think it was 100 rounds for $30, and
Hmm.
then most of my target loads are just 230 round nose hard cast that you can load even 45 ACPs with. But I just usually load those for a target load. So most of the time I just use these, but every once in a while I'll put like a Hornady XTP,
Right.
either a 300 or a 250 grain through it.
No, crap, I forgot what I was gonna ask you. Oh, I was gonna say, you think that's cheap about brass and thing. Wait till you start reloading like 9mm and 40. Like, you're saying all this stuff is cheap. That's like high to me. Like, my last time I got brass, actually, I got a really good deal on it. Better deal than normal. I got 2,500 cases of 40 brass for $55 shipped,
That's awesome.
which is a pretty good, sweet deal. I'm gonna try to get the same deal from the same guy here in a few weeks, probably, because I've got a 5-gallon bucket I have a 5-gallon bucket for each caliber of brass I shoot, and
Mm.
I still got some space in there to so I'm gonna go and fill it up. I'm pretty
Yeah,
close
some of
to
the
filling
beauty
my
of
9mm.
these like I'm doing 38s right now, and 38 357s, and I get, let's see, these are 130 grain round nose flat points, 500 of them, $34. Can't go wrong. And
Yeah.
then the really nice thing about these straight walled revolver cartridges is you can reload them like a couple
Oh yeah.
hundred times as long as you don't go nuts with the charge.
Same thing with the pistol stuff too. Yeah. Of course,
So I mean,
most of my stuff is like range pickup anyways. Like I just recycle the brass, like, 'cause I don't pick up. When I go to a match, I'm not just picking up my brass. So, you know.
yeah,
In fact, all the 9mm brass I have is all range brass. It's crazy because since I don't shoot 9mm anymore, like in competition anyways,
Mhm.
I have like literally like almost half. Literally, it's like 30 pounds. It's almost half a 5-gallon bucket full of 9mm brass, and I'm just like, so it's like so nice. It's like just like sitting there waiting to be loaded, and I'll get back in a 9mm again, I'm sure, when I have time to shoot it more for competition.
I just missed out on a really sweet deal. Originally got this 686 for my dad for Father's Day, and he wouldn't accept it. He says, "No, it's too nice, and it's probably
What?
worth too much," and he wouldn't take it.
Oh,
So
heck no. I'd be like, oh, thank you.
yeah, so I felt kind of bad, and I found my local had a deal on a trade-in. It was a Beretta PX4 Storm subcompact,
hmm
and it's got a big chunky grip, and a lot of people say that it shoots and handles a lot like a compact or even a full size. It's not too snappy, and I thought I'd pick it up. And you know me, I waited 2 or 3 days, and I checked the local on the way home from work today. Oh, sorry, you just missed it.
Yeah, but you get some cash back on top of that too, wouldn't you?
Well, I was just gonna buy it outright.
Oh, okay.
He only wanted like $299 for it,
Right.
which is pretty nice. I mean, considering what they go for new.
That's awesome. So
Yeah,
it sounds like you're buying up the guns.
I seem to do it in chunks. You know, I don't
Smart.
just buy one every like 2 or 3 months. It's just sometimes I get into a frenzy and I'm like, I want that one, and I want that one, and I want that one, and I'll just knock them all out once.
I like shooting too much, so I have to not buy guns so I can afford to shoot,
I know that feeling.
which is fine though, because I enjoy shooting more than just having the guns. Although it is good to buy the guns when you can. It's an investment.
Feeding them is the pricey part. Like I finally quit buying 1 pound bottles and I just kind of hunkered down and bought an 8 pound keg this time. And I'm like, okay, this should last a little while.
Oh heck yeah! When I see powder, like I'll buy it. Like it's like even if I wasn't planning on buying powder, if I find it for a deal, I'm like okay, because it's hard to find. It's easier to find now, but it was harder. Of course, for you, like there's a lot of the Magnum powders and stuff for revolvers are pretty easy to find now.
Oh man, I had a heck of a time for maybe the last 4 months or so. You know, I always bring this list based off my reloading book,
hmm
and about 2 minutes from my work is a Carter's Country, which is like a local hunting supply out here, and my coworker goes to lunch right next door to that place. So every time she takes off for lunch, I hand her the list, and I'm like, "Can you ask them if they have this?" And then when she comes back, she'll either say, "Yeah, they've got it," or "No, they don't." And after a while, she came back. She says, "Just put your phone number here. They're just going to call you." So one
That's
day the
funny.
guy called and he's like, "Hey, I've got a 1 pound bottle of Unique here. I've been hiding it if you want to come by." Yeah, I'm on my way right now.
Awesome.
And I think it was last Saturday. He goes, "I got an 8 pounder here if you're interested." Yeah, on my way.
Yeah, yeah, obviously. But how much was it, the 8 pounder? Like
$170.
170?
Yeah. I mean,
Oh,
considering
that's
what
not
the
bad.
1 pounder goes
That's
for, it's
that's
still
a
a
really
great
good
deal.
deal. That's pretty good. Do you ever buy anything online?
Uh, Usually what I'll do is I'll order it online, and then by the time the back order gets full, I can find it locally. So
Really?
like,
No, see.
'cause I mean, I
It's
live
not.
in Houston, so there's like a ton of reloading supplies places out here if you know where to look.
I
So,
put a link inside the powder. You've heard of Powder Valley, right?
mhm.
Yeah, that's where I get all my stuff from mostly. Only thing that I found that's not worth buying online is primers because like you have to order like at least 10,000. Like say if your local gun store is selling primers for like $32 per thousand, and you have to buy at least 10,000 online to make it the equal of that price. So if I buy 10,000 primers online, in order for it to make up for the hazmat fee, even if they're $26 a box online, it comes out to like 30 something because of the hazmat fee.
Yep.
When my
Same thing
local
with the
gun,
powders too.
so if my local gun store has it, then I'll just get it from there for primers. But for powder, it's actually been cheaper online still. Like a lot of the powder places I found, they're trying to gouge. Like for example, I was at a gun shop when I was on vacation a week or so ago, and they had Hodgins CFE pistol, which is a pretty decent pistol powder. It's pretty new actually, and I was like, I'm gonna try it. And they had 1 pound jugs, they had 8 of them, and they were $30 for a pound. I was like, yeah, screw that, I'm not buying all 8. And I asked the guy if he would give me a better deal if I bought all 8. He said no. I was gonna offer him 25 per pound, but I didn't even say that. I just asked him if he could give me a better deal. He just said no. He said
That's a
he said,
shame. If I
yeah.
would have asked that at my locals, they'd have said, "Nope, I can't even sell you more than one." They always have this like one bottle rule per customer.
That's another thing. Yeah, when I buy powder, I buy a bunch. And I actually got lucky. I bought a while back I bought a lot of Hodgin long shot.
Mhm.
I like it pretty good. It's decent. I've been using it, and I've been using it for a while. And then one of the guys that shoots competitions with me, he actually put a post out on one of the. There's a local trading post, like online trading post that I'm a member of, like for the area where I live.
Facebook
And,
page.
No, it's through a range actually. It's like a
Hmm.
range's website page, and they have it on Trading Post. It's near Atlanta, so it's pretty big. I mean, there's a lot of people on it. And he had 16 pounds of powder of long shot, what I was already using. So I was like, well, sweet, I'll just buy it from him, and it was like $21 a pound. I ended up getting 10 pounds of it
Not bad.
just because I couldn't afford all 16. I was like, well, maybe I'll come back later for the rest. And then after that, one day on Powder Valley, they had some Alliant BE86, and I'd been wanting to try that, and I bought it on impulse.
I don't think I've ever seen that available in my area.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen it on the shelf yet.
It's pretty funny too because I'm around 4 Bass Pro shops and they always have nothing on the shelf except 1 or 2 bottles of something nobody ever uses.
Yeah, I never buy anything from the big box stores like that. They're usually always overpriced. I'll go over there and check see if they have anything, and usually if they don't, like you said, they usually don't even have anything. But if they do, I might get it something if it's only something I'm really interested in, just because I want to try it.
The only things that I found at Bass Pro that were worth it from the big box was they were the only place that had the XTPs and 300 grain, so I had to buy it there, but it was reasonable.
Mhm.
And then the reloading dies, the die sets, they're actually not badly priced out there.
Right. I get most of my dyes, so now I use Dylan dyes for my Dylan press. But like before that, I was getting them on Amazon.
Mhm.
So I have a Prime account, so I get like a set of Lee dyes for like 25, $30 shipped in
That's
2
not bad.
days. So I was like,
Yeah.
I'll just do that. But yeah,
G has snuck in among us.
yep.
We're gonna
Yes.
bore him to death.
Yeah, we better save some of the reloading chat for tomorrow. Of course, I'm sure there's plenty we can talk about for reloading.
Sounds like it'll be late tomorrow.
What did you say? Gonna be late?
Yeah, Foos has to go into work, he said, in the evening, so it'll be after that.
Oh, okay, that's fine. He didn't tell me that earlier. I texted him. I told him we could do it tomorrow. And
There's gonna be some good fights on tomorrow, actually. I always kind of get a bit excited when Stone Guy starts talking about fights, but then I realize he's only talking about UFC. But like I grew up with boxing my whole life, and I actually did a little bit of amateur boxing and training or whatnot. But there's some pretty exciting bouts coming up soon. Like tomorrow, there's a really good one, and I've been slowly trying to convince him to get more into that, just because I don't really like how abrupt UFC fights typically end.
mm-hmm.
But we'll see. I'll link it to him tomorrow and see if he'll actually take it.
I think I ate too much candy. My stomach's hurting.
Never enough candy.
Oh, the rest of this is going back in the bag. I think it's gonna give me an upset stomach. I might be headed to the porcelain throne soon.
Really?
Yeah. My stomach's like hurting now. Better save.
Weird.
I better save the rest of these for later.
Just eat them all.
Screw that. Dude, I think I'm getting sick.
Eat them all.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Yeah, sure.
Puking up rainbows.
I'll be crapping out rainbows. So I know you use a lot of the slower powders, Sean, but I like the accurate powders. I don't know if you tried those.
Yeah.
Accurate arms. Those are like my favorite.
Yeah, my Cazul loads use Accurate number 9.
Yep, I've got 2 pounds of that. I picked up.
Does
for
yours smell
yeah.
strange? Like my Accurate number 9 smells. How do I describe this? Spicy.
Fingernail
It's got a
polish?
really weird smell to it.
No, it should.
Like
all
not
powder.
like when bad, not when it goes bad kind of a smell, but I mean.
All powder should smell like fingernail polish remover, kind of like that alcoholish smell to it, kind of.
Yeah. This smells more like some sort of exotic spice.
Really.
Well, typically what I use around here is like Hodgdon. What do they call that? Let me see. Tight Group. I like that because it's pretty economical powder. I like Unique because it's like a jack of all trades powder.
Right.
But my only complaint is it's kind of messy.
Yeah,
It
that's what
makes
I've
your
heard.
cases really dirty,
Yeah.
but it works really well, and it's pretty consistent. And I don't
No,
know,
see, if
it
I
just seems.
could, if I could, I would use only Accurate Arms powder. Well, I'll take it back. Hodgin makes some pretty decent powders. That's what I'm using now, Long Shot and BE86. Those are all Hodgin. Well, BE86 is Alliant. Take it back. So Hodgin and Alliant make some decent powders, but like Accurate Arms, all the powders I've used of theirs, I love all of them. They meter so nice.
Mhm.
I mean,
Yeah, they flow beautifully.
I love them.
The first one I ever used was IMR 4227 for my 44 mag.
Yep.
And at the time, it was just because it was the only one I could find. But the more reading I did on it, a lot of the preferred loads in Lyman catalogs say that for my 454 and for the 44, that 4227 gives a really good result. So I got hooked on it at first, but then I realized, wow, these charges are so much heavier compared to, say, Unique. I'd have to use like 33 grains of this stuff, and I use 13 grains of Unique.
Holy crap.
Yeah, I was going through bottles like they were going out of style.
Yeah. So it's not, yeah, definitely more economical. But IMR powders, I think, are kind of underrated though, because they are some pretty decent powders. They've been around for a long time. Most of them are military powders that they used in the wars and stuff.
Look what we've done. We've silenced everybody else.
Did the Smith & Wesson Bodyguard 38 always come with a Crimson Trace laser?
There was two versions. One of them had the Crimson Trace built on with that little red button, and then they also had another one that didn't have it at all.
Okay. I thought it was a different company that put the laser on there.
I think what they did was they bought it under license or whatever. They were like, here, you design these for us, and we'll install them on here. Like factory installed stuff. Were you guys on the chat earlier today when we went on about our death penalty chat?
No.
Oh man, that was crazy. They were talking about we were gonna have a chat if there was room for it about the new death penalty and how to make the show Survivor actually a Survivor show. And because my mom used to be she's kind of addicted to reality TV shows, so she used to watch Survivor year after year after year. And I always thought, I was like, why do you watch this crap? I'm like, they're on a tropical island. They're not under that much stress, and then they do these, chintzy little challenges and stuff. And I'm like, I know it's not easy, but this is more like who can out backstab who politically,
Right, like a reality game show.
Yeah, and she got sick of that, me saying that all the time. She goes, okay, smarty pants, how would you do Survivor? And I'm like, this is easy. I'm like, you take 30 people, you give each one a colored bandana like a flag, right? You airdrop them on Kodiak Island in the winter. You give them 2 pistols, 2 flashlights, 2 survival knives, 2 fire starters, 2 compasses.
Yeah, each person has 2 of those?
No.
Oh, the group each
There's
team.
a box with just that in it.
Oh, okay.
And then enough thermal blankets for everybody. And you give them enough clothing during the airdrop for the time being, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you just leave them there. And the whole island's cameraed out. And you just say, we'll be back in 90 days. If you give up, come to this beach, tie your bandana on a stick, and we'll airlift you out of here. Last man standing is the winner.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
That's how you do a Survivor show. Live off the land, watch out for bears.
Then you would have all these, you wouldn't have the same type of people that are on the show now, though. You'd have,
real people.
None of those people would sign up for it.
Bear Grylls wouldn't even be there.
No, probably not. He wouldn't need to. He makes enough money anyways.
Well, he would be like, I can't take my camera crew? No deal.
They should do like the Hunger Games or something, where they kill each other off.
There you go.
Well, you have to draw a line somewhere. So,
I
the
think it'd be pretty
bears,
entertaining.
you know.
Gladiator games.
I got a great story about my Alaskan. It's actually my second Ruger Super Red Hawk Alaskan. The first one I bought, I took to me on a trip to Denali. I had a friend who lives up there. He kind of works the tourist industry. He has like a bed and breakfast thing next to a huge bar. And so he asked me to come up there for the summer, stay with him, enjoy Alaska. And I thought, hey, that's a great idea. So I went up there, took my Ruger with me, worked the bed and breakfast in the bar every day, made money at night, drank till I threw up, went to bed every day. Next morning you would wake up, walk out on the patio, cup of coffee, smoke a cigarette, back when I smoked. And every morning I would see like an elk grazing out in his front yard, sometimes two. And I asked him, I'm like, is this normal? He's like, oh yeah, you see this every day. So I stayed there for just about 6 weeks or so. And on the last day before I was getting ready to leave, everything went the same way. Woke up, grabbed a cup of coffee and a cigarette, stood outside, dropped the cigarette, and just turned completely pale. And the guy who owns the house comes out, puts his hand on my shoulder. He's like, what's going on? I'm like, you know that moose? He's like, yeah. I'm like, he's still out there. He's like, where is he? I'm like, there's a bear eating him on the hood of your car.
What?
And he goes, did you bring a gun? I was like, yeah, it's in your room. Came back out, brought my Alaskan, fired 3 shots in the air, and bear took off. And I was like, well, I think you're going to need this more than I do, so why don't you go ahead and keep that as a parting gift? So I left it with him, came back to Houston. About 6 months later, I kind of missed it, so I went to a gun show, found another one, bought it on the spot. I'm like, yeah, I'll take that one. The guy says, are you sure you need a gun this big? It's like, this is the 4th biggest city in the country. And he's like, and this is a bear gun. Why do you need this? I had a friend with me, right? I didn't even sweat. I just looked at him. I was like, because assholes come in all sizes. The guy just looked at me and goes, can't fault you for that. Here, fill out this form.
That's funny. It's like, oh, fair enough. Yeah, so I can't believe you gave your friend. Did you loan it to him, or did you actually give it to him?
I gave it to him.
Well, that was nice. I need to get what job you're working at right now, so I can be
Well,
giving away guns.
The way I figured, he let me stay at his place. I was in Alaska for 6 weeks. I didn't pay for any of my drinks, any of
Oh,
my
okay.
lodging,
That makes sense. That's different.
any of my cigarettes, which I think were $12 a pack up there. And, I got my money's worth. And
Yeah,
I
that's
visit
nice.
him all the time, so it's like I can always go back up there, and he's still got it.
Right. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, sounds like that's definitely even trade then for 6 weeks.
It's good times.
So did you just go to see him and hang out?
Yeah.
Vacation?
I mean,
That's awesome.
The first time I went up there, I just went with the intention of, being on vacation. And I was only going to stay for 2 weeks. And then I started realizing I was making $800 to $1,000 in tips and money every day. I'm like, why am I even going home?
So where were you? You were working with him at what he does?
Yeah, I was just, ferrying people around from the bed and breakfast and the bar, and then the municipal airport was like an hour and a half away. So he has like this diesel 15-passenger van. Sometimes I would take the people to the airport, and then you get tips picking people up, you get tips taking people back. So it's like
Nice. Yeah.
it's like ice road truckers with people. You get paid both ways. It was awesome.
Right.
But the money was good, so I stayed a bit longer than usual. And then just, made pretty good money and came home and wondered why I did it. That's the second time that's happened, actually. My mom sent me to Hawaii to visit my aunt. And the last time I saw her, I was a little kid, so I didn't even really recognize her. But I was only supposed to stay for 2 weeks or 10 days or something.
hmm
And the first day I saw her, she's like, "Oh my God, I remember when you were a baby," and she's kind of embarrassing me or whatever. And I said, "So what's there to do around here?" So she kind of showed me around. I'm like, "Is the money good out here?" She got me a job ferrying people from the airport to the hotel, and I was making $400 in tips every day.
Yeah, that's kind of like what I mean. A lot of people down there, I guess, do tourist related jobs. It's like an island. He does photography or something, I think, down there.
Yeah.
And he does pretty decent with it. He said.
I ended up staying there for
Pretty laid
4
back.
months.
Wow.
And the only reason I came home was because my mom actually called and she says, "Are you ever coming home?" And I told her, I'm like, "I'm not so sure."
That's awesome that you get to travel like that. That's good. How old were you when you did that? Were you younger or?
19, 20, something like that. Feels like a lifetime ago.
Well, how old are you now?
36.
Oof. Getting on up there.
Yeah, I don't even believe it when I say it. Of course, my girlfriend reminds me of that all the time. She's only 23, so
There you go.
she always pulls this thing where she points at me. She goes, "You old man!" I'm like, "Stop it."
It's not funny.
Yeah,
Hurts. It hurts.
it does. Like right in the feelings.
Oof.
I think I belled that one out a bit too much. This is the sound of work.
The keyboard?
It's my decapping and resizing die.
Oh my god, thing's loud.
Yeah, I was chattering it in there. I think I ruined this one. Oh, no, it's safe. I got a bit too ambitious with the belling on that first one.
Oh, you're screwing the dies in, that's why it sounds...
Yeah.
Okay. I guess, see, I don't know what that sounds like since I have a progressive.
Progressive. Yeah. I thought about getting one of those, but once I noticed that, I can get that
if you're
computer
just,
powder loader,
yeah,
that's
if
like
you're
the
just
slowest
loading,
part.
if you're just loading for like revolvers and stuff, you're not shooting like a crazy amount. Like what would be best probably is a turret press. It's like a stationary.
Yeah, that's actually what the first thing I was going to get was.
That's what I would get. The Lee has one. It's like $100,
Mhm.
and I almost got that instead of my Dillon 550. But I ended up realizing that I would need something a lot better quality. I wanted something that was gonna last forever. And since they have lifetime warranty and everything, and I was shooting a crap ton of rounds, I was like, well, I was gonna get a Dillon, and I don't regret it. But yeah, definitely, I still wouldn't mind having a small turret press for like smaller batches of ammo. Because once you get progressive press, it's not really. That's the one thing you lose is the ability to switch over. To.
Well, you can buy more of those little.
Well, so I'm saying you can switch. It's just like it's not as easy.
Yeah.
It's just like more of a chore.
Like Hickok's setup is just insane because he's got all these different plates for his Dillon press. He just bought like 20 extra plates, and they're all set up just the way he needs them.
Yeah, that's what I'd like to have, but there's other stuff I gotta buy. What's up, Yankee?
Not much.
Everybody's coming in late tonight.
Just got home.
Yeah, it's not late for him. It's only like 11 o'clock for him.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
I thought I saw Garrison Keeler in here earlier.
Who?
Polecat.
Mr. Polecat?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He takes offense to coming from the place where the women are strong and the men are good looking.
Where's that?
Lake Wobegon? I think that's what it's called.
Hmm.
I haven't listened to that show in a long time. Yeah, that's going to have to do for now.
Well, this is interesting. They have, I'm just looking at some load data right now, and they have load data for 500 line ball in here. on the Accurate website. That's surprising. Not really a very popular caliber.
Stout caliber.
Holy crap! Apparently, the 20 BR, which is like a bench rest gun, produces 63,000 psi chamber pressure. That's insane. That's a barrel burner right there, I bet.
Alright, well, I gotta put my toys away since I got an early morning, so I will see you all tomorrow.
All right, man. Thanks for joining the chat. Nice having you. First time.
We'll do it again.
Yeah, definitely. We'll probably have something posted tomorrow for the reloading chat. Just ask around in the chat if you don't see
Alright.
anything.
I'll be here after the fights then.
All right. Take it
Okay.
easy. I'm about to head out soon too. I can't stay up to 4 o'clock again.
Anybody ever get messages on their Instagram asking how much on your picture? How much?
What? No.
There's a picture of my gun, and the person just asks how much. It's like I got 3 different people in the span of me doing the Instagram
Really?
asking how much. I'm like, it's not a sales ad.
It's probably a spam bot or something.
How much did I pay for it? How much?
Maybe that's what I mean. That's maybe how much was the gun? I don't
How
know.
much?
Did you check out the profiles?
The only question I get on however many 3,000 videos or whatever I've got is that same question. Everybody wants to know how much everything costs.
How much? Yeah.
I don't understand. Like, the only time I ever asked that, it's like something like if I ever asked that on video or something, it's because it's like something I can't look up easily, you know. And now, be curious how much you have to, if I wanted to buy it.
Well, the one time I replied to somebody and asked them, I was like, how much did I pay for it? And they never answered me back.
Yeah.
Now I just ignored them.
What I love is, like, I posted a picture of that H&K, that P30 SK I just bought.
Yeah.
And what I love are the people come in and go, in my video and on Instagram, be like, well, I can't believe somebody would spend that much more money when you could just get a Glock. You get 2 Glocks. And I'm like, if you look everywhere, it's like $27 more than a Glock.
Yeah.
It's like, so unless you're getting that second Glock for $27, I don't.
Extra magazine.
What's that? Yeah, an extra magazine maybe. Like it's like literally $27 more.
Yeah. That's why I mentioned it the other night, and everybody was like, what? An H&K 1%er? And I was like, no, it's only like
People just be jealous, that's all.
a little more than a Gen 4 Glock.
Yeah, because the Gen 4 Glocks here are like $540, and that was like $565.
Yeah. It's a good deal.
Yeah, I'm liking it. I took it to the range yesterday.
To shoot it well.
Yeah, it's easy to shoot even with just 2 fingers on it, because my third finger tucks right under the front end of it. It doesn't do that like half on, half off, so it's not too bad. It's pretty comfortable to shoot. Has very little recoil for a little 9mm, but I think it's because the grip fills out my hand so much, because I got the large backstrap and the medium side panels.
Yeah.
So there's no room for it to wiggle around in there at all.
Yeah, that's how it comes. That's how mine came.
Yeah. And I like that. That's fit my hand perfectly. So
Yep,
But
that's
it's like that PPS I had. People always ask me why I didn't like it. And I'm like, well, because the grip was so thin that I couldn't get a good hold on it, and it just wiggled around so much in my hand when I fired it. This gun doesn't move at all when I fire it.
yeah. That's what I would have switched it to if it came with the
He
medium
doesn't like
ratio.
to wiggle around in his hand.
What's that? What do you say?
I said you don't like it when things wiggle around in your hand.
No, not that much anyway. Unless I'm getting paid for it.
Yeah, like it. I can get my pinky on the very end of it, very bottom.
Yeah,
It doesn't bother me as much as the 26, where it's like no pinky at
get
all.
that on my fanny pack here. So I can't really even get my finger on it really. I mean, nah, but it tucks under perfectly, like right there.
Yeah, there's already one company that has a base pad out for it.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to bother because it's so comfortable in my hand that I don't think I even need the extended base plate.
Yeah, I definitely don't. I'm not going to bother with it, but
And plus, if I put the extended base plate on it, it probably wouldn't fit in my fanny pack anymore because it just barely fits in my fanny pack. Yes, it's loaded, so it's dangerous. Can you see it's loaded? I don't know.
not enough light down there.
Sweeping y'all with a loaded gun. I tell you the comment I've gotten. You talked about getting the comment about price. You would say it's what he's gotten the most lately. The comment I've gotten the most lately, the one that I keep getting repeated, is, "What's with the deal with that fucking ugly watch?" And I'm like, I don't think this watch is ugly. I like this watch.
Is that your green one or yellow one, whatever color it is?
No.
Yeah.
People are like, "What's the deal with that fugly watch?" I'm like, "It's green. It's zombie green." And it doesn't go dead when I take it shooting. I've had so many watches just go dead when I shoot with them. Like decent watches that I've had, they just die because you take them out shooting.
Can't handle the pressure.
It's a lot of jarring around, I guess.
If anybody still follows Tac Daddy on Instagram, which is hard to do, but
I didn't know he had an Instagram page.
it's a little entertaining. He bought one of the G-Shock watches and took like, I don't know, at least 10 pictures of it. Whoa, buddy,
I
calm
haven't taken a picture of my watch for Instagram yet. I need to, so I can show people my fucking ugly watch.
Hey, someone stole my text tone. Whose phone was that?
My phone has started doing that. I'm not sure why. I
Yeah.
think for some reason it gives me weather updates. And I don't ask it to give me weather updates, but it gives them to me, and when it does, it makes that weird little noise.
That whistle noise? Oh, that's my
Yeah.
text. That's my text tone.
And my text is "Holy shit, snacks."
What?
Yeah, this is what it does when I get a text. It does the
Holy shit, snacks!
Yeah, that's funny. I can just imagine that going off in the most odd places.
goes off in good places. Of course, the one that people actually catch on to when I hear it is my email notification.
Is that why you're being such a bitch? All ashore from the SS date rape?
Yeah.
Where's the?
I'm assuming all these are from cartoons, right?
Yes. My ringtone is the.
Black ass mama, black ass mama, white ass daddy, white ass daddy, mulatto buds, mulatto buds, mulatto buds, mulatto buds.
Oh, wow. I bet your kids love that, huh?
That's Archer's ringtone on the. What the fuck is that?
News channel. What it sounded like.
I just got this phone. It still has the stock tone on it. I haven't fucked with it yet.
Okay. Let's see.
Sorry about your homie. Homies.
Of course, when my mom calls, I have to have the. What is it? When my mom calls, it is.
Is that a saxophone or something?
No, it's Green Acres because she's a hillbilly.
No, I'm saying like the instrument. Like, what is that playing? It's hard to tell.
Probably
You
like
can make it so that's what they hear when they call you.
Yeah, well, you can do that ringback tones.
Yeah.
I like this one. This is one I used to have all the time for my.
Well, I'd love to stay and chat, but you're a total bitch.
That one's funny. I like that one. Stewie.
So all a brother wanted to do was buy a holster today, and all he got was a bunch of grief the whole way.
Who? What are you talking about?
This
Now, that
little
would be
piggy went
me.
to the gun store to get a holster. This
Oh.
little piggy didn't get a holster and went home sad.
It's getting to where most gun stores don't even carry enough holsters to make it worth even stopping at a gun shop and look. They can't compete with the internet, so.
Yep, it's true.
Well, and that was part of the problem, trying to
ask these guys what they think about your situation.
say what?
Share what happened.
Let these guys tell you what they think, what holster that you should buy.
Okay, I'm down. So I was looking for a holster for my Smith & Wesson revolver, right? And since it's a 327 TR8, it's relatively difficult to find holsters specifically made for it, right? I mean, you can get kind of a generic holster, or I found like a Bianchi that takes a 5-inch end frame or something like that. So, I mean, technically, I guess that would work. But one of the places that I found was Blade Tech, and they make they make the competition model and outside the waistband model, specifically for that 327. And it's relatively reasonably priced. I mean, as far as I can tell. But it's been relatively difficult finding a holster for it. And since it's probably going to go on like a battle belt or something to that effect, or maybe carry around the house, so to speak, just so I get used to it, concealment's not overly an issue, I guess.
But you're still wanting something outside waistband, or?
Well, it is 5-inch barrel on that thing, so either I was thinking some form of a shoulder holster or outside the waistband, yes.
Just get an open bottom one for like a Just get an open bottom, it'll just stick the barrel, just stick out the end.
Right. Well, that what do you call it? The blade tack wasn't overly expensive. It was still like, depending on which one you were getting, it was somewhere between like 69 and 80 something bucks. So I thought that was pretty reasonable for a holster.
Yeah.
Did you come in here to have us tell you what to buy?
Pretty close.
Pretty much what he's asking.
Because I'm ready. I'm ready now.
Somewhere
Blade Tech,
good guys having an aneurysm right now.
he's like, well, I'll tell you the good guy answer. It would be Uncle Mike's, size medium.
Oh,
Somewhere a whole group of people are telling some poor son of a bitch what to buy.
Uncle Mike's, size medium, some duct tape, and some shoe
well,
lace.
and see, like,
And maybe
I mean, I did see a nice. I mean, the Bianchi was a nice leather holster and all that. It just, it wasn't specific for the model. It was literally a 5-inch end frame. That's
There you
what
go,
it said.
right
So, I mean, I would think that would work.
Stop talking about it now.
What are you on, welfare? Or what? I mean, if you're on food stamps, then that's cool.
AstroTurf.
Well,
and-
if I can use my EBT card for it, I would go for it.
Dude, there's only one way to go. Milt Sparks, dude. That's it.
I found
Stop
you the
being
holster
fucking
you need.
cheap.
Don't listen to DB and his.
Life is too short to not own a Milt Sparks for your end frame.
I just found you the holster you need. Buy it now. Spend all your money.
Galco.
I'm looking.
They have it, your exact model. You can thank me later when you're doing double backflips, shooting people upside down.
Wait. You talking about the 357 with the rails and all that stuff?
Yeah.
Well, the rails, you can put the rails on. Like, there's no rails on it currently.
Well, isn't there one under the barrel though?
No.
Nope, that would be the R8. Yep.
Okay, you didn't get the what did you get?
I got the TRR8, which is removable rails.
Okay.
He was smart.
Yeah. Well, then just get it. Then just quit being a whiny bitch and just get one for a 5-inch gun. It should fit it.
What's wrong with Galco? This underlug looks funny. Dude. I don't think that's normal.
I would get the holster for that specific model. I would not fuck
But they make them for just that size frame of a Smith & Wesson. It should fit any hole. The frame of the body of the gun and the cylinder is not any different.
Well, and for example, I've heard pretty much from everybody in this chat, other than maybe Caleb and Wayne and Tapper, who don't talk, but he does in the side chat, that all you guys have more than one holster for your gun or guns.
Of course. But I guarantee you, my end frame holster is not going to fit your pistol well at all. I guarantee it.
That's not normal, dude. This is not gonna. This shape.
Yeah, that's not normal.
No.
What are you talking about?
You could shove your pistol in my holster, but you'd be like,
whoa! We don't even know each other, dude.
Oh man,
I'm just fucking with you. Come on, PBR. That was funny. That was funny. Come on.
I've had a long day. I had to open all these boxes full of cool shit mailed to me from I don't know where. And now I have
another holster. Even if the barrel's a little thicker, you just got to steam it a little bit, and it'll fit right in it.
You need to go all the way, dude. Stop being crazy and get the light red dot set up.
At least buy it dinner first. Fuck, man.
You need to watch The Walking Dead and see what holster Maggie's got hers in. See what she's using.
I would buy the holster specifically for that.
This one's $64, $65.
Yes, that is. I have.
Dude, I wish Dana was here so I could give him
This is crazy.
I like the one
like
where
Escape from New York.
Picture
dude.
that. It's got a Surefire on the bottom, and he's got the Aimpoint Pro on top.
He's like, I had an AR-15, but I bought this, so I don't need an AR-15. But I kept all the accessories.
Oh, I'd definitely say that that pistol or that revolver definitely costs more than my AR for sure.
Get a sling mount attached to the rail, and then run a single point sling on that bitch. That would be cool. Oh,
Put
man.
a carry handle on the top of it.
There you go.
That would be something.
You could put an AFG underneath.
Come on,
Yeah.
computer.
See, now we're getting into it. AFG and a carry
I was
handle.
gonna say, let me call Nothing Fancy and find out what he got. Do you see what I'm seeing right now?
Oh yeah, I saw either Robbie or Pink linked me that photo before.
That is crazy.
Why don't you hold
God.
it up? It's underneath all you there.
Well, then I don't know why it isn't showing up.
Oh, it's
Just
made
below
red
it,
dot
please.
size.
So it's got the RMR on top.
But you have to have like a 75-inch waist.
Put that in your pants.
I'm hoping that's outside the waistband, because if that's inside the waistband, yeah, you have to be Andre the Giant pretty much.
And like, is it at some wicked backward cant?
No.
Maybe it's a cross draw.
No, it's straight. It looks like a straight draw. That's from yeah, I don't know. Just Google TRR8 holsters.
Where's Dano? I want to give him a heart attack with all his
Please not tell me
cosplaying.
what to Google.
There you go. You see it better.
Uncle fucking Mike. Dude.
Just
Wait a minute, what am I looking at?
I don't
That
know.
same
What are you
picture.
looking at?
Just show it again. I think you just come straight up with that.
Yeah.
It's a straight drop, dude. It's a straight holster.
But is
This
it a
is the red-
drop leg, or do you carry it like
No.
draw it up into your armpit?
No, that's the outside the waistband Kydex. It's just belt.
Right, but I'm saying the belt loop has to be down around where that optic is, and then where's
Yeah.
the back belt loop? Down by the front of the receiver?
They can do it by the trigger guard or even by the.
If it's by the trigger, then that thing's at some like wicked backwards cant, where you'd have to draw it like to your
Oh, I
rear.
see, yeah.
It's like one of those quick draw guys with their holster all fucked off, so they can.
Oh, how much?
They cut the front down so that you draw it kind of up and forward, I think.
Yeah, like because as a matter of fact, Blade Tech also makes a competition holder for that 327, and that's kind of exactly how it is. It's like the top it just isn't there so much. So I think
Well,
it's
something like a World War II pilot's holster, where it kind of is a stomach, chest, rib cage kind of thing.
Yeah,
where it's almost like an Alaskan guide holster,
guide-
almost.
Yeah, exactly, like an Alaskan one.
Dude, just
I'm
get
down for
that.
trying all sorts of stuff.
That
I
looks
can't
good.
have that. I can't do that. I can't do that.
It's like a
Can't do-
cockroach.
I mean, I could do that, but I couldn't do that.
It's like a big water bug.
Yeah.
Fuck
Big
no.
blob. The blob holster.
Dude, buy something that works. Nothing crazy. I almost said nothing fancy. I like how that guy's ruined that phrase forever now. And just from there, like later on, get some guide holes. Just buy more than one, dude. Start with something inexpensive and quality, and then go crazy, and then
Well,
buy
that's-
another, and buy another, and buy another.
Okay, so the other reason I was looking at Blade Tech also is because right now they got the 17% off for Father's Day with the.
But you have to prove you're a father, I think.
Nope,
When you enter.
you gotta
They
use-
want, they want child support notices.
I'm pretty sure the code is DAD215. Actually, let me confirm.
Isn't that, what do they call that shit? What's that? That's like valor. What is it? Valor thieving or something like that?
Stolen Valor?
Stolen valor, yeah. Stolen father valor. That's fucked up, man. Can't do it, man. Can't do it.
Well,
That's pretty messed up.
here is the
I think
picture.
it should be Latex responsibility to prove you're not a father.
Well, here's the other thing. It was linked on Facebook by Michelle Viscusi, so whatever.
Ooh.
Yeah, what are you saying? She's a liar?
She's a
you-
father,
Right.
I know that.
Thank you. That was exact. She's definitely a mother.
Maybe she's a father. I mean, we don't know something.
What do you mean? It's a girl? Okay.
What's she been hiding in those shorts?
I don't know.
Not much, man. I don't know. I guess she
She's a
could have
hottie,
tucked
dude.
her.
I'm not.
She's a
She's a
nugget.
Yeah, she's a chicken McNugget.
I don't like the way this is going.
What?
All right, right. Let's not defile it or anything
I don't
like
know what
that.
you're talking about. Blade Tech's awesome. Did you try Comtac?
I didn't see one for the specific model, but I had looked at Comtech. I was almost thinking about them for my Glock with the
I like that.
I got
PLR HL1 or TLR1
Oh,
HL.
yeah.
You're gonna be able to
They
beat
make good shit.
$65 that I just linked in there. $65. That's hard to beat.
That is hard to beat. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie.
And I'm not gonna lie. I'm wearing it right now. That brand, not the out. I'm wearing inside one of their inside the waistband right now as we speak.
So does that
Oh,
one
boy.
fit the rails?
So you were
I
wearing
don't know.
pants, I guess.
You call them an ass. They're fucking super nice.
It seems like a good deal.
They're local to where.
I like nice.
They're more,
Nice
they're more,
works out really well.
they're more local to Yankee than me, but they're up in Washington.
Well, shit, that's like paper airplane away. That's not that far.
Yeah, so you'd probably get it pretty quick too.
That's like Commieland.
So I got 3 giant boxes today in the mail. I was very excited. It's like Christmas.
Bayonets, and then what else?
I can't see the markings on it, but
I got a bunch of M block clips, so I think I'll
nice.
be ready for this. Dude, those 2 boxes up at the top are full of M block clips. I'm fucking
Does the
ready.
Duran take a bayonet or no?
Oh yeah,
Horde
that's
much?
say again.
Horde much?
Geriatric. This fucking
can we see a picture
geriatric shit hits the fan, right?
Can we see a picture of your bayonet wall one more time, G-Webs? But yeah, I got
That's historic preservation. That's different.
okay. Different. Okay, well, I got 2 grand bayonets,
That's for the children.
and they're both absolutely like more than any Eastern Bloc shit I've ever seen covered in Cosmoline. And I took a couple pictures of Freak Out Dano, but he's not on the chat.
It's like coconut
And
oil, man. It's
They
good
look
for you.
huge.
The bayonets, they're actually cut down from whatever 10-inch blades. They used to be they're the cut down version.
Oh,
And one is they cut them down at the factory, and one's brand new. One's never been used, and the other's been all beat up. But it's like cool beat up, not like some shitty kid had it, but like some GI used it to open his K rations and shit. And then I got a Bulgarian AK-74 bayonet, so I can.
Nice. That was what my guess was gonna be.
I bought it literally 10 minutes before you posted that video about the AK-74 Bulgarian bayonets, G-Webs.
What did it cost?
I got it with shipping and handling, $80, which is a little more, but
Damn.
From like a store or like an eBay auction?
I got it off Gunbroker
Oh, gunbroker auction.
from like a reputable dealer.
Northledge or whatever?
Yeah,
Okay.
and they had it was cheaper on Gunbroker than it was on their website by quite a bit.
I'm not saying nothing, but I go over there every time they're at the SAR show and I touch all their bayonets, so just saying.
Oh,
got
so
him.
in other words, I shouldn't wash this bayonet.
As I say, that's not even creepy.
I don't think I'm going to be that authentic. I'm going
Your
with the
bayonet
bake,
may have a history is all I'm saying.
going
It's
with the
brand new,
Bakelite.
too.
Going with the Bakelite from Classic Firearms.
Oh, I had to be real. This thing's brand new too, which is nice, and it's got a weird code like import or inspection stamp that I haven't seen before on the back. That's like 4 letters long.
What do you mean?
All the
What do you
ones I've
saying?
seen are like
Where? OTK?
Oh wow.
yeah, OTK, but then there's something else and I can't make it out. It's like OTK3, and then there's an E above that. There's E and then OTK3. It looks like.
That's a 90s boys band, OTK.
Yeah, brand new. I'm stoked on this band. This Russian band is cool, and
And
not
anybody
gonna
that would
tell-
correct you.
I thought it stood for out to kill. I guess not.
but these
That could
I
be it.
can't wait to clean these. I can't do it tonight. I gotta wait till
Steven
like,
Seagal bayonet.
Other than kind.
yeah, no Dano here to like show my Cosmoline covered Grand bayonet, make him freak out, have a flashback.
Well, you wouldn't want him to stroke out on the chat or anything, so it's probably for the best.
Well,
There's your gun, right? See?
hell yeah.
That almost. If that's a removable rail on the bottom, yes.
It looks like the R8.
Because the R8 is the one that has the rail on the bottom all the time.
Anybody follow this guy on Instagram? Ill-mannered gun runner. He's the guy with all these.
He puts the same picture like every single time. It's that same angle. The bullets
Same angle, and the bullets are all funky laid out.
What do you mean funky laid out?
They're just like some are standing up, some are laying down.
I mean, I stole the idea. I tried to do that too. I'll put like whatever amount of bullets the gun can hold next to the gun now.
Is there some bullet etiquette that I should know about?
I just throw a pile of bullets at my gun and then.
Oh, you're right. There's like. That's
I just dump a pail of bullets on my gun and take a picture.
Like putting water on a bikini model.
Yeah,
there you go. Making it rain.
Because we all know what
Feel
that's
the
like.
9mm.
They don't hurt the gun when you pour them on.
Push those primers.
I love getting shit in the mail all at once. When you order a bunch of different things and they all come on the same day, it's like Christmas.
That is a nice thing.
Well, maybe on Sunday I'll have a chance to clean them up and take some sexy grand bayonet photos.
They can sell them at the long length. It's just that in World War II they didn't fight in the trenches, so they figured they didn't need those long ones, I guess, and they cut them all down.
Oh, yeah, that was a question. Sorry, I never. Yeah, they the Springfields and Krags and all those previous rifles had a super long, like 10-inch.
They're awesome as shit.
Yeah, I want to find one.
They're like a mini sword.
They seriously are a sword. Yeah.
Eventually, I want to find one unmolested, but during World War II, they went to they cut them all down. Well, and they started producing new ones that were shorter. So the handle is, as far as it mounts, is exactly the same, but the blade's shorter. So then they took the old ones, and they at the factory cut them all down. It's like a factory cut down, and then put them in new scabbards, and then finished them and did all all that shit. And I got them at
1905s when I was a kid, and we used to sword fight with them constantly. I had like, I don't know, 8 of them. So we would just grab whichever 2 we felt like and sword fight with them all afternoon.
And nobody ever lost a finger or an eye or anything?
No, not really. We'd go out and wail on a tree or something if we wanted to hunt with them, but we would just smack them back and forth. They got this big curly, like, hilt or whatever.
Is that a 10?
No, it's a Smith & Wesson 52 dash something.
Yeah,
52-2 38.
Here's M series bayonets if you're a curious tapper, and I got them at CMP. So if you do end up buying a rifle through CMP, you can buy bayonets through CMP, but you can only buy bayonets through CMP if you have a account with them, which is kind of.
How much are they?
They're not expensive. They're like $65.
Nice.
Well, that's not giving them away.
One of them is kind of like I said. I mean, I can show you the picture again. One of them's kind of beat up, but it's like, it's not. It's like honest wear. Like you can tell, like somebody was using it to, I don't know, be a fucking GI. And the other one is like brand I can't really tell, but it's like, compared to the one that's beat up, it looks like it's in nearly perfect condition. And you can kind of you see it in the photo.
Glad his P30L picture is nowhere near as good as any of mine.
Oh, well, sorry about that.
Wow, there it is.
Look at the grip. He totally messed that up.
Good luck trying to resell that.
Yeah. Well, now I'm. Wait. What did he do to the grip?
Wait, what happened?
Just the angle that he took the picture at, and it has the smallest back strap on it. It looks weird.
You guys are snobs now.
They're art critic. Art critic.
Remind me not to show you photos I take anymore.
This pistol doesn't have enough cleavage.
We're still waiting for your Instagram debut.
Well, I gotta wait for me to get a real camera. I don't really like the pictures my phone take are too grainy and weird. I can't seem to get it to take clear photos. Like you can, this photo is like shit. It's like weird and pixelated, and I'm either gonna have to get a better phone, which I don't feel like doing, or get a camera and do what Yankee does, and like take photos and upload them to my phone.
I made
Have you
Marco
thought about
repost.
instead of
I was gonna say I made Marco repost one of my reposts today.
nice.
What are you gonna say, DB?
Instead of Instagram, you could just bring your Garand and bayonets to like the old folks' homes in your area. Then it'll be like Cocoon.
Oh, are you jealous much, DB?
All the
Yes. Like rejuvenated.
CMP, dude. I can't do that. They asked me if I belong to anything, and I said no. Not even the NRA. This doesn't count.
Whatever, dude. I'm barely affiliated with anything else. The only thing I have on you is military, and that made it a little easier. But if you don't, I thought you had I thought you're part of like the GSF or some whatever that shit's called. You get your coupon.
GSF.
You
Yeah,
get
it's the Glock shooting sports thing. I have my membership card. I don't have any more coupons yet. Maybe
well, no, if you're,
next year.
that will probably allow you to buy through CMP. Being a member.
Yeah, I thought you just had to be affiliated with a pro gun organization or something like that.
Shooting club or something.
Well, Glock Shooting Sports Federation or whatever, Foundation, whatever it is, that sounds like a shooting club.
One of
I'm
them's
down.
like Union Fork and Hoe, and the other is another. I don't remember what they were. I bought two different.
You Fork and Hoe? What?
Union Fork and Hoe, and the other one's I don't know, some other weird somebody tool company or something weird. I don't know. I have to clean them up and.
I like the names on both of them. One's a Pimps, and the other one is a Preacher, which is a great song.
Fork it over, Ho. So
Isn't
what are
that
these?
a song? I was just answering Tapper's question on the side.
Oh.
He asked what manufacturer they are, and I could look.
And Tapper, I say it depends on how old the lady is.
I'm taking down my Instagram. I'm just gonna have eggs and butter reviews on there.
Nice. Safe.
Mustard reviews.
What kind of eggs?
Free range, organic.
Well, that's gonna go far on this audit.
I'm gonna get a lot of likes with them brown eggs.
I can't get into that. I'm only into
Brown eggs are the best eggs.
I'm only into goose eggs now. Organic goose.
All right, Tapper. One is a
I only like
American Fork
Cadbury
and Hoe,
eggs.
and the other is a Union Fork and Hoe.
You Fork and Hoe.
I happen to have one right there.
Nice.
I'm only into those.
Cadbury.
Fry them.
Thank you, Mr. Bunny.
Did you bust that out of your is that part of your your end of the world stash?
My chocolate collection. I was
it
cleaning.
in your basket?
They don't get old till Christmas.
I was cleaning up the bedroom today and found the stash of candy that we give the kids.
Nice.
That was the last one.
This one's not gonna make it. Sorry, kids. This one ain't gonna make it.
But no, I'm old enough to remember when Cadbury eggs first came out.
Oh yeah.
And I
Well, they're
fucking love
British
those
or
things,
whatever,
too.
right?
No, I don't. Well, the Easter eggs, I don't think they were around my whole life. I think that was probably five, I don't know, fucking 7 or 8.
I remember them not existing and then coming onto the scene. That
So
was pretty significant.
You were born before 1963?
They're not that
No,
old.
I don't remember that. The Easter eggs?
Yeah, they're from the 60s.
Cadbury egg?
I just looked it
You
up
bet.
because DB's a fucking liar. I'm just kidding. Ew, gross. Weird.
No, it makes sense. Maybe their marketing budget opened up in 83 or whatever.
With the ad with the rabbit clucking like a chicken that they replayed every fucking year out here.
Well, I'm trying to say is I fucking love
Manufacture
those.
1.5 million of those things a day.
Hell yeah. That chicken's gotta lay some eggs, bitch.
Well, it says they were first manufactured by the Cadbury brothers in 1923.
Oh wow.
They were renamed Cadbury's Cream Eggs in 71.
Whoops. Someone kill the chat with Cadbury Easter eggs.
Alright, I gotta go. Later, guys.
Later.
See ya. He's offended by Cadbury eggs.
He's like, wait a second. I got these bayonets, man. I'm in this chat with these losers.
Now it doesn't say when they came into the U.S.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. He wasn't, you know, he walked the walk, man. He joined the CMP. That's what I need to do. Those Garands are cheap.
So I think you should get that holster that PBR linked.
How much is that one at Blade Tech, and how cheap is it with their sale that you're trying to get in on?
Oh, that's a good point.
Oh, he left.
He went to get some eggs.
Butter.
All this egg talk.
Yeah, DB started it with all its eggs and butter.
Man, my bad.
Well, I haven't really seen a food pic on DB since the cheese.
I put
Parmesan
cheese
cheese.
on word on Instagram. I put that on Instagram. Oh, okay. I'll be back. I got fancy food, man. I'm not playing around.
Maybe the mustard was the last one.
Yeah, the Coleman's.
Yeah.
Spicy brown.
That shit is spicy, bro.
Spicy.
Yeah.
So, Dan, how much is that holster, and how much are you saving if you buy it at the sale?
Let's see. Efforting.
I got the calculator ready.
Okay, cool. My math. I went to public school. Well, I went to parochial school and then public school. That's almost the same thing. And that was why I was asking so many questions about the attachment point, because it's got adjustable paddle, adjustable stingray loop, duty loop, adjustable D/OS, which I think is double outside, but I'm not sure. So, and then they got tech lock, and then depending on what loop. So that was what one of the main questions was, is just for a regular, like, say, battle belt, which is going to be what, 2-inch probably, since I don't have the belt yet.
Yeah, mine's just like really heavy duty injection molded slots or something that kind of come back a little bit, so that the holster, isn't squished against you too hard.
Okay.
Super strong.
Are you sure you don't want to spend $200 and wait like 2 years?
No, not right now. Maybe for the fancy barbecue holster.
Yeah, Milt Sparks.
Once we do get concealed carry or open carry out here, I'll wait for that.
The sugar skulls, those Mexican sugar skull, Savoy leather or whatever.
Wow, a Savoy.
Savoy. I like those.
I like the look of them. I would like to have one day.
Me too.
Okay, so it's telling me that with the D/OS adjustable Stingray loop, that it is $75. But if I take a different attachment point, it drops. Like I think the cheapest I saw was 69, and like the most was like 80 something.
I couldn't see the loops that I have on their site anywhere.
Okay.
It might be old. I got mine in like, I don't know, 8 or 9, 8, maybe earlier.
Let's see what this one says. Okay, so I got the I'll go with the adjustable Stingray loop, and it's $69.99, so $70. So $70. That's 7.
Well, you're 1%er. That doesn't even mean nothing to you, right? So.
Oh, it does. That's
That's $58.
Really?
Yeah, 58 before shipping.
Wow. Wow. And what if it was like 75? Please.
Let's see here.
Yeah.
62.25 before shipping.
So it's relatively either cheaper or just a little bit cheaper than those ones that PBR had linked earlier. And those are Kydex, and this is injection molded plastic, which has been discussed in these chats before, that it might be a little easier on the finish of your firearm. Does anybody still concur with that?
I think the injection molding will be easier on your finish than the Kydex.
And Tapper, I was definitely thinking about a drop leg when Dr. No mentioned it earlier, but that's going to look pretty funny with a pair of khaki shorts. However, a drop leg would be cool. Well, then that's not bad.
So the only time Kydex, I think, wears your gun is when you don't clean it. And you keep putting it back in there, and then the carbon is rubbing against the Kydex and then against your finish. That's what wears it. So either way, I guess.
And I think this...
The only place I've ever seen definite wear from Kydex is right on the front of the trigger guard, where it snaps in the trigger guard. That's about the only place I ever really see wear.
Yeah, definitely there. That happens. Get like a shiny spot.
Yeah, like a little shiny rub.
And this expires on the 23rd, this sale, so I still got a couple of days to shit or get off the pot.
What about using the eBay as a hedge against wasting all that money if you don't like it?
Right. When you mentioned that earlier, I also thought that was a damn good plan.
Because what's the worst thing then? Let's say you have to sell it for $10 cheaper to move it, then you paid $10 to find out you don't like it.
Right.
You rented it.
Right. And that's comforting.
Or because it's hard to find, maybe somebody pays a premium because they don't want to wait for them to do another batch. Then you profit.
Well, and see, that's the thing. We were talking about it earlier. If you're going to get one specifically for your gun, there's like, it was nice that PBR showed me that other website though, but like, I haven't seen that many other makers make one specifically for that model. I mean, I don't think that it's an overly popular model, I guess.
Well, actually, if you get the Blade Tech one, you could sell it for the same price you got it for, because it won't always be 17% off.
Ah.
So the eBay buyer will actually be getting 17% off.
Oh, we'll see about that.
And then you lose nothing.
I wonder what shipping is.
36 likes. It's got to be one of these crazy people that goes through all your pics. Yep.
Nice.
They go through all your pics and give each one a like. It's kind of annoying, but it's cool. It's cool that they do that.
Let's see. What happens if I... Oh. Added to cart successfully. Let's see what it looks like here for shipping. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, that is not my zip code, brother. Holy. I have all these choices. UPS, FedEx, United States Postal Service, and of course, Postal Service is the cheapest. Flat rate. Wow. They're getting me on that, but that's okay. However, that's the one that's lit up. Let's see. What happens if I push the button one more time?
Just get one of these Batman holsters. I don't know which company's making these. I think it's the same one that makes the Millennium Falcon holster. Get one of them Joni Jones. There's no link to the page.
Didn't that would also have like Shazam in it or something?
Yeah, there might be. I know it was on their page before and they had all of them.
I'm betting that was the Flash.
Did it just look like a lightning bolt?
Yes, the Flash has the lightning bolt too. The difference is the Shazam lightning bolt is flat on the top. It's a one-sided lightning bolt, whereas the Flash lightning bolt is pointed on both ends.
Well, and
There's such a thing as a lightning bolt versus a thunderbolt.
Hmm.
Well, thunder is a noise that happens in the clouds.
Yes, but there is a phrase called thunderbolt. Yeah. It was a comic book group.
It's just
Thunderbolt.
incorrect. That's all.
Thunderbolts. That was like Moonstone and Atlas and Songbird and.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
This company's just called, I guess they're called Tactical Art Kydex holsters. They make some pretty cool looking holsters.
Man, I don't like it when they don't want to ship shit to my P.O. box. It kind of pisses me off.
I wouldn't ship anything to your P.O. box either.
Fuck you.
Whenever I ship stuff to his PO box, I go to the other side of town, do it in cash.
Nice.
Like that medieval dragon type dealie going on there.
Now I gotta look.
Oh.
Oh, that is isn't that some Game of Thrones shit right there?
Could be.
I think it's a Targaryen sigil or whatever the fuck they call that.
It's fancy. Fancy.
It is. It is fancy.
But they got other stuff. Let me show you. These are the guys that do that.
I kind of want that Millennium Falcon holster.
The Han Solo in your holster.
Carbonite.
Yeah. Here, let me find a good Millennium. There we go.
Yeah, there's the Millennium Falcon holster.
No, I do not want the newsletter. I always hate having to try and remember passwords or make new passwords or whatever the fuck you want to call it.
I wish they took single shots. I don't see any. They got like the Superman. Oh, here we go. It's not really. That was pretty cool. They got a Punisher.
All that extra business going on in there.
That's like a rip, I guess, and I don't know, like a tear in his suit or something. They're artsy. But yeah, they have a Darth Vader.
Yeah, the Darth Vader one doesn't impress me too much.
Looks
like Darth Vader with eyebrows.
Looks like it, yeah. He's got eyebrows and his face is like just mashed onto the Kydex holster.
Yeah, I like the Millennium Falcon one. Looks better. Superman would look all right.
And they don't have a single shot of it, but the Punisher one looks all right.
All that, and they don't have a Stormtrooper?
No, I don't think so.
Why would you want a Stormtrooper holster? They can't hit shit.
So you miss all the time.
Yeah, they can't hit the guy broadside of the barn.
Guess there's a little shot of the Punisher one.
Mm-hmm. Didn't they make a Boba Fett one too?
I don't know. I don't see it on this page.
Someone makes
Seen Boba Fett ones.
Oh, $7.
I think I saw one yesterday on Instagram.
Where the hell do I enter this code at?
Checkout.
I think we successfully told him what to buy. He's buying it right now.
Yeah, it's happening. It's happening. It's happening.
We should get Chris in here.
Yeah, we just need to get Good Guy to buy something now.
All right, here we go. Discount code.
That's like unlocking a new level, right?
But you're not taking a Father's Day discount, are you?
Oh, I most certainly am.
You ain't got kids. What's the name of this company? I'm turning you in.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm a motherfucker. Believe that, Yankee.
Yeah, you ain't got no kids, though. None that you support.
Stolen dollar.
Yeah, I'm the one in the fucking trenches with these two worthless little bastards, and you're getting all the discount.
Wouldn't this be like a digital profit holster? If you can get his number.
Oh, man, I wish I could.
They should make you one shaped like a sneaker.
A Nike.
Air Jordan Jumpman.
Like a high top. Yeah, like I mean, how hard would it be to make one shaped like a high top?
It wouldn't.
Yeah, it'd probably go like.
I think you have to be able to carry first, though.
It's like the equivalent of an old lady making you wear like a teddy bear sweater.
Wait a minute.
Put the bunny costume on. Because grandma's coming.
Like a Christmas sweater or whatever, yeah.
A doily. A doily holster.
Go put that holster on. Crazy Air gave it to you. Hey, look, you got my holster on. Still looks new.
Come on now.
The holster.
You buy what I tell you to buy.
Way too big. It's like almost covering her whole leg.
Her whole fucking kneecap. And that holster looks about as comfortable as fucking rape.
It's a shield. For
Yeah.
like,
Oh, it's a shield.
it's a rape shield.
Right.
And a holster.
No thanks.
You drop your gun.
It's a broomstick.
And it's for her Glock 19.
Bubba.
TRL1. TLR1.
Has anyone done a Bubba Fett? Not Boba Fett, like a redneck Bubba Fett?
Oh shit! You license that?
Could do that, Boba Fett. Let's make him a fat fucking. What would Boba Fett carry? Probably a fucking Ruger 1911 or something like that. Or Rock Island.
Hey, Yankee, you in here right now?
Yeah, I'm here.
Draw up a Bubba Fett, and then I'll make a sticker, and you, me, and DB will split the money 3 ways.
Yeah.
Well, a Bubba Fett?
Yeah, instead of Boba Fett. Bubba.
It's got to exist. There's got to be a Bubba Fett.
I just Googled it. I don't see nothing. But what would Boba Fett carry as his...
Live on air. That gives us some sort of like ownership of it or something.
Yeah.
I just Googled it. Nothing comes up.
I don't see anything for Bubba Fett either.
When you say something live, you said that's like legally binding or something.
Yeah, it's intellectual property.
So
Okay, so what would Boba Fett's gun be? Like a fucking Ruger 1911, right?
A Taurus
A
1911.
Taurus 1911 or a
Fucking
92.
a shotgun.
His
Bubba.
shotgun, he'd have to have a shotgun and a beard. His belly had to be sticking out of his armor plate.
Yep. And then like a shotgun with some sort of space-looking business to it.
Yeah.
There you go.
And then his backpack should be a moonshine thing. Still.
Don't tread on me.
Or, yeah.
Patch. or anything.
What's something very Bubba-y?
Moonshine, tractor,
Rugers.
cow.
Rugers, man. Ruger
And
is Bubba, man.
And I also entered to win a free rifle. I think I did anyway. I'm just a total
Well,
piece
if
of
you
shit.
win that shit, that's really valor. Stolen valor.
Stolen father valor.
Well, as I go to their front page, it doesn't even
Like
say you
your
can be
Father's
nobody's
Day
daddy.
rifle and your little mini Father's Day rifle for your child. You're like that.
Just says Blade Tech Industries. Save big and get a chance to win. Get 17% off. Use the code. Doesn't say you got to be nobody's daddy.
That's all right.
Just to be
You
safe,
got it, Joe.
you should get out there tonight.
I guess you
What
could
is
say I'm getting it for my father.
Oh, I personally
Good
couldn't
call.
say that.
Well, you know,
Give it to somebody in the church.
I guess you'd be lying either way. So
Yeah.
What happened?
yeah, you're giving it to the Holy Father.
I mean, what does
Oh,
Satan need with a holster anyway, right? All right. I feel like I've accomplished something today, other than work and all that.
That's bullshit.
The other day, ended up getting that VTAC sling. It hasn't shipped
Ooh.
yet, but ended up getting one. And now
Ooh,
today, I got a holster.
Oh, you
I'm
fancy.
just, I'm feeling good.
You fancy.
Well, that was my first sling. Other than I had a claw at one
Alright,
point.
come fucking Dano with his
Oh,
fucking Cosmoline hate.
Now
DVR's
Dano's
gone
in here.
now. Damn it.
Apparently Dano's in here.
Apparently.
Apparently.
From my semi-functional tablet.
Hey, you sound actually pretty good. Like you're not necessarily talking through a tin can or down the hallway or anything.
Well,
It's not his toilet.
thank you very much. Thank you.
You sound better than Hawaiian Volcano with his fucking $4,000 Neumann mic.
Huh?
Well, actually, I was.
Hawaii Volcano's like, I'm gonna go buy my. He went and got his like really expensive microphone. And it
Nice.
still sounds like shit.
My $3,000 microphone.
Yeah,
Hmm.
it's really like 4,000 now.
How much was that VTEC sling?
You know what? I don't remember. I gotta look it up.
What color?
Did you use your
Oh, I
Native
went-
American code on that one? Or?
There was no
Discount code?
code. There was no code on that one. Let's see. Oh, order processed. Good deal. Way to go, Blade Tech.
I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on?
When you're done there, Z, I got a question.
Okay.
Here we go.
Not that one. Not that one.
Hmm.
Okay, here we go. Auto confirm. 44.85 for the VTEC sling in black.
Oh my god, that's so tactical.
All my firearms seem to be,
It's practical.
yeah, practical.
Wactical.
Dano, you did have a question or something?
Yes, I caught part of what Chris PBR was saying, but I didn't catch the whole thing. What rifle did those bayonets that he got were for?
Oh, it's Garand. That's why they're so
UU-1022.
Okay, well, I heard that they were cut down, so my question is what was their original length?
Oh shit,
He
G-Web's
said, like
probably
10, he said 10 inches or some shit.
10 or more.
10 inches, I think.
Okay, and his were cut down to what?
Not big enough.
I don't think he said. Yeah, I don't know if he said. Oh, wait a minute.
Right here. So the
Chapter.
1905 was made for the 30 caliber 1903. The designation in 1905 was changed in 1917 to M1905. The bayonet is 16 inches long. The handle is 4 inches long. It also fits the Garand, which is basically the same bayonet. In 1942, they came up with the next one, which was again 16 inches long. Then they came up with the next one, which was 10 inches, and were reissued. So the first ones were 16, and then they cut them down to 10. So the one he 10.
When they measure the length, is that from the hilt to the tip, or is that from just the blade of the blade itself?
Hilt to tip.
Okay.
And I think the ones that he has now, what, is a 10-inch blade and a 16-incher overall? Is that what Tapper's saying?
4-inch handle, because they're meant to fit the rifles. They don't have a 6-inch gap there. That's a 4-inch.
Oh,
right. Because the one that I have for a Garand is, I want to say, I don't have it handy, but I want to say it was like a 10-inch blade and then the appropriate sized grip for a Garand. So these were initially made for the 1903 field?
Correct. They were made for the 1903s. They were designated the 1905. And then if you've got one that's just a regular old blade, like it doesn't look like it's cut down, then it's designated in 1942. I think. No, wait, sorry. It's designated an M1. M1. That's what it's designated.
Right. Okay. And it sounds, I heard him say something about having a Cosmoline party this weekend.
I guess he's going to get the Cosmoline off of him.
Yep. Time to get out the paint thinner.
There should be a store just like, online, like
I forget
you
the name
send
of
them
the stuff.
the Cosmoline shit.
I forget the name of the stuff we used, but it was like an industrial parts cleaner stuff. It came in a spray can with a little nozzle on it, kind of like WD-40, and my dad would just hang the shit and spray it, and every little bit of shit would drip out of those guns.
Yeah. Basically, any sort of industrial thinner will work. And just you want to use the weakest that will get the job done and do the least amount of potential harm, I guess. I'm just wondering what the military has in mind as far as like what was their plan as far as if they needed these in a hurry to get the Cosmoline off to put them back into action.
Slaves.
I mean, if
all POWs, man.
Same as their plan for everything that needs intensive labor, they make a bunch of grunts do it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
55-gallon barrel, lay it down, cut it in half, then put a hinge on there, put a little rack, and then a pump, and you just circulate, gasoline or kerosene or something through there.
Right.
Into a parts cleaner.
I suppose by the gallon that fuel would probably be the cheapest.
Yeah, I mean, it only evaporates. It's pretty much reused all the time.
So I guess there's no warranty on these guns from CMP, right?
You're buying a relic.
Yeah, I was just joking.
Yeah. So, Z, did you figure out what holster you were going to do?
Well, as they say, I pushed the goddamn button. I ended up going to Blade Tech.
Oh, okay. Well, get one specific to the model. It's hard to go wrong that way. As far as knowing, is it going to fit?
Yeah. We shall see. I certainly hope so, though.
I mean, it might take you. I don't know. You gotta wear it for a while. You either get used to it or you don't. Because how heavy is that gun? 2.5 pounds.
Maybe something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's lighter than if it would be a stainless or something like that, but not by a whole lot.
You just need whatever. If you got a good belt, it shouldn't bother you too much.
Yeah, and if it does end up going on a battle belt or anything like that, then that's going to be held up probably by my
suspenders.
Yeah, pretty much. LBV, enhanced LBV or whatever it is, with the bitchin' shoulder pads.
You're gonna have to get a drop leg holster for that gun too. So
I was thinking about that. Dr. No mentioned it, and I was like, oh, that would be pretty cool.
Hey, what happened to the suggestion of like the Alaskan Guide type of holster?
Oh, it didn't really get shelved. It just
like a chest rig.
Like it didn't get
kind of like a pilot would have worn in World War II, kind of right over your ribs.
I like what they call like those Alaskan the something bushwhacker rig.
Bush
like
guide. Bush guide.
They're like a test rig, and I want one of those for my 500.
I have one of them for a Glock, and it's freaking awesome. Like in the winter, when you got a winter coat on and stuff, or mittens or whatever, you can just have your gun right there.
It's like a cross draw.
Yeah.
Kinda.
Yeah.
It's a little lame. I wouldn't wear it like normally, but like I say, out in the woods, it's great because then it's not on your pants. It's not weighing your pants down or nothing, and it's not really like trying to be up in your armpit or anything. It's just sort of right there, and it's fairly comfortable.
Yeah, I remember seeing a cutlery lever maybe a month ago.
If they made,
I forget what gun he carries, but he was carrying his gun and one of those kind of leather cross draw chest strap dealies.
Yeah, and that brings up an interesting question: is so what exactly do you call them other than exactly it's a cross draw and it's a chest mounted rig?
Are you calling from the 1930s, Dano?
Is this a 1980s music video introduction?
Dun, dun, dun.
Give me a video, kill the radio star, will you, Dano? Anyway, you were asking. We fucked all over your question. I'm sorry, Dano.
So, does anyone know what is the actual name for that type of holster?
I thought it was a Alaskan Guide holster.
Oh,
or
is it?
A Bush Guide holster.
I would call it an aviator's holster.
Okay. I bet you the setup's a little bit different.
I've never looked for one, but I've never even stumbled across one.
Oh, I've definitely seen those. Let's see here. Because the Bush Guide holster looks like it's a little lower, whereas that Pilot's one looks like it's going to be right over your pec. There you go. Let's see.
I mean, because it does sound potentially, for especially up north, an interesting winter variation.
Okay, for example, here's one that looks like it's a guide holster. And I'll link it to the external, and then I'll look up the what do you call it, G-Webs? A pilot holster?
I would call it like an aviation or an aviator's or something like that.
Okay.
So they gave them all the pilots and guys in World War II, right?
Right.
So the one you just linked is a little low for me. I like the ones that are like right up on your chest.
Maybe your holster rig. Well,
That's like the one Cutler Lover has. He makes too many videos. I'm trying to scroll back.
Let's get
The
rid
guides
of
up in Alaska give me 2 reasons why they carry those. They're like, 1, it doesn't hook on shit as you're going through bush and over rocks and stuff, and your hips are hitting against stuff. And 2, if you're ever on your back fighting, trying to keep something from chewing your jugular vein out, you don't want to have to take your hands down to your hips to get your gun.
His was a Clark Fork leather center chest rig. Third rock.
So a center chest rig.
Yeah, Clark Fork leather.
Is Clark the brand name though, or is that the style?
The brand name Clark Fork leather. Clark as in Clark Kent, fork as in I eat with it, leather as in the cow skin.
Nice. Here's a link of something, G-Web. So let me know if that's kind of what you're thinking.
Well, yeah, that's the historic kind for sure.
Okay. I did see other varieties. Let's see.
But in the name of the picture, it might have the name of the whatever they're currently calling it. It's a center chest rig. Is that what we decided? Yeah. Okay.
I guess.
Really?
I'm on my tablet
You're
right now. So
which one are you talking about?
I'm looking at the website, and it looks basically like the same one that you posted.
Okay. Can you throw a link out there?
It's kind of, yeah.
So at least I can, if I'm going to argue with you, at least I know what I'm arguing about.
Why should that stop you?
It doesn't look
Well,
as nice.
it never has, so I guess it really wouldn't matter.
Stand by.
Standing by.
So, Moon, when you're done, I got a favor to ask you too.
Alright, what's up?
I'm on my tablet, so I can't really do links and stuff. Could you do me a favor and leave me a message at Gun Channels with that link?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Wow, alright, yeah. But like when I look at the other one, they're calling it the guide holster or whatever. And I think that's more of the style, I guess. Because yes, that looks like a premium chest holster. As opposed to a premium shoulder holster.
Yeah, that's kind of like what I'm thinking of, but a lot of times they're a little higher.
Yeah, like they go right across his chest,
Right
higher, as opposed to across his gut.
Yeah, like right between your boobs. And I think these guys just aren't wearing it quite right.
Well, not everybody can fill it out, you know.
Gotta be like a lumberjack.
That's right.
What do you mean by like a lumberjack? I mean you gotta dress in women's clothing and hang around in bars?
Only at nighttime.
You're a lumberjack and you're okay. I remember this video.
I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay.
That's when G-Webs was patrolling the border or some crazy shit.
Some of us care enough about our videos to go to an international border to film them.
I film on mine in my garage.
Like, you were right there. You were on the scene. If somebody would have jumped over that wall, you could have been the first responder. Oh, I do remember this video. Is it Diamondback or Diamond D? What is the name of the holster? Diamond D, yeah.
I can honestly say that every single time I've gone out hunting grizzly bears since filming this video, I've worn that holster.
No joke, you got bear down there, don't you? Or no, mountain lion. You got mountain
We have
lion.
mountain lions. We do have mountain lions. We have
But
black
no,
bear.
you have black bear. Okay. Well, most what is it?
We had a
My
mountain lion sighted in town the other day.
No shit.
My understanding is you don't hunt mountain lions; they hunt you.
Well, there's a big there's a range right behind me of smaller, well, not mountains, but big hills. Let's just say for right here. They're not like Mount Hood size or anything. There's a whole range that just runs right behind Vancouver here, and there's mountain lions up in them. And apparently one came down the other day into the backside of Battleground over here, was just walking down the street and head back up into the hills.
Nobody died. Nobody had to shoot it. It was
No,
all good.
they usually don't. They usually don't. Your biggest chance of getting attacked on one seems to be if you're on like a bicycle.
Yeah, because then it's hard to draw when your hands are on the
Well,
handlebar.
no, I think they mistake people on bicycles going by as like deer running by.
Right.
It kicks that same instinct in. You know how like dogs can't hardly resist chasing. You know, like your neighbors could walk past your yard 20 times walking by or jogging by, and your dog wouldn't do anything. But when someone runs by on a bicycle, they go after him.
Yes, I was that kid once. Wrecked in the middle of the street because of that dog.
We used to have a neighbor that had an English bulldog, and I kind of wanted an English bulldog. That's why I have one, because I wanted one ever since I knew that dog. And if you got near his yard with a bicycle, he was always out in the front yard sitting there with his owner. His owner was an older man, and he'd sit on his front porch, and the dog would sit out in the yard with him. The dog was real friendly and everything, but if you rode by on a bicycle, he would run out. He ran out one time to me and my brother and attacked us on our bikes. Doesn't attack us, he bites the bike tires. He bit my brother's bike tire and ripped his back tire completely off his bike and just ran off with it.
He grabbed me by the cuff of the pant leg or whatever, and I crashed right there in the middle of the street. And then I thought, okay, now I'm going to die because now he's going to, mess me up. Nah. He just left.
He proved his point.
Right? And I was like, all right, you're not a terrible dog. You're probably just protecting your hood. But that was after I was picking gravel out of my hands and this, that, and the other thing.
Yeah.
This guy's ears must have been ringing because he just posted like all these Flash.
Yeah, there's Flash.
That's definitely the Flash. Batman. I'm
Nice.
Batman.
That's
That's
definitely
fine,
not one of the holsters.
What the hell was that? Oh, it's a holster for something.
That's all of them.
I still want the Millennium Falcon.
And the Green Lantern.
Although I wouldn't turn down any of the superhero ones, I don't think, but Millennium Falcon, how could you be cooler than a Millennium Falcon holster?
Hey, Moon, how do you like that 511 holster you got there in the picture?
I like it. I haven't had a problem with it since I bought it like 2.5 years ago.
Of course, he never carries it. He tells you. Let's tell you.
I hardly carry it anymore because I've been carrying my 26 lately. But whenever I carried my 19, I carried it in that.
I just don't like inside waistband. I just can't. I mean, I can, but it's just not my preferred. I would just rather. It's so much more comfortable to me outside waistband.
So when you switched to the 26, why didn't you continue with that style holster?
I use a Kydex. It's kind of like it with a clip. It's just not a 511.
Oh, okay. You just didn't get a 511. It was just not price competitive, or?
I didn't know about the holsters. I didn't know about these $35 Kydex holsters when I got this 511 holster.
Oh, okay.
I like outside the waistband for comfort, but it sticks out. It just sticks out way too much on my hip.
See, I don't care. That's why I wear them Dickie shirts.
They're definitely, as far as comfort, the way to go. But it's just a matter of how concealable you want to go. I just don't like walking around and...
I like uber deep concealment
an
without getting into colon carry.
Yeah.
That's trademarked.
Yeah.
What was the peanut butter one? It's not tactical. It's not tactical peanut butter. It's like
butterscotch.
Yeah, you mean butterscotch.
That's what I mean. That is what I mean.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm confused. What are you talking about? Tactical butterscotch.
Okay.
It's not like condition yellow. It's not
Condition
DEFCON
butterscotch.
1. It's condition butterscotch. Yeah.
Tactical butterscotch.
Tactical butterscotch.
Carry condition 0.
Okay. We'll just leave
It's
it
a
at that.
hilarious. It's a hilarious video.
Oh, it's a video. Okay.
It's a Yankee video. Never seen it?
Yeah. Gotcha.
I figured you were his #1 fan and you would have seen it and remembered it.
Have not seen it.
Oh no. I was watching that guy Graham Combat or whatever.
Graham Tactical.
Yeah, I was reading an article with him, and he was like, I took my family to an amusement park, and we were in the wave pool, and he said I didn't have a shirt on or pants. I just had a swimming trunk, and he said I carried a full-size gun with a light.
What?
Oh my God.
Into the wave pool?
Yeah.
Nice.
So he said it's a deep concealment, right? So I just was like, Google, how fucking deep, right? So I think he had a fucking one of those smart carries that fucking Nothing Fancy used to talk about 5 years ago. One of those belly band things.
Or what? The man's ear or whatever.
It's so low, dude. You're carrying the gun basically above your fucking dick, like right on top.
Oh.
Like, it's crazy, dude. I've seen them. Like it's called the Smart Band.
See, I don't like those. I tried one of those damn things, and when I would sit down, if you sit down wrong, the barrel would catch, and it would just the bending of your body would push the gun right up out of this little slot it's in.
How about like the weather, like the humidity? It's just too fucking much, man. But I was actually thinking about buying one. It's like because they're cheap.
Well,
I think it's the Smart Carry and then the belly band or something.
Well, you got to. Nothing Fancy told you to.
No, he told me to do it 5 years ago. I wouldn't do it then.
And he knows all.
Yeah, but just think, I mean,
He's running and gunning.
seriously, if you couldn't carry, if you were like really like your job or whatever, I mean, and you had like you really felt the need to, that there's no way you're gonna print, like, because I watched you got to watch this ad. If you just Google it, this the inventor is like some 70-year-old dude, and he like pulls a fucking full-size 1911 right out of his crotch, man. It's the funniest shit ever, man. You know, and then he starts pulling out like Smith & Wesson XDs.
It's got an odd smell to it.
Yeah, he's like, watch how fast I can get to this. Like sitting down in his car, like it's on YouTube. Smart. I think it's
the zipper down.
No, he just like opens his pants, shoves his hand down all the way down, like he just fucking shit himself. And then boom, XD in his face.
The first part of the draw is zzz.
It reminded me of colon cancer.
Whip this out.
Here we go.
Like, is this like the toe tap in the airport bathroom?
Oh shit, that's fucking funny. Don't fuck with this guy, dude. He will fuck you up, man.
I
He's
sent
not
that
playing
link to your message box, Dano, not your PM.
Oh, okay. That's fine. Thanks, Boone.
Yep.
You don't want this, man. You don't want the drama. And he's like, watch me blow my fucking balls off. Yeah, there you go.
That's cool. What?
Yeah, it's concealed, dude. It's right in your dick. Boom. Look at this. Oh, he can't. Okay. That was slick. Oh, look at this. Oh, wow.
Oh, look at that. That's a pretty quick reload.
It's like an H. No, it's an
USP 40.
Oh, it's an HK. It's an HK. It's a 45 compact. Watch him blow his hand off right there.
Well, I got sick always sitting on my wallet, so I keep my gun and my wallet and my light and my keys down in my junk now.
Nice.
Dicks dig it. They can't keep their eyes off my package.
If you have a negligent discharge, it says if you if you have a negligent discharge, you do not.
I guess some people just got more room for shit up there than other people.
Yeah.
I was always like, why do they put all this extra room in the front of these britches?
Exactly.
He's like, check out my man-made vagina.
It's like a diaper.
Kangaroo, man.
Could you fast forward that thing a little faster?
No, I'm not even. He's doing it. I don't think I'm
It's like
doing
the device that I have to use to carry around my junk.
it. Man, he is straight up a fucking marsupial.
Well, this guy
man.
had his junk removed so that he can fit
Get it.
guns.
This guy's also like 90 pounds.
It's
Yeah.
Buffalo Bill, dude. He's got the tuck going.
Definitely
Unbelievable.
duct tape.
Man.
Tucks it and duct tapes it, and then.
My belly's not
puts that
flat
thing
like that.
I'm gonna do it. I think I'm gonna try it. Try it once,
carry.
man. Nothing wrong with trying it one time. If you blow your fucking balls off, big deal.
Yeah, I thought you swap.
Hopefully you're only splatting one, right?
You only need one.
Who cares? Get over it. Be a man.
Technically, you don't need either, but you only need one to keep making babies.
Unless you ever want to have sex again.
You can keep making
You
babies.
can finger. You can still
You
use
don't
your
have.
finger.
Wait a minute. You don't have to have a balls to have sex, right?
It's this
It's
little
like
thing called
fucking-
testosterone.
It's like Avatar. You just hug each other under a tree.
You get a prescription for testosterone shots.
Called a crane.
You get a prescription for a strap-on.
Yeah, I mean that's all you want is a lifetime prescription towards artificial hormones.
Anyway, why did I bring this up? Oh, because man,
yeah.
this guy- can you imagine this guy swimming with that setup with a full size? I mean, damn, that's
Probably got
dedication,
like
man.
a separate swimming wave pool gun that he doesn't
I was
carry
gonna say
for
separate
rusts.
Glock.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Besides,
he's probably got like
that's
a.
what he did. Maybe just ankle carried.
In the pool?
Yeah.
He was in a wave pool. He had just had
He said he was
swimming
swimming.
trunks.
He said he was swimming and he
Well,
was,
that just puts a whole new perspective on when I go swimming. I have to
he was
carry.
chilling.
And he's raising the bar way too high.
With leg warmers.
Yeah, that's a little bit dedicated, man.
I mean, I do understand the amusement park concern, don't get me wrong. But at the Walter Park, I'll be sitting on the side.
Are there a lot of shootings and rapings and stuff happen while you're swimming at a water park?
In a gun-free zone? Let's see.
There's always a first.
I guess so.
That's where they tend to happen.
That's, you know what's fuck? There's never been, like, I've never heard of a terrorist.
Well, yeah, I was just gonna say. Wait a minute. Can't you just dive under the waves to get away from the shooter?
No.
And get your head
do you
crushed by
mean?
the wave maker machine.
Well,
Fuck
usually
no.
it's pretty deep at that end.
I would just
No.
dart down into the water, shoot across, come out of the water like one of them dolphins eating a fish, and then kick the guy.
Yeah, we're
Nice.
laughing, but Jesus, man. There has never,
That's
I've
a
never,
ninja.
I'm not safe
Not a
in a
fat woman.
fucking
There's always
amusement
fat
park.
women at water parks.
You're not safe at Disney World, man.
Places like water parks and everything, they usually have pretty tight security, though, so kind of hard to get away with shit there.
They should have snipers over the wave.
Hell, places like Kings Island, they got armed security, so.
Armed and trained. Two different things.
These are usually, they have their own police force.
Yeah, I learned that from Beverly Hills Cop 3.
Well, the Kings Island police force. Like Disney World has its own police force, too. Mickey will pop a cap in your ass.
Their blocks
I,
have mouse ears on them.
I lost faith in our local police when I met them one day at the local outdoor range for the requalifications, and the requalification was the exact same test I took for concealed carry, which was very open, as it should be for concealed carry, but I thought an insanely low standard for law enforcement.
And I remember I was out here at the range or at the English Pit once for qualifications for our local sheriff's department. And the guy that was running the qualifications was basically just standing at the top of the hill, and the range is at the bottom of the hill. He kept just telling people, okay, bring me a target with 5 hits on it. 5 hits inside the silhouette. That's all I want. Wasn't telling them how far to set it away or how many rounds they could shoot. Just once they got 5 hits inside the silhouette, bring him the target, and he signed off on them.
Yeah, they had to hit 15 shots from 5 yards, 10 yards, and I think 15 yards, 70% average, and the silhouette was of like an obese person.
Yep.
It was like it was a B-27 target, but it's like of a non-standard extra large person.
To be fair, you're fairly close to Wisconsin.
Yeah, there are a lot of cheese eaters there.
Yeah, I suppose.
It's probably an average size Wisconsin.
Those are the silhouettes we have at my range. These like blue giants. Gotta like.
That's to make you feel better. Like, see, you didn't miss really.
Yeah. Like the head is the torso. I usually take the little red ones.
And it also didn't, for them, it didn't have to be from the draw, all 15 shots. They had the draw once, so one of the shots was from a draw, and the next 14, all from the ready position.
Well, let me ask this then. Were you sitting there and just doing your thing and a bunch of cops came in and shot, or was it like you walked in on a class, or was it...
I rolled up, and there's 10 pistol bays, and I saw that they were there, so I set up my stuff, and then I kind of walked on down and just started a conversation with them about, hey, how you guys doing today? What you up to?
Oh, I see. So then, was it actual officers, or was it like office personnel?
No, it was officers and their supervisor.
Trainings are pretty flimsy. The requalifications are pretty flimsy.
Yeah, and this was a requalification.
What were your military ones like? Your Army ones?
I barely remember because I usually just had another officer sign off on it.
Fucker.
You usually just go out shooting. Nobody really cares if you can shoot well. I mean, they're not going to kick you out of the Army if you somehow... Well, I don't know. I guess there's probably people that suck at shooting, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not like anyone's stressed about a requal, right?
No, it's like once you got to like an 01 or higher, you just basically, you'd go to the range and shoot, you'd bring your little form back and have another, have a captain sign it or something. Just like, hey, I went today and I did well.
For us, it was like a day at the range because we didn't have a range, so we like went there, and then basically, if you wanted to shoot, you'd shoot, and everybody else just shot the shit, and then, like you say, at the end, everybody qualified.
Yep.
But what was that for you, Dano?
We had percentages based on the distance of the target, and it was a variation of the rifle thing with timed targets going up and down.
But they actually like stressed about it?
Well, I'll call it minimal stress as far as you didn't know what lane or what distance, and the time up was anywhere from 3 seconds to 5 seconds, I think. But again, I'm remembering many decades back.
I never had anything like that.
All I'm really getting at is that it seems, and I'm not saying it's a justification, it's just that's not surprising when a lot of places, once you know how to be proficient, especially if you don't use them a lot. I can't believe that where you're at, those guys use those things very often.
No, but you never know when you will, and what you expect out of a garrison army and what you expect out of active duty police officers, they have very, very different roles, very different things.
No, I hear you. I'm not trying to compare. I'm just saying we're all familiar with like whatever, like sign off because nobody really cares. Fired
Right.
for being bad mentality or whatever.
Right. As well,
it's kind of. I mean, you think that they have qualifications for their cars, like in driving, defensive driving skills, and that kind of thing? Do you think they have qualifications on like their? I don't know what else they would do, like safety protocols or like trauma, emergency, like first aid type of stuff.
Number one, I have to say I don't know. I've never been to the police academy, but I do have to say that if they are taught in the police academy to I forget what you call that, where you come up from behind a vehicle and hit it in the rear corner to get it to spin out. That at some point,
that's a pit member. You usually do get a little bit of training on it, but there's usually pit specialists who they call in to do that.
Okay, but whether it be the pit specialists themselves or someone else, have refamiliarization, and the specialist intentionally actually have go out in a parking lot, practice with some junky cars, something. If they're going to be the designated ones to do it.
Well, I guess all I was getting at is they probably have a lot of things they should probably brush up on all the time, and I mean, I don't know. I just can't imagine they got time to up-train them all the time on all the stuff they should be doing. They probably give it all a level of priority or whatever, depending on how often they use it. I mean,
right, but
like areas, all I'm saying.
Rural or whether you're urban, when you pull over someone, they can be, even if you're out in the country, they can be from the inner city. They can be running drugs. Anything is possible. At least I recognize that. Or believe that, I should say. I mean, what do you think, G. Webbs? Do you think police officers should have a slightly higher standard to train to for requalification than, let's say, the normal citizen? I realize in your state things are different, but for the rest of us,
I don't know why they're different here. I don't know. I've never really put much thought into it, but it just seems like cops have a lot to deal with. I think if they want to be like marksmen, they shouldn't be hindered, and they should definitely have options available to them. But we also have cops that are like accountants, and we have cops that are into airplanes, and we have cops that do radio stuff, and we have cops that do stuff in the lab and all that. So I mean, do we want every single cop? I mean, then we have dispatchers and we have other things. Do we want every one of them to be proficient in firearms? I don't think we need them to be, and I don't really want to pay for that, so I don't really want it to be like that.
And I would agree. Now, again, I was only out there one day to see one incident, but these were all patrol officers.
Yeah. You talked to them, though, that's the thing.
Yeah.
So it's not like you just saw them from afar and we're going off of a bunch of assumptions. Is this something that they do, like, weekly or monthly or quarterly?
Every 6 months.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. What would you expect them to do every 6 months? Like, where would you think you'd have been like, wow, I'm impressed?
Something at a higher level than what I was expected to do with no police academy. I mean, I'm not sure what it was, just something greater than the hurdle I had to go through.
What was yours? Like you said, draw and fire on a target at 5 and 10 yards, probably?
5, off the top of my head, I want to say 5, 7, 10, or 5, 10, 15. I can't remember exactly, but it was 5 shots at each one. And we only had to draw and fire once. And then from that point on, we just continued to get to fire, and then step closer by 5 yards, fire another 5, What? More faces forward, fire the last few.
Whoa, that's weird. So that's crazy. Like, I'm surprised that they, number one, put drawing and then firing into the curriculum. Is that the state's curriculum or the school that you went to, or how does that work?
The state. You have to prove show proficiency in the draw.
Wow. And then, so that requires that the range allows you to draw, which is basically against some safety, you know.
Yes.
So that's interesting. I wonder if that's going to conflict. But then you have to walk forward to the target. I have never been, except for the instances where they close the range and do like events, you know, downrange. I've never been to a range where you can walk towards the target and shoot.
Well, this is in basically a closed range environment. So there's only the class, and the class is broken up into groups of 5 students at a time.
Interesting. So anyway, I don't know. That seems like a pretty rigorous thing. I mean, I don't know. Do we want so again, I'm asking you, I guess. Do you want cops to be able to do headshots, or do you want them to like do it faster, or do you want them to draw and shoot more?
I just want the accuracy to be greater than 70%. I mean, if 70% is considered acceptable in a non-stressed environment, that seemed to be a pretty low threshold. Because you know it's only going to get worse.
Wait a minute. It's what, C minus?
If you're testing every 6 months, you know it can't technically get worse. It's going to be monitored.
No, I mean,
you can't assume that they're going to get worse and worse when they're being monitored.
When something happens because of stress, it's a dynamic situation.
It's going to fall apart.
Yeah, the OODA loop, that their percentage of accuracy will go down.
I don't disagree, but again, just to play devil's advocate, since we're having a conversation, to get that proficiency from someone who doesn't train on their own. So again, they came into the force because they wanted to be aviation or a dispatcher or maintenance or something else, or they're just there for the pension or whatever the reason that they become a cop. And they don't have any interest in shooting, but you're going to make them, you know, held to this proficiency. Do they practice on the clock, or do they practice off the clock? Do they practice with our ammunition, or do they have to buy their own ammunition? So now you're suggesting that an admin, or you know, at some level, I know I'm being, you know, throwing out names, but at some level you got to draw lines, and that means that some officers out there who don't want to shoot are going to have to shoot more. And now, you know, saying if somebody doesn't want to shoot or whatever, they're just not going to be a cop.
You know, getting into specifics is where it gets kind of difficult, and I think because of the potential consequences of a low accuracy percentage, that for the protection of others, we have to do something. And I don't know what the solution is, other than I don't think the general public's aware how low the standard is.
Well, but I think they're not aware of it because it doesn't matter. It's like they're probably not all master car drivers, but because they don't have to do that as often as then they don't know. So again, since most cops never draw their gun ever, and the ones that do, it's like once, very few of them have to do it a lot. I suspect the same way you look at gun stats, you know, when you get down to it, it's all suicides and crime. If you get down to how many officers are drawing their guns, it's probably the ones that are younger and, you know, in certain areas perhaps, but I suspect they become a cop in certain areas because they, you know, maybe they're not just an alpha, but whatever it's called when they want to be a dick, you know, personality traits, so maybe they're apt to pull their guns. So I suspect maybe a few cops are pulling their guns more than the other cops.
I guess, you know, the standard for me to get my driver's license and the standard to become, as you mentioned, a master driver ought to be somewhat higher or significantly higher than the standard for me to get my driver's license. And I'm drawing that as an analogy to concealed carry in a police officer. And I don't have the answer as to who's
already a lot.
And the time. I don't know about those things.
Well, I'm saying that concealed carry is already a lot, and that by maintaining that standard every 6 months, it's not letting the cops slack. So, I mean, they might be way better. It's just saying they have to be at least this good. And since most cops are never going to need their gun anyway, I think that's pretty cost effective. I mean, again, are we going to pay for them to shoot more? Like the Border Patrol? Do you have any idea how much the Border Patrol shoots? They're shooting constantly. That's why they have to buy that million rounds or billion rounds of ammo. They're constantly shooting.
Due to the fact of where I live, I have no direct contact with that group, so I can't comment intelligently.
That's why I brought it up. So I'm just saying, like, I'm aware of law enforcement agencies that have to be proficient, and the only way to achieve proficiency is constant practice and constant qualification.
But again, due to their profession, they are more likely to have a need for it than I am because of what they do.
No, I'm not denying that.
Okay.
I'm just saying, when do we stop? When does the state stop? How much are we supposed to pay? If we're not going to pay them to be proficient, that means we're going to need to. I mean, what you're suggesting. Ideally, I suspect you're suggesting that because you suspect some of those cops can't qualify. So that means you're getting rid of some of those cops. So that means there's this new hurdle that cops have to pass in order to be a cop. So that means you got to either pay them more to attract those guys who are that skilled, because now you got a much smaller population to pull from, or you got to pay them more so that they can go attain that skill if they still want to be a cop but hadn't been skilled in that yet. So I'm just saying it costs money somehow.
Corporate
we either
sponsorship.
pay them or we're going to have to pay to get them.
You are right. Nothing is free. But I do know, and just maybe one more, log on the fire here, that my skills, if I don't shoot once a month, if I shoot every 3 months, I see a definite degradation in my abilities.
I don't disagree. I see it too.
And I can only imagine, again, since they're more likely because of what they do, and they're only doing it once every 6. And maybe it's not a problem. Maybe it's just my perceived.
Well, let me go after why I suggest it's not a problem. Because we don't have a scourge of cops missing. I mean, I understand that there's definitely examples, but I also would suggest there's a whole bunch of stuff going on where a whole bunch of cops are doing stuff, and they're not missing, or they're not randomly shooting, bystanders. We don't. There's few instances. I mean, there's not a lot.
I mean, some of it. I think a lot of it is just simply shoot, don't shoot scenarios where you have good cops making bad decisions for that fraction of a second, and now it's in a headline.
Perhaps, and always there's, like you say, I mean, when it's under stress and craziness, there's always going to be a percentage that are bad decisions or whatever.
Yeah. And I'm talking about good people making bad decisions.
It doesn't seem like we are living in a society where it's like, darn it, so many people are dying because of stray bullets from cops who I wish they could shoot straighter. You know what I mean? It's like, we're not like, there's so many murderers on the loose because every time a cop shoots at them, they miss. You know what I'm saying? I just don't see the need there.
And I'm just going to play this as kind of as you were, as the contrarian here, and maybe New York City is a special entity unto itself, but it seems like at least once a year, sometimes twice a year, we get into one of these shootings where there's a what would appear to be and may not be a larger number than gunfire exchanged to get the necessary results.
Like when a whole bunch of cops shoot at one guy who doesn't have like a whole bunch of bullets to shoot back or whatever.
Well, yeah. I mean, just generically, sure.
Well, so I mean, I guess you're saying that if we taught them to be better marksmen, then we'd be better off because our result would be fewer bullets shot at bad guys.
Well, it's not just all marksmanship. It's communication between each other during a dynamic event.
Okay, I'm down with. I understand what you're saying. So now, in order to attain that, I'm going to suggest it's the same as getting better at marksmanship. In order to attain that skill of teamwork, they're going to need to train, and we all know from our experiences that's going to be super expensive, time-consuming training. So even if we discount how much ammo it's going to take to do all that live fire training, if we just look at the time involved, those officers are off the streets training for at least hours, if not days, out of the year, right? We're just being, optimistic or underestimating. And then, what do they got to do? They got to replace those cops with other cops who have to be either trained at that level or being trained at that level. So I understand that we could get better trained cops, but then we're also living in a society where we're getting mad because cops get armored vehicles from the government for free. And that's only because we've always been getting stuff from the government for free. It's just that nobody was as scared of a Jeep Willys. Nobody was really as scared of a Humvee. We quit using Humvees when the freaking terrorists started putting bombs on the ground, so we started up-armoring all our vehicles so that we could withstand the bombs coming up from the ground. And now we're all as scared because we're getting the same surplus vehicles we've been getting since there have been vehicles. We've been getting surplus horses before that. It's just the way the government works, is they soup up for a war, and then they give us all this shit, and we use it until it wore out, and we get the shit from the next war.
Yeah, and I'll be the first to admit it may not be a problem. It was simply a perception that I had with a department that's not in the town that I'm in, but a department not terribly far away, and where I got to get some of the details that I've already shared with you. So
I think there's something to be said. I'm going to keep going on the other side and say there's something to be said for, wouldn't it be cool if all our cops were more like, were able to be more like, what's his name? The guy who only got one bullet in that show? So, you know what I'm saying? If they can be fairly proficient, but they don't have to be crazy marksmen, that's the world I want to live in. I want to be where cops just have to teach kids lessons every once in a while and track down when the occasional foreigner comes in and does something wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I would like to live in a world where the cops do basically what they do now anyway, is just they come in after the crime has been committed and clean up. But instead of coming in and cleaning up the good guys that have been, blood's been spilt, they come in and just pick up the pieces of the bad guy who got his blood spilt by the armed citizens who were able to defend themselves.
Yeah, I mean, just think of this latest church shooting. If there was just one person there that could have reduced the body count, he couldn't have stopped.
If there had been one armed person in that crowd, they said, the witnesses say he shot slowly, he reloaded several times. One person even mentioned the fact, something along the lines that made it sound like he emptied his gun pretty much the first time and only hit like one or two people and then loaded again. So if one person had been there with a gun, they could have taken him out. He didn't know what he was doing.
Right.
I haven't seen any of the details, but I'm assuming it's probably like a bunch of old people.
Yeah, but with some old people, some younger people. The pastor wasn't old, and
One of the guys who died looked like he was totally physically fit, and he was like in his 20s.
Yeah. And the pastor wasn't old, and
no. And then was that the state legislature guy? He was like state senator or something, state congressman. Anyway, yeah, he looked like he was like in his 40s.
Wait a second, there was a congressman there?
Local, like state, like a state representative, like he not federal, not a United States congressman, but a state guy. And actually, he was part of the reason why he got the law passed in South Carolina that the police had to wear the body cameras. He was instrumental in that. This kid had done a lot of research or whatever, and like handpicked that church and handpicked that guy. And it's just fucking crazy. Who knows if this little fucker had a mentor or something like that? Because he seemed pretty fucking retarded, stupid.
I'm sure he had plenty of mentors on the internet. All the hate.
I have a feeling he did.
Yeah. But
I wouldn't be shocked if it comes out that his father was involved. You know what I mean? 'Cause
Well, I love how the story changed. How originally the gun was bought by his father for the kid's birthday present, and then it came out, oh no, I didn't. The father didn't buy it. I'm like, I'd be willing to bet if we track it down, the father probably did buy the gun for him.
well, now they're saying he used his birthday money.
Yeah, but then they started saying then the story was like, well, we went to the store, but he used his money, and I'm like, well, that would be a straw purchase.
Yeah.
I mean, either way, you know what they would say. I mean, most of these people would say, that would make matters worse. If someone else in the church had a firearm, it would just make it worse, and that's an argument that, well, I watch a lot of Fox. I watch a lot of CNN, and I can't even watch MSNBC anymore, but, like, tonight, Bill O'Reilly on Fox was calling for national firearms registration. Like, screaming about fuck the NRA. That's Fox.
Because the shooter only left when he decided to leave on his own, that tells me that having someone there concealed carrying could have actually made a difference and made him to decide to leave earlier, meaning less shots fired on the perpetrators, and possibly less people injured, possibly less people killed.
That argument, though, like, they always use that argument against pro-gun guys. They'll always say, like, that would just made it worse. This is you live in a fantasy. Like, yeah, that's a fantasy. Like, you want old women and shit to, like, shoot back. Like, that's crazy. It would have just made it worse.
I love when they try to use that one study that they did on 2020, which wasn't a study. It was just a setup that they did on 2020 where they would give college kids a gun, and then they put them in gloves in one part, and these big, baggy, over-fitting clothes, and they've never held a gun in their life before, and they put them in an auditorium with a fake gun in their pants, and then they'd have a gunman run in, and they're like, oh, and they died every time. They weren't able to stop the gunman. It's like, well, for one, they've never touched a gun in their life before you showed them for 5 minutes before, how to use it. And two, the gunman always ran straight into a room of like 100 people in an auditorium taking a class and shot the guy with the gun first.
They knew the gunman, yeah. They knew who had the concealed carry.
It was like, that's not realistic.
I was listening to a lot of people's plan. The governor of Maryland, who used to be the mayor of Baltimore, like he flipped his lid today. He's running for president, and he was like, "What we need is Maryland laws on a national level, assault weapons ban, and fingerprinting for all gun purchases." And
how would that? But here's the question: how would that have stopped what happened?
Yeah. Well, we're gonna find out. I mean, obviously, he probably wouldn't have. But if he did use his own money to go buy the gun, right? I mean, I'm just trying to. This is totally.
Anyway, he was not a criminal. He was.
No, he was. He was arrested for meth and cocaine possession
after he bought the gun, and he doesn't have.
Oh, I thought it was okay.
No, that was after. That was just recently that he got that.
Okay. Yeah. What about the psychiatric hold? And I think he was placed on psychiatric hold.
When was he placed? I didn't see anybody being on a psychiatric hold.
I think that's
that could have been after his gun purchase, and then he could have had his gun seized. The law would have already been that he would have had his gun seized.
But not if no one knew about it. Like,
well, if
you would have bought it at a private sale or something, then who the hell would have known about it without registration?
Well, a psychiatric hold doesn't stop you from buying a gun later. Psychiatric hold isn't adjudicating you as incompetent. It's just they held you for some reason or another and then had to let you go.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, basically, I've seen in the news, a judge would on a court order, if he was arrested on meth and cocaine possession or whatever.
You can hold him usually for 72 hours. I mean, other than a criminal charge, for if you think that they are a danger to themselves or mentally unstable, you can usually hold them for 72 hours for an evaluation. And after that time, you got to have a multiple number of doctors that are willing to sign off on this, or you got to let them go.
You saw what the president was saying, about this just doesn't happen in advanced societies, and I just was like, oh, you mean it just happened in France? What was that? 6 months ago?
They just had the terrorists killing people in France and shooting police officers and
running through the streets of Paris, all the way around the whole city, with AKs and.
My video that comes out tomorrow actually mentions that.
That was one, and then the other one was I think the worst in history was the Norway one or whatever. Yeah. I think it was Norway.
Yeah.
And either way, the whole thing is just horrible, man.
Or Mumbai.
Oh, the Mumbai. Oh my God, yeah. But see, I don't know if he would
You're only
consider
allowed
that.
to talk about first world countries because it would be racist to think about second or third world countries.
Yeah,
Well, I
forget
just
about
wanna
Africa.
know- I just want to have them make them actually say, okay, well, what regulation would have stopped him? And about
I'm
the
gonna tell
only
you right
regulation
now.
the only thing they could say that would have stopped him is if, well, you don't let people you think might be racist buy guns.
Well, no. So if he had bought the gun after the hold, that's one thing, or after his arrest on cocaine and meth, right? That's okay. But honestly, the only thing that would stop this one from happening would.
His drug possession arrest was a misdemeanor. I don't think it was even a felony.
Okay, but he should not have been able to buy a gun at an FFL after that.
Yeah, you can with a misdemeanor. You can't make it to where people can't buy guns with
No,
misdemeanor.
on the 4473 it says, have you ever been arrested for drugs or something? Or are you? Doesn't it say something about like?
No, you have to be. I think it's convicted, isn't it? Let's look at the 44.
No, I think it says like.
About being arrested for drugs. It says if you are legally addicted or something like that to the drugs. It says if you're a felon, and it says if you're a misdemeanor domestic abuse only.
Yeah, felony crime. If you've been convicted of a felony crime, fugitive from justice, are you an unlawful user of these substances?
Okay, yeah, that's.
User,
that's,
but not
no one's gonna.
convicted of. You're either convicted of a felony, and it could be for anything. But if it's a misdemeanor drugs, that doesn't count because it's only misdemeanor whatever domestic violence.
Yeah.
At this
Okay,
point.
so that makes sense. Right. So, I mean, I guess the only thing that would stop them, like, screaming about this, okay, so how would you have stopped this one from happening? National database of all firearms owners. As soon as they get arrested for anything, like, you know, the Minority Report police jump out of the sky and fucking come to your house and take all your shit. Like, take your guns.
Child
whatever.
safety collection officers.
Yeah, I mean, you'd need confiscation officials, a national database of all firearms owners, and as soon as they're arrested on any kind of thing, or any kind of psychiatric hold thing, like, you know, they're coming, they have to come get them. Like, maybe that would fit.
Well, see, I'd love to make them have to say things like that, because if they say things like that, they'll get shot down.
Yeah, I mean, instead, this governor's talking about a fucking assault weapons bill.
No one is ever going to say that it's okay to punish people for seeking medical aid for psychological reasons. If we're going to be in a country where no one is going to swallow the idea that it is okay to strip people of their rights if they seek professional help.
Well, they're going to say you don't want crazy people with guns.
No one is going to agree that just if you ever seek medical help, that you should be denied your rights. That's going to be so easy to spin in the other way that no one would ever go for that. That's why they don't say shit like that. That's why they don't.
An involuntary hold. I mean,
That's why they never say shit like that. That's why they never say, well, we shouldn't allow anybody that gets, goes to a psychiatrist to have a gun, because they know that would be easily turned around against them.
Well, no, that's different.
Because they see a doctor.
No, that's different. I'm saying the involuntary hold that say like a
Involuntary
police
holds can be placed on anybody at any time without even any just cause if a judge just signs the order. It's basically a oops, better safe than sorry thing. It means nothing. And that would be too easy turned against them.
Yeah, that's what they would need to say. Because then I believe the bullshit. And I'd be like, okay, well, because they're talking about gun show loopholes and this guy, and then they're saying, his father might say if his father gave it to him, that would have been legal. If he bought it from his father, that would have been legal.
Do we know his exact age?
21.
I don't know, and he had the gun 6 months ago. He's been planning this for 6 months. I'm sure this little fucker was on the websites, like, the fucking skinhead sites that are out there. And because I can't imagine this guy was like, oh, I'm going to drive 2.5 hours to this church and shoot this guy who's responsible for body cameras on police in the state and all this stuff, all by himself. This is like a total loser. They say he sat in his room all fucking day. Like, that was his thing.
And I'm also won't be the least bit surprised to find out that his father is probably a horrible racist, too. I mean, they do live in South Carolina, for one. And two, I've never seen very many of these kids that are young kids that become horrible racists that don't hear it at home.
I'm just thinking his plan was just too advanced for me. It's like, it doesn't make sense. It's too fishy. Like, someone had to be involved.
I got to play the devil's advocate here. So what does living in South Carolina have to do with being a racist?
Because there's a lot of fucking racists in South Carolina. It's one of the most segregated states in the union.
There's a lot of fucking racists in every state in the union.
To pretend it's the same in every state would be dishonest. It is not. South Carolina is a very segregated state, and racism is much higher in the South than it is in the rest of the country.
Different percentages in different states, but it is alive and well and all.
Oh, it's alive and well everywhere, but it is thriving in the South. I go back to Mississippi every year. I go back to Alabama every year. Racism isn't the dirty little secret you keep in the closet like it is in Washington or Ohio or California. It is alive and thriving and even open in a lot of places.
I mean, segregation is
to this day,
still alive and well.
To this day, my dad's neighborhood association in Madison, Alabama, will not sell to blacks or Middle Easterns in their neighborhood.
I mean, what's the difference between all black neighborhoods and all white neighborhoods, and then some neighborhoods that are mixed? You know, isn't that sort of like segregation?
I mean,
when it's like, I mean, we're still there.
There's a difference between natural segregation and forced segregation.
So that, but it's illegal to force it now, right?
Sort of.
So there's no state that's like actively doing this shit like as a policy.
No, South Carolina is one of the most segregated states. If you look at their population densities, etc., if you look at their the way they respond to questionnaires, etc., they are not a very inclusive state.
But a real estate agent cannot actively refuse to show property.
They just can't do it in a way that you can prove they did it.
No, they can't say this school, like even the State Department of Education can't believe this is a black school, this is a white school. That shit happens, though, without them.
Yeah.
That's the loophole, Yankee, that every racist uses. I need to be a racist in a way that cannot be proven.
Yep.
That's how they continue to be.
Here's one of the big differences, though. If you do that in Washington and people even think you're being a racist, they'll be like, your business is going under because we're not coming, no one's going to deal with you. You do that in Alabama and people are like, good for you. Yeah, when I go down there, the racism is just palpable. I mean, you don't even have to hide it. You can just talk about it openly at the Walmart. Heck, even my father-in-law, who's a very well-educated man, a doctor, and by all intents and purposes a good person, but he would still say things like, well, I've always treated coloreds just like they're normal people. That would be something that would come out of his mouth. And people that were there with us in Mississippi be like, well, yeah, we have too. I mean, we even let one in our house once. And they think that's okay.
Don't you think there's still like, I mean, there's a lot of other races that'll sit around at the dinner table and say like, oh, you know, this group is this group is that.
Of course.
Right. So
racism's not limited to one race, but let's just say when it hasn't actually been equal, to try to pretend it's been equal would be dishonest. I mean, we haven't been suffering a lot of negative effects from black people hating white people or Asians hating white people. We probably will in the near future.
I mean, no shit. I mean, when I was like 14, I was attacked by a group of kids screaming that I was white, and they were punching me and shit like that. Total strangers. It's like a group of kids. You know, I mean, shit happens. You know, whatever.
Did you ever have anybody make a comment or worse in regards to your heritage?
Like I was in Catholic school, and some of the kids knew I was like, you know, my father was Jewish, and they would say bad things. But that's nothing compared to getting physically assaulted, right? You know what I mean?
Right. There's what I'll call, not scientific, this is just me just talking off the top of my head. There's soft racism and there's hard racism. And let me give an example of each. Soft would be, as an example, I don't want my daughter marrying someone of another race. That's what I'll call soft. Hard is I want to go out and hurt somebody. I will not allow anybody to become financially successful through my business who is not of my liking. I'm going to hurt them financially, whether it's physical, financial, or some ways there's some sort of hurt involved.
Yeah, I hear what you mean. I'm just like, we're we get this label of like, oh, America's the racist society and shit. I'm sure this is happening globally. There's like all kinds of fucking problems going on. One group hating each other. Look at tribes fighting each other or whatever. It's all fucking hogwash. This little fucker that just went into a church and shot all those people. And they're like, oh well, obviously he's a racist bastard, but he's like on another level. Like this guy's fucking evil. I don't know. Like
he looks a little slow to me. Anybody that's got that fucking haircut where they stuck a salad bowl over your head and cut your hair, you probably.
Oh yeah. You might think this is quackery, but like, what about these drugs these kids are on? Like they're saying he was on Subutex or Subazone, which was like for heroin.
Anything that the people are saying until I see it in an actual police report, because people.
Oh no, they got his medical records out there. I'm just saying there's certain drugs that have really. It says like the side effects on the drug company, like the drug companies say like this side effect is like extreme fucking violence.
Yeah, I've never seen what causes racism though.
No, but extreme violence. Then
I've never seen what it causes racism, and the racism was his issue. If he was on other drugs that they know cause issues, then his parents shouldn't have been allowing him to have a gun.
Yeah, but he could have made it. Then he could have made a bomb. He could have drove a truck in there and fucking locked them all in there and turned the church on fire. He could have.
Well, the biggest
done a lot of
killings
shit.
in churches have been with bombs.
If he couldn't get a gun, he would have been nonviolent. TV.
I'm just saying, I don't know, because they're saying there's no denying that mass shootings are on the rise. That's what I was listening.
There is denying that. It's not true. So
and in frequency, like our president had a record number of mass shootings.
Nope, that's false. Totally false.
That's all false. Well, someone needs to come out and say that because no one does.
Have people that can do math have said so. Even the FBI said nope, that's not true.
Well, you guys do know that if you have a business, you did not create that.
Well, that's totally different. That's someone twisting a quote to make it seem something nefarious when it wasn't. But what he said was, if you own a business that relies on those public roads and on that bridge that crosses the river, you didn't build those roads or that bridge, and you didn't. The community built those roads and that bridge. He's basically saying that corporation that opened its doors and built its building did not build the infrastructure that it uses. The people did.
Well, that's how you interpreted it, but that ain't what he said.
No, that's what he said. If you read the whole statement, that's what he said.
Well, I
like one little line out of it. He said, if you have a business and you use those roads and you use those bridges, you didn't build that. That's right, and you didn't. Those roads and bridges were built by your community, and you got the benefit of them.
Of which you are
paid taxes.
Of which you have been paying taxes in
You didn't build it. Did you build it? No, your community built it, and you're benefiting from it.
Pay for it, but just like your money and everybody else's money went to pay.
You threw a nickel at it. They just like everybody else did. You didn't build it. You didn't pay for it.
We the people bought it, not the government.
You the people, not your business.
Mm-hmm. But my business is part of we the people.
Yeah, so it should pay its part of the taxes.
The government is absolutely not part of we the people.
No, the government is we the people. That's what makes the government. That's what we mean by self-governing. When the founders said we were to be self-governing, what they meant is we were to select representatives of our own nation and govern our own nation. And that's what our government is. We are the people governing ourselves. We need to start trying to weed out the people, though, that have corrupted that system.
He's like, you didn't build that. So like if like Ford Motors, they didn't build that. I think what he's trying to say is they paid taxes, and all their employees paid taxes, and all their vice presidents, their CEOs, every single person in that corporation paid taxes.
Maybe they didn't. I mean,
Well,
hell,
they should have.
a lot of the biggest corporations don't pay any taxes. Yet they get the biggest benefit from the stuff that we pay for as the people.
I'm out. Did you see this guy, Bernie Sanders, today? Said he'd be down for like a 90% tax rate. He's been down for 90%. He's like gaining steam. They're all trying to like out liberal each other out there. Like
he's just there to.
Hillary, she was for that trade. She was for that trade agreement, and now she's not because she's trying to like out liberal Bernie Sanders, who's
I was glad to see that thing. I was so glad to see that thing crash and burn.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that wouldn't help us.
But
that shit always reminds me of like Ross Perot.
Because it looked like it was going to pass through the other day, and I was so glad to see when it didn't get through finally at the end of the day.
Yeah, but they reworded it and now have another version of it.
Yeah, it ain't going to pass either because they're not going to get any Democratic support.
I mean, I hope they don't.
The edict has already gone down that no one is to support it. So.
No, that's probably the one good thing about them out there trying to out-left each other.
Yeah, I love how even Obama's up there like, yeah, I admit that every other trade agreement we've ever done has damaged our country irreparably, but this one's different. And then when people go, okay, well, how's it different? Let's read it. Oh, no, I'm not going to let you read it.
And that's what makes it different. You can't read it. No one can know about it until it's too late.
Yeah.
Because, it reminds me of that Ross Perot shit.
Because as soon as we sign that free trade agreement with Asia, they're going to start buying American cars. No, what's going to happen is Ford and Chevy are going to move all their plants to Asia and just start shipping their cars over here duty free. It's like even the chief financial officer of Apple was in that interview, and he supposedly didn't realize he was on the record. I think he just spoke out of turn. And they asked him about it. He's like, well, we just wouldn't have an American footprint anymore. He's like, there'd be no reason for us to have an American footprint and pay American taxes when we already produce overseas and pay import fees. We could just move all of our stuff overseas and pay nothing and still sell as much product here and make twice as much money.
I know you guys probably remember, but go watch the Al Gore Ross Perot debate. It was Larry King Live, like back in the 90s, and they had the debate over NAFTA. And Ross Perot was like, you're going to hear giant toilet bowl flushing, and it's going to be all of our jobs going to Mexico and all this stuff. And Al Gore is sitting up there, like, arguing with him and making Joe Biden-type faces, and just trying to, like, oh, you're just some old Southern whack job. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. Go watch that debate. It's hilarious.
He was absolutely right.
But what's scary is when you look at that debate, I think Al Gore knew he was right.
He was right. The only reason that was a Republican-written bill, and the only reason the administration went with it was, well, for one, Clinton is a centralist, not a liberal. And the only reason he went with it is because they had made a deal with him that if you do this, we'll give you Clinton care, which would be like our Obamacare. But then they did that, and then they killed Clinton care. They didn't honor their deal, and that's what happened. There's actually a book out on that I saw the other day. I saw it in the bargain bin at Barnes & Noble. And it was how Clinton's health care plan how he got double-crossed on his health care plan.
But if all the jobs go to Mexico, how is anyone going to afford anything like a Clinton care or even Obamacare? If you're making money, it costs money. It's not free.
But you only need people
$2,500 a year or whatever.
But you only need to make people make a certain amount of money that they can just barely afford to buy the essentials. You don't need them to have enough money to be comfortable. You need them to keep working and keep having to spend every dime they make on things. There's the huge scientific principle that states if you allow people to have excess money and they start investing their money and making more money, then they're starting to take a piece of the pie from the powers that be, and the powers that be don't want their pie taken from them. So you are better served to keep people at a certain economic level where they have just enough money to get by, but they have to spend every dime they make to survive and afford minor luxuries. Because
Then the government doesn't get the tax revenue. Doesn't the government need the tax revenue from workers that make some decent money?
No, the vast majority of the tax revenue comes from the middle percentage.
I thought it came from the top. Like all the richest people in America pay the most tax.
No, they pay like 46% of the tax rate, but they control 82% of the wealth. So that is not a fair share.
So they pay like round up, just say like 50, and then the rest of it is from the other 50 comes from poor and middle class, right?
Yep, and so that means they're paying taxes at about half the rate of the middle class. It's 20%
So
of the
you
people
want it to be where they're paying their fair share of their rich money or whatever, their piles of money. So then that way they're paying more taxes. So then that way, do they own more of the roads, and therefore did they really build
but
that?
they're not paying more of the taxes. That they're
The way
paying.
you want it though, they're going to have built that.
They're not paying more of the taxes though. Corporations don't pay more of the taxes. Rich
Want
people
them
don't
to,
pay
though,
more of
right?
the taxes. They pay less per dollar than the guy who's earning more money does, and there's more of those people paying
You want
more
them to,
per
though,
dollar.
right?
When you look at what the average percentage-wise is, when you go up to these high-end, and it's not the people that are making like $500,000 to $1 million, $2 million. It's not those the poor rich, I guess you would call them. It's the hundreds of millions to billionaires. They pay almost nothing. The people who are you're going to be most saddled, and I forgot what the number was the IRS put out one time, but the people that are saddled with the most debt per dollar for what they earn are people that make between $45,000 and $75,000 a year. Those are the people that are saddled with the most debt per dollar that they earn tax-wise.
Screw those people. They didn't build nothing.
Yeah. They are the ones that built it.
I thought you said the government built it.
No, I said the people built it. Not your business, not your corporation, not your restaurant. The people built it, and you get to use it because you're part
like
of the people.
Walmart. Even these companies that pay corporations that pay no tax, right? Don't they still pay they gotta pay state and payroll taxes and
Payroll taxes, but that's coming out of But those are all deductions.
That don't count.
Those are still deductions.
Well, there's got to be corporations that make such a profit that they pay. I hear stories. I know some corporations don't pay shit.
Much. And even when they pay, they get stuff back in incentives. It's like, okay, we'll pay our state taxes, but then we want this for free.
But in turn, they provide so many, like say a company like AT&T or something that, like everybody who works for them is paying taxes, and their high-level executives are making millions and millions a year. They're paying a good chunk.
Yeah, probably not as big a chunk as the people that are making $50,000 a year.
So they look at it like, hey, look, we might not be paying taxes because we're paying all these people, and then they're paying the taxes. So like,
well, what are they paying an accountant for? To try to donate a bunch of money through federal taxation, or do they pay an attorney to make sure that they are paying their fair share, whatever the law says?
You don't ever hire an attorney to make sure you pay your fair share when you're at that level. You hire a tax attorney to pay as little as you can.
And that's evil. They're not supposed to. There should be a law that says that accountants should.
No, what they should be is it should say that it should be illegal to use your money to write laws that benefit you and harm the other.
Well, all right, but now you've switched it to somebody who's writing laws. Are we talking about
what's happening? That's why they're getting away with what they're doing now, because since the mid-1980s they've been rewriting all the laws so that they don't have to pay their share.
Well, if we don't skip to that, if we keep the record on the track where we were talking about the corporation greedily trying to keep their money by hiring accountants who do whatever is possible to keep their money.
Well, if the laws weren't there, if the law wasn't there that allowed them to do that, they wouldn't be able to.
To the shareholders, and who are those shareholders? Typically, pension people who have pensions. So that's the people.
No, wait. Most corporate shareholders don't go to pensionees. It's not that the way the scope is set.
Where does pension money come from, Magic?
401ks make up a small percentage of what most businesses pay out.
It doesn't matter what a percentage is. We're talking about pensioners and people. Where does that pension money come from? Gold?
Are you talking about most people like the elderly people that draw a pension right now?
I'm talking about people that have pension, either from a union or from a
That
job.
usually comes
or
from money that they paid into the
job.
system as they were working.
And then where does that money go? Into a pile of gold, or does it go into
Well,
the
right now, what is happening is it's going into a lot of places is it's going into corporate coffers, and the corporations are raiding those coffers and not paying people their
It
pensions.
goes into the stock market, and those corporations that are supposedly so evil are the ones that are paying the teachers and the steel workers and everybody else.
That's not true at all. The teachers aren't paid by
Not
corporate
true because some
Come
other
on.
guy made more than the teachers.
What?
Well, you like to say that the money's going to a couple of rich people. So what? So it's not valid that the teachers are capitalizing on the
I don't
corporate
give a shit if he makes
profit?
money as long as he pays his share of the taxes.
Well,
but you don't get to pay. You don't get to make 50,000 and have to pay 30% of your income, and then make 500,000 and pay 10% of your income. That's not fair.
What's not fair is that Dan.
What about capital gains? That's fair enough.
I'm the one having to do all the fighting.
I have to pay capital gains tax all the freaking time. That's what I pay mostly.
So what is that, 10 or 15?
He's throwing some water out there once in a while for me.
I'm just saying. I don't know. Like, it's not fair. If you're rich and you made a lot of investments, and then those investments are coming in, those investments you made were taxed dollars. They were already taxed, so they don't want to double dip you. So
It's not
you get
double
that.
dipping. It's like saying if I earn a paycheck and I save a percentage of my paycheck every year, and then I open a business, that's like saying, well, I should never be taxed on anything that business ever makes because I built that business with
Not the
tax
same thing at all.
dollars.
No, you needed to stop right where you made a
Well,
bunch
how
of
is that? How is that money? How is that money earning money?
That is not a different thing. That's a totally
You're
different
not
thing.
being retaxed on your investment amount. You're being
We're talking about that, Yankee. We're talking about when you went out and made a bunch of money and saved it. You're being taxed on that twice or 3 times. Is that your fair share?
You're not being taxed on it twice or 3 times. When are you being taxed on
who
money
make
that
a
you
lot of money
saved 2 or 3 times?
Times.
That's not.
So you
That's
consider
not
it their
what
fair
capital
share.
You're being taxed at 15% for capital
No,
gains.
that's not
right?
what capital gains are. Capital gains are when you invest money in a business and that business becomes profitable, and then you're taxed on those profits from your capital. Even though you don't work there, it's not an employee tax or a wage tax, it's a capital gains tax. That company is still producing that revenue, which they are paying to you, which they are writing off, and they are not paying taxes on it. Then you pay taxes on it. That's what capital gains are. I own a part of a restaurant downtown. When they make money, I get a chunk of it. And when they give me my chunk, they write that off on their taxes. They don't pay any taxes on it. So therefore, I have to pay capital gains taxes on it because the money disappears from the income tax bracket, goes into an investment bracket, which I get it, so I have to pay my taxes on it.
But the investment that you made in the restaurant was.
And that
money
money's
was
never
taxed.
taxed again. That I'm able to write that off. That's never taxed again. Only the
And when
earnings that
you
come from the
give that to
corporation
your
now.
kid, and when you give that to your kids, they should be taxed on it.
That's
And when
inheritance
they
tax. That's a
pay
totally
on
different
that
thing.
money that you've left them, they should be taxed on that.
That's inheritance tax. That's a totally different thing.
Well, no, it's not, because you can't see the future.
not capital
If you
gains
tax the people that have money now, just because they got it earlier doesn't mean that they're somehow
There's a difference between capital gains tax and inheritance tax. In fact, most inheritance taxes don't even affect I think it's like 92% of all estates are not affected by inheritance taxes. Inheritance taxes usually only affect estates of greater than $2.5 million or something like that, because it usually comes down to when things have holdings that are in non-tax or tax-deferred accounts, etc., is when people end up paying a lot of inheritance tax. People get fed this stuff all the time, like, oh, they're paying double taxation. No, they're not. You only believe that if you don't understand how business works, and you don't understand that money that was given to you there was no taxes paid on it because they wrote it off as money going out, not coming in.
Yeah.
Like when I paid an employee, like when my business made money every month, let's say if my business brought in $100,000 this month. Well, I don't get taxed on $100,000. I say, oh, I paid out $70,000 in expenses, including payroll. That comes off, and then I only pay taxes on the $30,000. So therefore, the people that money went out to, that money that hasn't been taxed yet, they pay their taxes on the money I gave them.
Right, and when they save that money and then invest it,
they're not taxed on that money again.
I'm calling bullshit on the
No. If they bought stocks, they would be, right? If they bought stocks with the money you
Only
paid.
if that stock produces a profit.
Right. Well, that's what we're talking about.
And that stock produces a profit by a business running a business, earning money, which they then give to you and write off their taxes. So therefore, they did not pay taxes on those earnings, and now you pay taxes on those earnings.
No, I don't have a problem with it. I'm not saying
now,
I do.
inheritance tax is a different thing. I got a problem with if I work, all my life and I save a bunch of money and then I want to give it to my kids when I die. They shouldn't pay a dime of taxes on that unless I have taken my money and put it in a place where there are certain rules written that as long as I leave my money there, I don't have to pay taxes on it. And there's lots of rules like that. But then if I die, well, that money I don't have that privilege of not having paid taxes on that anymore. So basically what my kids have to do is if they want to have it, they have to pay all those deferred taxes to get it.
Yeah, it actually happens about 2 or 3 different times. I went through that process, grandparents and their siblings, for each person in each state, because the grandmother was given, what the hell is it, power of attorney. And then the great-grandmother died, so then the inheritance tax went through twice, and there was also there were state ones involved, and then federal, and some of it was land, and it didn't actually accumulate that much beyond, what was it? I think all in all, it was probably like $800,000 or something, and it was taxed to the point where it was down to, I don't know, it might have been a decent way to shift down your mortgage as one of the parents, but that was pretty much it. It was whittled away that far.
What kind of holdings was it that she transferred over?
It was mainly land. There were some stocks involved, but the farm in Iowa, I think, was the biggest asset. So yeah, you get fucked over pretty hardcore.
If it's a big estate, yeah, but the vast majority of estates don't come to over $1 million or even hundreds of thousands of dollars, and most of them aren't affected at all.
Yeah, they are.
I think because even on a land transfer has to be in excess of $285,000. Is that not what it is before it's effective?
Yeah, what's the average house in America? It's probably like $300,000.
Well, no, the average house in America I think is only like $135,000.
Well, I think because it's considered a farm, so that was part of the factor.
Yeah, and farms are different too because farms receive tax subsidies for as long as they're operational. And then once the primary owner of that farm passes away, those tax subsidies basically become payable. And that can really screw you on a farm.
Yeah, that place wasn't operational for quite some time. She lived to be like 103.
And as long as she's the owner and she owns it, she reaps the benefit of being an active farm until the day it transfers hands.
Yeah, it wasn't an active farm for God knows how long.
Yeah.
So do you get upset when you hear...
Until the day it changes hands, it's just like it's an active farm.
Do you get upset when you hear, I think it was Biden a few years ago saying, we're going to raise the tax on the rich, and it's like anybody who makes more than $250. Don't you think people who are making $250... I don't think they need
to raise the tax on... They just need to start making everybody pay the taxes and stop giving them...
It makes me mad. I know someone who's making $250 a year is paying a really chunky tax. They're not coming home with $2. They may be coming home with $190 or something.
The people that are making $250,000 a year aren't the ones that are cheating the tax codes. It's the ones that are shifting all their money overseas and putting it in tax-deferred accounts and writing off fake investments and transferring money back and forth between shell companies and writing money that they're paying themselves off as losses. Those are the people that are really cheating the tax code.
I'd like to say that I think it's really nice of DB to have so much concern over his valet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Warren Buffett.
So what do you guys think of...
Does it bother you that your chauffeur pays a higher tax rate than you do, DB?
Warren Buffett is my bitch, basically. I make him clean my toilets, and I pay him pretty good. He's got a lot of capital gains investments, so he's doing good.
So what do you guys think of a consumption tax instead of all of the tax?
No, consumption taxes don't work. I mean, they're historically the worst because...
That's poor tax right there.
Well,
that's like poor people.
Consumption tax is a poor tax because people that in the lower tax brackets, they have to spend all their money on things that they have to live. Whereas people that don't, they stockpile large percentages of their money.
Well, I'm not talking about actual like all-encompassing consumption tax, but something like was like fair tax org. Have you looked at that at all?
No, I haven't looked at that.
What was that? 15 or a flat 15 or something like that for everybody?
Yeah, it doesn't apply to like used items or food. You know, anything you consider.
But just any type of sales tax doesn't work because there are, as you get up the spectrum of people who make more money, they spend a much smaller percentage of their incomes. So therefore, all you're doing is taking all the money out of the system and placing all the burden on people that spend more and more burden on people the farther down the track they go and more of their income they have to spend to survive. So therefore, you end up with the lowest end of the spectrum with the most burden of the tax code.
Well, how so? Because you're talking about like
Because
buying
they spend all their money, so all their money is going on taxes. They're being taxed on every dollar they make. Whereas if I make $50 million a year and I get by on $1 million, I'm being taxed on 1/50th of my income, where they're being taxed on 100% of theirs.
Who cares?
Because I don't want someone paying 1/50th the rate of taxes that I'm paying.
What does it matter?
It matters because you want to be able to support your country. Don't you enjoy your country?
If they're paying an appropriate amount for the amount that they're using,
how is that appropriate that they pay 1/50th of the rate that you pay?
Because who cares how much of their money they're spending? It has to do
wouldn't it
with
just
how
be
much
fair
they're
that they
using.
paid a percentage of their income?
Sharing
Would it
their
be more fair that they just paid the same percentage of their income that you pay?
If they're buying like
Yeah, I think I like that. I want everyone to pay like a staggered amount where if you're making like under 250, you pay 10 or 15, and if you're making over 250 to like say $1 million, you're doing like 15 to 18 or whatever. Like something simple and not too outrageous. And then when you get rich people paying 20% or 25%, and there's no like shell offshore accounts and all that stuff. This money that will be rolling in. I mean, the revenue is there. It's just
it's already
right now.
Every single. It's like I was seeing a thing the other day where all the top 12 financial analyst organizations agree that at the rate the country's going right now, in 30 to 40 years, will be unsustainable because so much of our income now is just going overseas and going into deferred accounts, etc. It's being stockpiled at amazing rates right now, just stockpiled. That's never happened in our country's history, that money's just being stockpiled like this with no taxation on it. And this
is almost like gun control, though, because if they raise the taxes, they'll just keep doing this shit.
There's less and less money in the economy every year because of it, viable money.
More and more companies are going overseas, right, because of the taxes. So if you raise the taxes, it's just like every time they talk about gun control, all it does is make people go out and buy guns. Anytime you start talking about raising the taxes on the rich, they feel that they're already paying a lot. They're just going to keep going overseas. I mean, that's just, makes sense.
No, they know they're not paying a lot. They know. It's like Warren Buffett said, even, to pretend that if you're a billionaire and you pretend like you pay a lot of taxes, you're a liar. Because you know you don't. And you know that this is the only country where you don't. So that's just a fallacy.
Well, even if if you're making $1 billion, you got to be being taxed at the highest possible. What's the highest possible right now? 40?
38 point something or something like that.
Okay, so let's just round up. So the highest is 40, and if they're getting taxed at 40 of $1 billion, Jesus.
But they're not paying that. Like he even said, he's not paying that. He was paying like 4%.
Oh, well, so what is he doing that's so special? Is it because this is all investment money?
He's following the same rules that all of his cronies have paid politicians to write for the last 30 years.
So let's change. Why does even a 40 number exist? Why does a 40% tax exist?
Because it makes it sound good. But then that way people don't gum up in arms and say, why aren't
No, I think it exists for those people who are making $300,000 a year because I know that's what they're paying.
It kills people like us. When we were making $200,000 a year, we were being killed with taxes, and we had no way to get out of it. We couldn't transfer millions around to make it look like we were losing money like these companies did.
Well, I know. I have a friend who's making 150, and I think he's coming home with like 80 or 70, like something ridiculous, man. He's not itemizing, doing standard deduction. It's all not 1099, not there's no expenses. It's all salary, and that's it. So like they're getting taxed at 40.
Oh yeah, we're getting taxed at like 38%. It's horrible. But
So that's the problem.
It's like
There
it's like,
shouldn't even exist.
There was a guy that was on not Mad Money, but that other finance show that used to be on what's the name of that damn financial network thing? But you know that network that has Mad Money and those other shows on it.
Yeah,
There was a guy on there, and he was like, they were asking him, they were like, well, he was talking about how I made over $85 million a year for the last 20 years, and I haven't paid a dime in taxes. And they're like, well, how do you do that? He said, it's simple. If you know how to play the game is written for people like me. He said, basically what I do is I take everything I own and everything I earn, I basically sell it for nothing to a company that is really me, and then I lease it back from me, and I pay myself an exorbitant amount for it, which actually goes to me, but through a shell company, but I write that money off on my taxes, and then eventually when that can't fly anymore, I just collapse that company, file bankruptcy, buy all my stuff back for a dime, and start over again.
That sounds illegal.
No, it's not. It's totally legal.
But what should be illegal is the 40% tax rate.
That's what everyone does. Every rich person is doing that.
Yeah, a lot of them do that. That's I have actually been to some of the places in Honduras and Roatan that make their business by renting these people a corporate space. And it's a 1-inch by 2-inch plaque on a wall, and it gives them a corporate address in Roatan where they can funnel all their money through. And it's
there's a way to make pay zero,
building with thousands and thousands of these little plaques on the wall with a different number on each one.
If there's a legal way to pay zero, then that's a problem, right? But my problem is that the 40% number, that 40% tax bracket
there should be no such thing as a 40% tax bracket
of course
for
not.
Anybody.
Of course not.
Not if you're making $200,000 or if you're making $10 billion. Now some people be like, well, if you're making $10 billion, you can pay 80% of your income and still survive. I'm like, well, it's not about whether they can survive. They should still be paying the same fair share of their income that you make at $50,000.
And the government would make a lot more money if that happened. So that's why then tax reform needs to happen, ASAP.
But no one, not even like I say, if you're making $100 million a year, it doesn't matter that you could pay 80% of your income and still live on $2 million. That's not the point. You're entitled to your fair share of what you earned. So your highest tax bracket, if you paid like 20%, that's would be fair for someone that can afford to pay their taxes and still live, just like it'd be fair for someone who makes $200,000 a year to pay 20% and still get by on the rest. It's not about how much you have left over. It's just paying the fair percentage on what you earn. Some people that make more are entitled to have more left after they pay their taxes.
It's like the really ultra rich. They're so scared of that 40% number that they go out of their way to pay zero. By
it's not that they're scared.
They don't want to pay.
They just don't pay anything, and they've had decades of successful lobbying to get the rules written in a way that they don't have to pay anything.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
That's what happens when you have money in politics. They write in. It's like these loopholes. They're like, oh, it's so horrible to see these companies misusing these loopholes. No, it's not. You put them there for that purpose. You didn't write this unintentionally so that they could do this. You wrote it intentionally so they could do it.
Yeah, I have a lot of lefty family members, and a lot of those people now, they just think that 40 is not even good enough. Like they're all brainwashed. I mean, they're completely brainwashed. I mean, today Bernie Sanders said 90%. He'd be comfortable with a 90%.
I don't like that whole idea that someone, just because they make more money, isn't entitled to have the same percentage of it left after they're done. It's not. You can't say, well, if you make $100 million, then you should be able to pay 80 of it because 20 million is more than anybody needs. Well, it doesn't matter what somebody needs; it's what they earn. So they should pay their 20% just like you should. They get to keep their 80 million because they earned it. Well, whether they earned it or not could be questionable, but still, they got it, so they're entitled to it.
Scary shit.
But that ain't going to happen because we don't want things to be fair. The people in power don't want things to be fair. Who's snoring?
G-Web, stop snoring, bro.
I think it's Dano.
This is going to be a video. Moonfood is snoring like fucking Edge 2 years ago.
Who snored? Was it Dano or Moonfood?
think it's Dana. Oh,
You woke him up, see? Damn it.
dude. Anyway, 90% tax bracket. It's coming. 90%, Dano. 90% tax
But just for
bracket.
Dano. We decided that was just for Dano.
That's right, motherfucker.
Bernie Sanders, he's running for president. He's Hillary's only true competition. 90% is what he said today. That's what he wants. So that's what we're going to give him.
So 90% truth, 10% bullshit?
90% tax bracket. He'd be comfortable with the ultra rich paying about a 90% tax.
Yeah, it's so stupid. That's one thing he says that's so retarded. If he said it. I mean, I didn't hear him say it, but if he
No,
did.
yeah, I mean, I read it, but it does, even if he came close to that, see, that's the problem too. Like, you know, that's robbery. That's really bad. That's at the point of a gun or whatever they call it, like Chairman Mao. That's just ridiculous, man. But yeah, check out what Malley said, Governor Malley. He said it's working in Maryland.
What's
the gun control? Oh yeah, it's working in Maryland. It's working in
Maryland
Baltimore.
is such a horribly violent state. You know, don't they share a border with like I don't know,
New Jersey and Philly or something.
Yeah, so it's.
I know South Philly is fucked up, but Baltimore, Baltimore's got to be violent. It's a violent city. I'm sure it is. I mean, isn't Baltimore like historically been kind of like a fucking hellhole? Like since Randy Newman wrote a song about it and shit, like back in the day. Like, I mean, isn't it just like a complete depressed, crime-ridden city with no economy and shit like that?
I'll tell you, once I went to Detroit one time. This was when I was in my 20s, and it looked like it had been, I don't know, it looked like I had just missed a war. It was just horrible. It was like ruins. Like, you know, like people still live here, and that was when I was in my late 20s. So I can imagine what it's like now.
That's what they need. Like, the governor of Michigan to come out and be like, it's working in Detroit.
It's like, what? Have you ever been to Cleveland?
No.
Oh my
No.
God, Cleveland, Ohio is so bad.
No.
Well, they're
I've
part
been
of it.
What about it?
Been to Birmingham.
Oh, it's horrible.
I've been
It's
to
like
Mobile.
a war zone. Parts of Cleveland are like a war zone.
How is it different than the other major metropolis?
It's like a war zone. I mean, it looks like everything has collapsed in upon itself. Half the buildings are boarded up and spray painted over, and
I mean, it looks like Gary, Indiana. It looks like Flint, Michigan.
it doesn't look like any place any place in Charleston or any place in Portland or any place in Seattle or any place in, you know, states that have stable economies. It just looks like that in those states that have horrible economies.
Isn't Gary, Indiana, is like a murder,
Looks like a third world country.
It does.
murder capital?
But that's the Rust Belt. You go around the Great Lakes region of the Midwest, that's what it all looks like.
Yeah, it looks
Is that because like industry left decades ago and that's
Yes.
it?
partly, yeah.
And left the uneducated, unskilled workers behind.
Well, and the workers that had any skills left, and so it just left. Yeah, not just the businesses left, but the people left too. Teachers, you know, doctors, lawyers, nurses, everybody that had a degree pretty much left.
Yep.
What are they? That's the responsible thing to do for you and your family. It's like that Karate Kid reboot.
In combination with the already ongoing white flight.
Oh, the white flight. Where did the whites go?
Suburbs, further out.
Okay, so that's sort of the thing they were doing in major cities that were closing down housing projects. We're kind of like moving people out of those out to the kind of like the suburbs and stuff in New York. I remember, but definitely where I live now.
Well, I remember I was watching. I can't remember what it was I was watching one night, and they were talking about, and this guy was on there, and he's an economist, and he wasn't popular with this was on Rachel Maddow, actually, and he wasn't being very popular with them, so I knew he must probably be telling the truth since he wasn't popular with Rachel Maddow. But he was basically like, there are two huge leech sections of our society, and it is the uneducated and the industrialists. They are the two biggest leech. Everyone wants to pretend like, oh, it's only the rich people. He said, but these people that choose to drop out of high school, etc., and they're huge leeches on society too. So when you have everyone that's got any type of marketable skill whatsoever move out of an area, all you're left with is the leeches in that area, and a pond full of leeches doesn't last very long.
I remember there was a suburb, a whole area of New York where IBM moved, and that place became a gigantic ghetto, and it was a suburb. Like, it was an hour from New York City, and you'd go up there, and it was thriving. Like, IBM was everywhere. It was a thriving place. Like, counties, like three or four counties were living off of IBM, and when they ditched, man, it turned into like so depressing.
That's what happens when you put all your eggs in one basket, kind of a thing. Diversified economy have to exist, or else you're screwed.
Oh, we're fucked now. I mean, this is the service economy now, right?
Yeah, that's why I say we can't be a service economy. Eventually, we run out of people to service.
I remember having a conversation back in the mid-'80s with my older brother at the time about the transformation of how we were losing manufacturing jobs and that all these wonderful service jobs were coming around. And I said to him, at what point do you think that we can no longer just service each other?
Yeah, at what point can no one afford the $10 coffee, no matter how many places sell it?
Exactly. And he didn't see an issue. He didn't have a degree in economics or anything, and neither do I. But I do understand a three-legged table, and that this country was built and still, to a certain degree, supported by manufacturing. And when you remove that and all the jobs that it supports, which is typically your lower educated jobs where you got on-the-job training and things like that, and all of a sudden that opportunity is gone, but the people are still there along with their families. You have an entrenched system of people with very few choices.
I read a book one time, or I read part of it because it got really boring and I quit reading it. But it was basically, his whole principle was that eventually we're going to evolve into an economy, the United States, where there's only two industries, Walmart and nursing homes. And you either work in a Walmart or a nursing home and nowhere else. And that's basically, you spend your life in Walmart and then you go to the nursing home. And he's like, because that's going to be the only two industries alive, the cashiers that spend their life being cashiers and buying stuff from other cashiers, and then the nurses who take care of them once they're too old to be cashiers anymore. And that was the whole gist of his principle, and that's what happens in a service economy.
Yeah, it's just fucked up. Like, I look at like cities and I wonder, like, New York City is the worst example, but it's everywhere. Where do the professionals, like, where can they afford to live? The police, the firemen, the teachers, the nurses, like those kind of professions that used to, they were the middle class, right? And like, there's nowhere for them to even live to come in and do their job, and it's just fucking crazy. Like, you'll see doormen in the city, where I'm from, was a union. They made a decent living, and a lot of them, came in from the suburbs or whatever. Now they're coming in from like the other states, like they were coming in from Pennsylvania, dude. Like, it was like a 3-hour commute, because they couldn't even afford to live anywhere, like Staten Island, none of those places. It was just horrible, man. But there'll always be doctors, lawyers, dentists that'll be, professionals that are making the good money. But where are the, I don't know, like you're right, like the factory workers.
But then again, those are service people, highly educated. But if there's no place for people who do not have, for various reasons, an opportunity, they just didn't move over to Vietnam and start making clothes. They are still here.
Yeah, it's fucked up. I know, because of this, like, we see the gun industry and like everything and all the accessory and this, like that whole thing about it, like that's, to me, look, I mean, maybe because that's what I'm into, right? I'm not into remote control cars or something like that. But it looks like that's such a thriving American thing, like right now, like all this stuff, you know, that.
I don't know about thriving right now, but it's an American thing.
Well, no, I mean the industry, like sure, like the companies, like they're American-made companies, American-made, you know, product, and they're definitely like, yeah, I guess Colt just went for bankruptcy or something like that, so maybe not, but I don't know. I see a lot of that stuff, like holster makers and guys coming up with little shit on Instagram, you know, like little, you know, they're like entrepreneurs and stuff. It's like a whole industry.
It's like we have a Saturday market here, and it used to be, I used to have a booth at Saturday Market like 15 years ago, and I sold custom furniture. I built like, you know, like Purple Heart tables and stuff, you know, out of exotic woods, you know, built kind of high-end stuff, jewelry boxes, etc. And I was surrounded by other people who were high-end artisans. They made furniture, they made pottery, they made jewelry, they were goldsmiths, etc. And now I go to Saturday Market and it is all trinkets. There are no more high-end artisans there anymore. And it's just such a reflection of our society that now it went from a place where people could go and actually buy something nice that someone made that was worth something to now it's just a place where you go and buy a trinket.
Yeah, and then people get sick of being able to only have the option of, like, you know, 1 in a million, so they'll go back to appreciating the handmade stuff, and we'll have a resurgence in it.
If
and then,
people start making enough money to afford the handmade stuff.
Oh, please.
Well, how do they just suddenly start making more money? The reason the high-end people left is because no one had the money to pay for their stuff anymore. It wasn't because they just decided to stop making it. People just couldn't afford it anymore and didn't shop for it. So
you suggest that we've hit the pinnacle, society is on a downfall, that we're doomed to something because the greedy people took all the money?
It's not on an upswing, and when you have more money going out of the economy every year that isn't coming back in, you know, they keep trying to say, oh, it'll trickle down, but that's the biggest fallacy in the economic world is trickle-down economics.
You would think the ultra-rich will still be buying luxury items. Like the luxury market should.
Well, yeah, but you don't support a city on
rich people that trickle.
No, I just mean like the artisans that make, you know, pretty expensive stuff.
Yeah, but you can't. You can't support yourself on what 1% of the population buys. I mean, that's a very small industry. I mean, yacht makers aren't on every corner for a reason.
So I figured we could do a group buy. We could all get together and buy Colt, like gunchannels.com.
Yeah,
all the
well,
members.
we got to scrape up like probably about 50 grand.
Each 50 grand each member.
I thought maybe total. I mean, they can't be worth much now.
Hell no. We'll bring the Python back, and what else?
I'm not bringing the Python back. If I bring the Python back, mine loses value.
How sad is that? I just saw like a really good what's their good model? It's like the XSE Enhanced 1911. I saw it on like Grab a Gun for like $800, and I was like, whoa, that's cheap as shit. And I was gonna get it. I was like, yeah, I gotta get it. And then I read the next day like they're going bankrupt, and I'm like, oh no, because last time I had to send a gun back to them. You know, it wasn't a problem with the gun, but I sent it back to them to do something to modify it, and it took them like fucking months to get me my gun back.
I hate that I sold my Colt XSE. I had the XSE, and I hate that I sold that thing.
Yeah, you know, I bought it. They had, remember the duckbill grip safety?
Mm-hmm.
It was horrible. Like that thing was
what the
horrible.
XSEs have on it, yeah.
No, not anymore. Like a few years ago, they put the regular beaver tail on it.
Because the one I had the little ducktail thing.
Oh, I hated that.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it looks like a blind man fitted it. The gap is like a quarter inch big between the back and the head. Yeah.
It presses down on the web of your thumb and trigger finger, right? I mean,
it's got a downward swoop. It's a weird looking little,
So I bought my gun and I called them up and I'm like, I bought this gun online. and it had a picture of a regular beaver tail, and this has the duckbill. And they were like, oh yeah, we're in the process of phasing that out. So
you
got
kind of.
And then they said to me,
there's the picture of mine. You can kind of see the safety on it.
Yeah, I had the full size. So they said to me, Colt was like, just send us the gun and we'll put a regular one on there for you.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, that's great. I was like, that's awesome, and they're not going to charge me anything, right? So I sent it back, and then they told me like their turnaround was like 90 days, something crazy. So I couldn't complain because I wasn't paying for it. But
still,
if they go out of business, and that's fucked. I mean,
this gun, this nice, this expensive, and that freaking safety.
Yeah, I did not like that. But they don't even. I think they don't even put them on any guns anymore. Those
no, look at that. Look at that. Look at that gap right there.
Yep. If they go out of business, I'm sure someone will buy them, and then the quality won't be the same and all that other.
Haven't they already been bought? Wasn't that what they did? They filed a reorganization and sold to another company or something.
I thought they had the Colt Defense. I don't know if it was the military side or what. It had nothing to do with like the regular side and all this other shit. But I mean, like Remington, Freedom Group, like some big company buying them and being like, now you're a part of Ruger or whatever. I don't think another gun company ever bought them.
I think it's just they sold out to a different management company, which means they probably reorganized, created another company, and sold to themselves.
It would suck if Taurus bought them.
It was like that company in West. Remember when West Virginia couldn't drink their water a few months ago because this company poisoned the rivers? You remember that was on the news? It was national news.
Fiji water.
That company basically, they're like, we're bankrupt, and then they sold all their holdings to another company, and it turned out the company they sold all their holdings to for penny on the dollar, so that they couldn't pay off any of their debt or any of their fines, was the exact same four people that were the owners of the previous company. So they basically sold their stuff to themselves to avoid paying penalties and fees and lawsuits.
If it's legal, man, that's awesome. It's so then you can't complain about it.
Yeah. Well, you can because it shouldn't be legal.
Yeah, but it is. It's just like gun control. It's like, oh yeah, well, what are we going to do to stop it? They're going to pass a law for that specific loophole. It's a gun show loophole.
There is no That's the difference. There is no gun show loophole. There are tons of tax loopholes. Loopholes they put in there intentionally so that you don't have to actually do what the law says if you have the means to avoid doing what it says. There is no gun show loophole. There is no thing that's written in there that means you don't have to follow the law.
Right, that's what I mean. Like they're following the law and they're doing fucking bad things that we think are like, okay, it's fucked up, but it's lawful.
No, that's what I'm saying. No, it's only lawful because there's a loophole they're exploiting that was written into the law. There's no law that says they can do it. There's basically just a loophole in the law that makes it unenforceable against them when they do this certain thing. And it doesn't mean that's legal. It just means it's unenforceable to do anything about them doing it. And that people try to relate that to the gun show loophole. There is no gun show loophole. There's no loophole in the law where someone misstated something or quoted something wrong or wrote something in a way that was misleading. There's nothing like that in a gun show law. There is no gun show loophole. It's just legal to do private sales, and that is not a gun show loophole.
Right, so that's what I mean. They're bitching and complaining about this kid, right, from yesterday, that he got his gun from his father or whatever. And then you'll hear, because no one knows the facts like 100% right now. So you'll hear people saying, we don't know if his father gave it to him, which is legal, or we don't know whatever. If his father went and bought it for him, then it's illegal and all this other stuff. But, you know what they mean is that he went and bought it from a person without a background check, fingerprinting, eyeball scan, retina, replicant testing and fucking DNA test and all that other shit, drug test, and psychological exam. Which is what I think that would be pretty much awesome. Like if they could do that, that would be the best gun control bill ever. Would be like retina scan, fingerprinting, DNA testing, blood sample, drug test, psychological exam. Like that's it, and no private sales ever. Gun registration. That's the way to go. You can't argue with it. It'll stop a lot of crime. You know. And the penalty of not doing it that way would be like an automatic 5 years in prison if you're caught selling a gun privately without drug tests, all that other stuff. So hopefully they'll listen to this chat, and then they'll have the ammunition they need. Because that's the argument they need to go for. Fuck the 10-round mags and all this other bullshit. You need no private sales, gun registration, drug testing, fingerprinting, retina scan, DNA sample, blood test, psychological exam, and evaluation.
I think that's all good and that's all good and well, but what if they pass the test today and then they're sick tomorrow? So I think there should be some sort of a
ongoing
periodic renewal. Yeah, ongoing monitoring of these people. Could they wear a bracelet that monitored their heart rate? And maybe when they get upset, then maybe their rights should be taken from them?
No, I would say if you give them the permit. Like my concealed carry permit, it expires every like 4 years or something like that, 3 or 4 years. So you give them a permit to buy the gun. After the drug test, psychological evaluation, fingerprint, retina scan, DNA sample, all that stuff, then it expires in 4 years. They have to come back in. And I think that would be reasonable. Like every 4 to 5 years.
Seems a lot of time for someone to get angry during.
Well, it'll be worth it. Because look, this guy could have, yeah, you're right, they can still skate it. People can go crazy within 5 years. So. It's fucked. We're fucked. That's what I'm trying to say.
Hey, Yankee, you still in here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Can you send me a really big file of the Kool-Aid dude and your normal dude? I don't know if you have before, but if you have them handy, can you send me them again to like gun websites at Gmail or something? Thanks.
I just came up with that thing because I watched Blade Runner last night. I have the Blu-ray. And the replicant testing, that shit is cool. And I wouldn't mind doing it. Oh, it's fucking incredible. I got this Blu-ray I bought on sale like when Borders was going out of business. It was like a 50. I got like every single version of the movie, like 6 versions of the movie, with all the commentary and like separate making of the movie, documentaries about the design of the artists, everything. It's just
I'd be impressed if you had 7 or 8 versions, but 6 versions really doesn't seem all that dedicated to the movie, really.
Do you remember watching that movie in the theater?
I don't think so. I must have, I guess, because it was
back in the day. Okay, so you remember Harrison Ford was talking like the whole time, like, well, then, like he was just like doing this like over. Kind of like narration. Yeah. He was like, it was weird, and the last 2 versions don't have him talking, and it's much better. Like I like it better.
All right, where am I sending this?
Gun websites at Gmail. Thanks.
Anyway, it's an awesome movie. But just remember that testing where they're doing the eyeball scan. That's where it's
I
at.
suppose I remember, but this is towards the beginning when he's playing around with that robot lab.
Oh no! I mean, it's in the very beginning of the movie. It opens up to a guy being tested to see if he's a robot by some other dude who's not.
Oh, like, right.
And he opens up this briefcase and he's got this machine and it like scans his eyeball and then it's like a polygraph but with a retinal scan. And then he just starts asking him a series of questions. And then the dude was like, "Oh, you want to know about my mother? I'll tell you about my mother." And he pulls out that cop Derringer, like with the 4-barrel 357 on there, and he blows him to smithereens right there. That's how the movie opened. He started asking him crazy questions about like you see a turtle in the desert, like, and you turned it on its back or something, like, would you turn it back over and save the turtle's life? And then the robot was just like skitzing out. But throughout the movie, that machine is like used, like that's how they test to see if the thing's a fucking robot. It was awesome, man. You gotta check that. You gotta own that. You gotta own that Blu-ray. If you don't have a Blu-ray player, I don't know how to even fucking watch shit like that, because Netflix doesn't have it. Pretty sure. That's what sucks now that like Blockbuster's
You know,
closed.
you would
and
think
all
that
that
maybe that'll be like the next thing Netflix does is start showing all the DVD extras or something, because people are already like, Clark, he canceled Netflix because he says he's seen everything.
That's bullshit. They change every month, right, or every 2 months. I don't know.
Well, but
There's
I mean,
new
if you're
shit.
not into stuff, I guess you could say you've seen a bunch of it. But I'm just saying that would be an easy way for them to add something that would probably make you watch the movie again, and then you'd watch the DVD extras, I would think. I know I like some of them.
Oh, the commentaries are cool. Like I just watched like Star Wars a couple months ago with like George Lucas rambling on the whole time, like all 3 movies, and it's interesting, you know. And some of the actors come in and talk, and I've seen the movie enough where I don't need to see it again. Like the movie's playing in the background, and I can listen to them tell stories about making the movie or whatever. It's cool. But yeah, every version of a movie, like there's different. Like Blade Runner was one of the only movies I can remember that had like a final cut, director's cut, international, whatever. You know. Not every movie does that.
Now, doesn't it have like 100 different cuts?
Yeah, they're both on Netflix. I watched both of them like a couple weeks ago, and yeah, dude, like the Redux, I think it's called. They're both on Netflix. It's like an hour longer, and I can't take it. Like I don't need that. I mean, I don't know. It's a long ass movie. But there's only 2 versions of Apocalypse Now. But there's like 5 versions of fucking Blade Runner. Alternate endings. Shit like that. But then, you know what? I think it was Hulu had the Criterion Collection section on their streaming, and I think they had commentary.
Yeah, I remember something like that.
I don't know. Netflix is winning, but it's just like, where do you go to rent a movie? Like, if you wanted to rent a movie right now, like you can't do. I can do it because like I have a one video store like left, and they have every DVD, like everything. They've got the entire like 60s, 70s, 80s, like every movie. So that's awesome. But most people in America, if they want to go rent like a movie from the 80s, all the Blockbusters are closed. So someone told me that all these movies are at the public library, and you can go there and like check them out because I guess like
we got a place in Portland called Movie Madness, and it's a guy that used to work in the film industry. So when you go in, there's all kinds of like memorabilia from movies, but it's like every freaking old movie and everything you can think of. Like you can go get all the Godzilla movies in Japanese. Yeah, just like
I got the same place. It's called Videodrome.
Yeah.
And it's they have like an entire Godzilla section.
For rent though, or for buy it?
No, for rent.
And rent them, and it's like literally it's $2 to rent a movie.
Back in the day, I had a job, and across the street there was like a little place that sold like karate stuff, and I think there might have been a karate school there. But anyway, they had a bunch of karate movies, like how-to karate movies, that you could rent, like Kung Fu and Taekwondo and all these like martial arts. You could rent the how-to videos. I thought that was pretty cool.
You're talking about American Ninja?
There's like 2 buildings that are connected to each other, and as you're walking down the hallway, there's like this big glass encased to one side, and there's like the soap from Fight Club, and one of the heads from the Aliens movie, and one of the outfits that Princess Leia wore in Return of the Jedi, and just all kinds of memorabilia inside these glass cases.
I'm really missing like Blockbuster, man. Like I took it for granted, but now like I have this one store, but I'm just feeling bad.
See, I don't even go out to rent movies though, because we have Redbox everywhere, and everybody's like, but it's $1 to rent a movie, so you got to go to Redbox. I'm like, no, because I go to Redbox and I rent the movie, and it's like $1.50, and I'm like, oh, that's great, it's $1.50 for a movie. It would have cost me $4 to get it off Apple TV, so I'm like, saved $2.50. But then you flash forward to 6 days later, and I haven't returned the movie, and now I've paid like $10 to rent this movie, where I could have just got it for $3.99 on Apple TV, known I was only going to pay $3.99 and can take a month to watch it if I want to.
That's true.
And after a while, you got to pay for it again, right?
But yeah, you get like 30 days to watch it. You know, when once you start it, you have like 48 hours or something.
But can you watch it like 30 times in that 30 days?
I think you can watch it like twice in 24 hours or 48 hours or something. But
Yeah, you can watch it as many times in 48 hours.
yeah, but it's just a rental, so you're only paying like $3.99. Now you can buy it for like $12.99 or something like that, but they keep it forever.
Do they have like really obscure like 80s, 70s movies on it? I think
you can find
Apple
a lot
TV
of obscure stuff, but it surprises me the stuff you can't find sometimes. Like I have tried forever to find the Chris Elliott series Get a Life.
Oh yeah.
On DVD, can't find it anywhere at a rental place or anything.
Sometimes those people like don't want their stuff out there, right? Like they'll not release it or whatever.
Yeah.
Wasn't that on Fox or something?
Yeah, it was on
a
Fox,
lot of
yeah.
those series, they weren't doing DVD box sets or even VHS, right? It would have been VHS back then. Like only back in the day, like back then, like the only box sets I used to see was like fucking Taxi, you know, shit like that. Like fucking Taxi was one of the only ones I'm on.
I'm living high class. I just ate a cold pork chop right out of the refrigerator.
Hope it wasn't raw.
No, it was cooked. It was left over from last night's dinner, so I'm like, might as well eat this pork chop. I think I like pork chops better cold than I do fresh the night you cook them. Because the fat gets all soft and
That shake and bake, it's all soggy though, man.
I don't shake and bake. I marinate them and cook them on the grill. I make pork chops one of two ways. I either marinate them and cook them on the grill, or I make them in a mushroom gravy and have them over mashed potatoes with mushroom gravy.
Shake and bake, man, it's classic.
Yeah, I'll occasionally use shake and bake, but I usually do my own shake and bake, not like the kind you like buy in the bag.
Panko crumbs or whatever.
Well, I'll use either panko. I'll use panko for like my chicken fingers, because when I deep fry chicken fingers, I use panko, because that's good shit. But sometimes I'll just buy, like if I'll see like Special K cereal on sale at Freddy's for like $2.99, I'll buy a box and then just mash it up, and it makes the best breading.
Yeah, I gotta get. I never had an Apple TV, but my friend did. And I used to look at it, but yeah, he just had like old fucking TV. He was like getting TV shows on it and paying for them, like, and these were shows like The Shield and stuff, like shit that was on fucking regular television.
Oh yeah, you can find that stuff too. But there's you can go to, there's one thing on there that's movies, and you can actually get movies that are, not out on DVD yet. They're still in the theaters, but you can buy it now if you want to buy it now off Apple TV.
Yeah.
But you can't rent it, but you can buy it for $15. But you can't rent it until they come out for DVD.
Horseshit. Did you see the Ghostbusters remake pictures today?
Oh
god, horrible.
Is it all female Ghostbusters?
You're gonna like it because it's the same crew from Spy and Bridesmaids, and she's in it, and the director, and everyone's the same. Yeah.
It might be funny.
Yeah.
Spy was really funny. I thought when I first saw that it was coming out, I was like, oh, that'll be stupid. But it was actually very good.
Yeah.
It was far better than fucking Jurassic Park.
Yeah. I saw the Ghostbusters pictures came out today.
Have you seen Jurassic Park, the new one?
Yeah. It was fucking horrible. I mean, sure.
It was horrible.
I do think there were some fun spots. You know what I mean?
There was the fight scene at the end was pretty good. My youngest son, loved the fight scene at the end.
I like the fight scene in the end a lot, and I like the when the kids were in the ball and they were getting tossed. That shit was kind of cool.
Yeah, I found the ball to be the most interesting part of that. I was like, man, they should make shit like that. That'd be cool.
Yeah, people were pissed about like the Jimmy Fallon talkover part. I thought it was cool.
That was stupid. That was really stupid. And all the commercials throughout it. There were commercials for the Jimmy Fallon show. There were commercials for Pepsi. There were commercials for Coke. There were commercials for Apple. It was just commercials throughout the whole movie.
I think it was. Samsung had like Samsung had an exhibit.
Yeah, it was just commercial. But I can understand that because now people don't watch commercials anymore. So people got to place their placement somewhere. But it was just hard to sit through because you're like, no, this is. I would believe that they could make dinosaurs more than I would believe that this would happen. It's pretty bad when you're watching a movie. It's pretty bad when you're watching a movie about people bringing back to life dinosaurs and making an amusement park, and that's like the most plausible part of the story. Like, it just wasn't plausible that their radios never work when it's convenient. Their cell phones never work when it's convenient. They don't have any contingencies set up for anything when it goes bad. Like, oh, one of the spheres is out of the area. We don't have like a simple fence that would like you can make for a dog that would say, okay, when it goes out of this perimeter, it shuts down or it returns to where it came from. It's just like
or even having a sphere. Like
And
having
it
a
already
sphere would be
happened.
ridiculous.
They already know that they make a reference to a catastrophe happened in the past from just such an occurrence. So, like, they're oblivious to it happening now.
Yeah, I know. And then when it does get out and starts killing people, they're like, well, let's just rope off the area and send some people in with tasers. And when you send the people in with the non-lethal, they would still have lethal with them. They wouldn't, when you're told, use non-lethal. It's like when a police officer takes his taser, he doesn't leave his gun at home.
Well, like if 9mm or whatever would bounce off that guy's, that dinosaur's.
Yeah, but not like, fully automatic weapons wouldn't.
Yeah.
He's not made out of titanium steel. He's made out of flesh.
Yeah, I mean, I was reading something like that. I know you guys aren't into it, but like 3D IMAX, right? Certain movies are made for that, and that's why this movie is the biggest weekend. It's like the biggest movie of all time, like opening weekend. It made, it made like $500 million in 3 days. But like part of it is because of that IMAX 3D, and if any movie was made for that, this was it. It was just pure dumb 3D.
Who's that film critic for the Boston Globe?
Oh, I'm not sure. If I see his face on Rotten Tomatoes,
he was on one of the morning shows the other day, and they were talking about, hey, it's made this much money, and it beat E.T. by this much. They mentioned, he's like, well, let's remember that when E.T. came out, the average ticket price was $275 to $350. Now the average ticket price is $15.
Yeah, I mean, if we can adjust for inflation and all that shit, plus China just started letting.
It's just overall revenues. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and we're only doing domestic.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, and then also the sheer number of theaters. I think there's like 40. It opened in 40,000 theaters or some crazy shit. Like there weren't that many theaters there. I remember, I was young, but I remember seeing E.T. and my dad brought me there, and we sat in the fucking aisle. There were people sitting all the way down the aisle, like straight up Indian style. So
E.T. ran in my local theater for was it like 78 consecutive weeks? Just ran solid for like a year and a half.
That's incredible. Yeah, that was incredible. And now the way they're doing it now is if you can go see Jurassic Park at like 5, 5:15, 5:20, like 6 at the same theater.
When I was a kid, a movie played like once or twice a day, had a matinee and an evening show. And then when I was a kid, I remember going to my first theater that actually had 3 theaters in one building. And I was like, wow, this place has got 3 theaters.
Yeah,
and I thought that was the most amazing thing. Of course, they were the size of a postage stamp when you got in it. But then, now the theater I go to over here, just like the one that's like right across the street from us that isn't like necessarily the biggest or best theater in town, but it's a newer one, it's got 21 theaters.
But only one IMAX screen, I bet.
Well, 2 IMAX and a, what's that other one now, the RPX?
RPX. I like RPX. I like it almost better because I don't want to see 3D a lot.
I don't
it's
want
almost
to see 3D
like
ever.
So if you never want to see 3D, RPX is giving you the same size gigantic screen and a way better sound system.
Yeah.
And better seats too. They're like leather bucket, like reclining.
RPX as much. I would rather pay for the RPX than I would the IMAX any day of the week.
Yeah, I saw Mad Max in RPX and I enjoyed it a lot. I didn't want to see it in 3D. And I don't want to see Star Wars in 3D. Like, I refuse to see that in 3D. I don't think that's going to be good for me.
I don't like 3D, period. 3D makes me sick to my stomach. Gives me a headache.
Yeah. So RPX would be the move to go see, like, Star Wars. That's what I'm going to do. But actually, I'm going to go see AMC Prime. If you have an AMC theater, like there's Regal and AMC, the things like those are the two big ones.
Yeah.
AMC Prime is way better. They have speakers in the seats, like bass subwoofers and shit. Like it's incredible. Like
Well, see, I like
gigantic.
Cinetopia because it's basically the seats are giant recliners with footstools even, and no one under the age of 21 is allowed in the theater.
Oh wow, yeah, I don't think we have that. We got some place called like Fork and Screen or something, and yeah, they like serve wine and beer and like you can order food. And, man, it's crazy. And the seats totally recline. It's cool. But that's AMC too. But I'm pretty sure they'll let fucking kids in there. But we'll see. We'll see. The next movie I want to see is Ant-Man, and then I'm done until Star Wars. I've spent a lot of money on movies. I didn't even think I was going to go see Jurassic World, but it seemed like everyone did. And so, but I just want to say, I went back and looked at the first Jurassic Park, and it, you know, people say it's a classic, and it was cool. You saw dinosaurs for the first time and stuff, but it wasn't like, to me, it wasn't like the best movie ever or anything.
Well, Jurassic Park.
It wasn't even.
It was okay.
Cool.
I thought Jurassic Park was good, but it wasn't.
Yeah, it was good.
I don't even think it's in my top 10 movies of all time.
Oh no, for sure not. I mean, just like even special effects that's what it was. Like it was really cool special effects, but it was some slow parts in that movie.
Like Star Wars is in my top 10 movies of all time. E.T. is in my top 10 movies of all time. Planes, Trains, and Automobiles is in my top 10 movies of all time.
A lot of kids though, like they're younger, like if they're in their like late 20s, I would say. Like Jurassic Park is like their E.T. or whatever. You know what I mean? Like it's like such a big deal to them. I don't know, because it came out in '92 or something.
The only movie I've seen recently that makes it in my top 10 would be Kick-Ass. That's the most recent movie that makes it into the top 10 for me.
Yeah, Kick-Ass was awesome.
Yeah, it was, and that was something that isn't going to be equaled in a long time.
That was pretty awesome. Yeah. I didn't even watch part 2.
I've seen the first one probably at least 8 times now. At least 8 times. Because, you know, you see it, it's one of those movies that now it's like, I've got to see this movie with this person.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking outrageous. I mean, did you see Kingsman? Because that was like his next movie.
I saw Kingsman, but it just didn't have that certain something that Kick-Ass did. It was good, and I liked it. But it would have if they would have just put a little more creativity into it, like the soundtrack. To me, the thing that worked about Kick-Ass was everything was bigger and brighter than it should be, including the soundtrack. And in Kingsman, it was like everything was kind of a gray, including the soundtrack. Like the soundtrack was just in the background. I can't really remember a single song that was in the show. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there was never like any like super. There was never a time in Kingsman where you went, "What the fuck?"
That church, man. That church scene was pretty what the fuck to me, man.
Yeah, it was good, but it wasn't like what the fuck. It was like you knew it was going to happen.
Yeah, I didn't know. No one told me about it. Like I knew something bad was going to happen, but I didn't know.
Like nothing in Kick-Ass prepared you for a 10-year-old girl showing up in a purple suit and wig and just slaughtering a room full of drug addicts.
Nope.
To the Banana Splits theme song. Nothing prepared you for that.
No, that was pretty badass. Yeah, they're done with that. I think they're going to do another Kingsman, and they were talking about doing a Hit Girl movie, but that girl, the actress now, she's like 20 or something like that.
Yeah,
22.
Chloe Moretz or whatever her name is.
She can't be Hit Girl again. Like that age. So.
They'd have to do a movie where she's grown up and got a daughter who's following in her footsteps. She doesn't want her to. That'd be the one they'd have to write. Hey, I should write that. I can make a fucking $1 million.
Yeah. Just contact. What's the guy's name? Mark Millar. Is that the comic guy?
Yeah. I should make some
everything he does is like awesome. They say like they're making movies of everything. So any comic book he has, just write a screenplay. Try to make $1 billion. That guy's doing Flash Gordon now. So the guy who did Kick-Ass, X-Men First Class, Kingsman, and I think that's it, right? And then now he's going to do Flash Gordon, so that's going to suck. Yeah. We'll see. I like the first one back in the day with that soundtrack, the Queen and all that shit. That was awesome.
The soundtrack made that movie too, Flash Gordon.
I don't know how you can make it cool nowadays though. Like that.
I mean,
that
that
movie-
scene when the Hawkmen come flying in.
Yeah, that was good shit.
Yeah, that was when you were like 12. That was like the coolest thing you'd ever seen.
Yeah, that was good shit. But I remember like I made my grandpa like take me to see that. And I remember like him like everyone, all the adults hated it. I don't know, like it was cool for kids, but I don't know. All the like just I don't know. It was like Howard the Duck. Like I remember like my dad being like, that was the worst fucking movie I've ever seen, and I was like, what? This is awesome. You know, it's fucking Howard the Duck.
I did not like Howard the Duck.
I was very young, but you know, I got caught up in the hype. That's why I was happy when he showed up at the end of Guardian.
See, I never liked the Howard the Duck comic books either. My cousin loved the Howard the Duck's comic books and liked the movie.
I never read the comic book. I just remember, like, I think the movie poster said, like, from the producers of Star Wars and Raiders of the Lost Ark. You know, I mean, that's all it needed to say. You know, so like there was a lot of hype around that movie. Like, you know, they expected it to be a huge movie or whatever. And I'm pretty sure it was like George Lucas and fucking executive producing it, or so somebody did. Somebody big. It's pretty bad. Looking back, like, yeah, it's a very bad movie.
Here's a nice, pleasant comment on my channel. You're a pussy fucking retard with shitty views on things, idiot.
Oh man, that's awesome.
Yeah, people are.
G-Web is getting a lot of hate lately in the comment sections of these chats, man. It's crazy. He's using the fuck was it? Using the president to sell his YouTube channel or something. It's pretty fucked
What I
up.
thought was funny is the other night I scheduled my live chat, and before it even went live, there were 9 dislikes. Before I even knew what it was about.
Oh, they saw it. Yeah, I was listening. I was like, oh, God. I was one of them. I was like, this is crap. Get to fighting. No one even fought, and then you had Stone Guy.
Yeah.
It's fucking bullshit, dude.
What's not with Stone Guy? How much better can it be?
No, I mean, it's cool if you all are fighting, and then because Stone Guy can get mad. I've heard him tell people to go fuck off.
Yeah.
He told Quark to shut the fuck up one day. It was awesome.
Oh,
I'll
he
never forget that. It's a highlight of these chats.
I thought there for a while that he had just developed a severe dislike for Quark, because he would tell Quark every time Quark would say something, he was like, "Dude, this is why you're a fuck. This is why why everybody hates you, because you do shit like this."
Yeah, I just remember one night he was like, "Just shut the fuck up, Quark," and I was like, "Wow, this is it. This is top 10 chats ever." No, but it was cool. But no one fought. That was the whole. No one was arguing.
You start fighting over things.
Yeah. Bullshit. You're all like, yeah, I agree. I agree with you. You agree with me? Yeah, I agree. We all agree. Stone Guy, next topic that we're going to agree upon. You need to get it in there, man. Like, someone needs to start talking something about, like, death from above on your AR or something. I'll wait for next week.
Only thing is I don't want to try to make fights, because those aren't the ones that are good. The ones that are good, that just happen out of nowhere.
Yeah, I agree. There are certain topics where you know it's a fucking landmine. Like, it's gonna happen. So
it's like the things that just don't make you don't expect at all. Like someone will be like, I prefer a 4.75 inch barrel. Well, you're fucking retarded. A 4.6 inch barrel is better.
No, my favorite was lights. Lights on the gun always sets off like the fucking worst arguments, man. Lights on. I remember speaking to Quark. One of the funniest chats ever was the argument with Quark and Ralph about lights on the gun, I think, and then Ralph was like, well, what if you had to open a door or something? Like, like you can't have, because he said he's going to have a light in one hand and his gun in the other. And then talking about, like, opening doors. And Quark says, my house doesn't have any doors. Do you remember that? It's the funniest shit ever. I just pictured those glass hippie beads, like in every room would be these beads. Where you shit, that was great. My house doesn't have any doors. This great moments in chat history, man. Sick Moon Fu just fucking left this thing. We're live. That's awesome.
I don't know
All right.
what. It just seems kind of weird to me that my logo is on a coffee mug.
Oh, they can do that shit to anybody. Like, what's
Don't
it
you
called?
think
Cafe Press?
people are sitting around listening to these things on a radio or something? They're probably going to be drinking coffee. So.
You know, the sad thing is that I'm going to probably order one of my own coffee mugs.
Oh, well, then if you're going to do it, well, I don't know. I guess you just get the feedback, so it's the same as getting it at the discount.
Yeah, I just did it. I drink coffee. I should have a coffee mug with my face on it.
But seriously, you should get one and then hold it up and then be like, if you want to support the channel, you buy a coffee mug or whatever.
I want to do one where I do. Hold on a second. I want to do a coffee mug where I put this on here. Let's see. I'm going to do one with this picture put on it and just say, and the caption just be, does this gun make me look crazy? I'm just going to do it for just me, not like for sale, just for me.
I don't know if, at least at this place, I don't think they would do like the big wraparound. But I don't know. I guess they did do an AK for me, kind of a wraparound. Send me the picture. I'll see what it looks like on there.
Hold on. I'll have to add the words, does this gun make me look crazy?
Yeah, exactly. Try to make it like a square or whatever that you would think would fit on a rectangle, I guess. But anyway, I can set them up so that they're not public or whatever.
Now I can't find it. I just had it. What do I do with it? My computer sometimes finds things when you search for it, and sometimes doesn't.
I'm thinking my next computer is gonna be a fucking Chromebook, man. I'm seeing more and more people like actually use those things. They seem pretty for $300. And just keep my
Actually use
Mac.
what?
Those Chromebooks, those fucking Google Chrome laptops. They're like, you know, they run fucking, I guess, some sort of operating system, like a Google operating system.
Like Android, right?
It's a little different, but I mean, it's just like a big ass phone, I guess. I mean, they have Intel chips. They're fast, and I don't know, because I feel like I'm burning out my MacBook Pro for no fucking reason. You know, like just using it for doing nothing. It's like, you know, I can do a lot with my MacBook, but I'm gonna kill it by just fucking surfing online. Like, you know, the heat destroys everything. You know, I'm sure my drive's gonna crash any minute. I got backups, but then whatever. My Mac is like 5 years old.
Oh,
I'm trying to
mine's older
preserve
than
it.
that.
Oh yeah, I mean, I have a Mac I bought in 2000 in the closet here, and I'm positive it'll turn. I know it turns on and works. If I had a LAN connection, I'm sure it'll get online. It was, but that was the greatest thing about Macs is that they seem to outlast any other computer, you know. But heat destroys hard drives unless you get the flash drives now. Anyway, those Google Chrome seem pretty fucking cool for like just
My son
YouTube,
has one.
internet.
I'm pretty sure he just looks up porn on it.
Yeah, that's what it's for. YouTube, you know, internet, Netflix. I'm sure they run. If they run Netflix, that's what I need. That's all I need. MovieTube. And Gunbroker. If I can get on Gunbroker with it, it's fancy enough. How are you guys watching Orange Is the New Black or no?
I'm watching it.
Yeah.
I'm finished. I already watched the whole third season already.
I'm just now starting the third season.
I'm disappointed.
I'm just
I got
now
two more to
starting.
go.
Wait, what? You are disappointed you got 2 more seasons to go?
No, 2 more episodes of season 3, like this season.
All right. What, you didn't dig it?
I think the first season was great because she just got to prison, and that was kind of like cool watching her adjust. The second season was good. I love the second season.
I
don't know if I loved it.
Yeah, I don't know if
I
I
don't
love
care
it.
about her anymore.
I'm
But now
like
it's like not even her show. Like she's not even like the star.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm okay with that because I got sick of her a while ago. So
Okay.
I'm down with the way that they're going back and showing like how these weird women got into prison kind of thing. I'm digging that.
Yeah, I like that. I love the backstories of season 2. That was awesome.
Yeah, I'm liking it better now that it's centering more on other characters because she got old fast. Because I got real quickly to where I'm like, I don't care if things go well for you.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't like her and I didn't dislike her. I just didn't care. I was more curious about the other ones.
Okay, so like I'm almost done with season 3. I got 2 episodes, but like to me there's no main baddie, or, there's no main villain. I guess maybe
It's sort of
corporation.
pointless. It's just more of like an exercise in learning these characters for a fucking season.
Like what season 1 was like the main bad guy was like the Russian chick, the kitchen bitch, right?
Season 1. And then season 2
Oh, now
was...
she's a good guy.
Yeah, it was
Well,
good.
yeah, season 2 was the black chick who was like all crazy and shit, and starting wars. You didn't finish season 2, Yankee?
No, I'm started season 3. I just started it.
Oh, okay.
But they in the last, I don't think you've even gotten to the part where in the last few, I don't want to spoil nothing, but it's worth watching the whole thing. I wouldn't get right up to the last few episodes and be like, nah, I'm not going to watch the rest. Cause,
Oh no, I have no choice. So I'm watching it with my girlfriend, but because I was almost done like halfway. I was like, all right, I don't know. But then it got better. It definitely got better. And then now with 2 episodes in to the end, I mean, I'm just curious what's going to happen with the prison, and stuff like that.
which one's your favorite backstory so far, then?
I mean, the Asian chick was the commissary chick was pretty
old lady.
crazy. Yeah, that was crazy. I like that. I like that one, and out of all of them, I mean, I thought like the bald chick who was dying of like cancer or whatever, her backstory was crazy. The bank robber, that was season 2 though, right? I like that one a lot.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That was when they were first getting into like showing the other backstories.
Yeah. Who else? But yeah, so far, I mean,
Season is going to be lame. That's what I think. Because if it goes the way they kind of ended it, I think it's going to be preachy now.
yeah. Well, I just don't know how long they can keep it up because she didn't do very long in prison, right? So she should be getting out soon, right, pretty much. She was sentenced to like 5
No,
years.
but that's all you got to do in that kind of show is have her shank somebody or do something really bad. And now she's in prison again for another long time.
Yeah. And all her friends too, like.
Oh shit! You haven't seen some of the twists. I bet there's at least one big twist that you don't see coming.
Okay, well, the big thing with the girl getting pregnant and now like this and all that, the pregnant chick. I'm at the end of that now. Like she's having a baby. She had the baby.
They still screw around with that. They have you. They don't keep you. They keep you guessing on every front. I think is the way to say it.
Yeah.
It's not like dramatic, I guess, but she did a good job of writing it so that if you miss the last episode, like you miss a bunch of conclusions.
Yeah. Well, I'm not. Still, to me, it's a good show. It's one of those shows where I didn't think I was gonna like it, and then I was like, wow.
Considering it doesn't cost nothing really, you're already paying.
It does cost me $9 a month or whatever it is. Netflix.
See, I pay $17 for Netflix though, but I can get DVDs.
Yeah. Yeah, don't do that. Netflix is worth it though, especially now with the Punisher coming and the Daredevil shit was awesome, and they have so many shows. I don't know what I can't even pay attention. Like Marco Polo, they got a ton of shows. Peaky Blinders, people love it.
Did you watch Marco Polo?
No, I didn't watch. The only shows I ever saw on Netflix, their shows were House of Cards.
You gotta watch Marco Polo. If you like the other ones, Marco Polo is as good as the other ones, except with 10 times the naked chicks.
Oh yeah, okay. So House of Cards, I saw Orange Is the New Black and Daredevil. That's all I ever saw. So all the other ones, I don't. There's a whole bunch like Lilyhammer, Marco Polo, Peaky Blinders. There's more now. Like there's one about people with special powers, right? Sense or something like that. There's shit tons
Oh, I
of
didn't see
these.
that one.
Oh yeah, I just checked last night. It was like all of a sudden there's like 6 new shows that I never heard before. So never heard of them. So, but no, I think it's worth it just to wait for the new Daredevil and the Punisher and all that shit. That's gonna be awesome. It's worth the $9, man. I'm about to cut my cable off. You know, I think after this presidential election, I'm done. Every time I want to cut my cable off, they're like, "We'll make it cheaper. Don't cut it off. We're gonna make it so, you know, it'll be worth it." And then I don't do it because just internet alone for me would be about $50. So I'm paying like $100, and I get the internet, the TV, and the telephone that I use for a fax machine. So I'm getting a lot for the extra $50 a month, I guess. And then I don't want to miss out on any of this, these debates and shit like that. So, although I probably shouldn't watch them because they make me upset. I could use that money for ammo. All right, my phone's dead anyway.
What? Oh.
All right, I sent you that picture. I like the little circle one that you get like on here and on Instagram, where it's just my face in a little circle. It's a crazy looking picture, but I like it. Someone the other day actually saw this picture and pointed out the fact that they're like, "Why do you have a crowbar in the background?" And I had never noticed that there actually was a crowbar in the background until they said that.
No, I don't think you can see it in the circle.
You can't see it in the circle, but in the main picture, there's a crowbar.
All right, well, we'll talk to you later. I'm checking out.
Yeah, I'm out of here too. Gonna go film a video. See y'all later.
Anybody home?
We're all dead, Jim. We're all out to get coffee. Everybody leaves. Oi.